Hello, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to Critical Role, where a bunch of us crazy, zany, nerdy-ass voice actors play Dungeons & Dragons. For those of us who are meeting us for the first time, welcome. This is us just playing D&D from a homebrew campaign with a few homebrew rules, but overall it's a fun time. A couple announcements I want to get over before we start up the game is one, we have a subscriber challenge, apparently. Every 100 subscribers we're giving away a signed poster of the cast of Critical Role, as well as a signed portrait or a giant poster of a beautiful piece of art by Kit Buss, our official artist. So the cast will be signing both of those and giving those away to whoever wins. At every 100 subscribers, whoever's active in the chat room will be opting in to be chosen randomly for that prize. So we'll keep an eye for that, and we'll be announcing those winners as they come in. So that's every 100 subscribers. Also, there is a challenge that if we can manage to hit 7,000 subscribers by the beginning of the day tomorrow, the streaming tomorrow, there will be apparently some sort of a Pikachu costume will be purchased and worn around the studio. This is all the information I have, but I'm excited at the vagueness that it was presented to me because that could mean anything. Which, you know, with enough pressure, peer pressure especially, anyone can be put into a Pikachu costume. Anyone. Also, there is apparently a promise for a party tomorrow evening with some fun guests and performers if we manage to hit 7K by the beginning of tomorrow's stream. This has been given to me by our gracious overlord. Also, apparently the mods have their own challenge if we hit 7K by tomorrow that I've been told I don't really need to mention. Which means I'm going to mention it, because apparently there will be a Snuggle Lord or Overlord body pillow made, so I think you should try and make that happen.
I asked really politely for that not to be mentioned.
It was really...
Cool, no, I'm gonna remember that.
How could you not mention that? How could you not mention that?
I want to say it.
So 7K, guys. See if we make that happen. Because I think, because you know, if one's made, that means many can be made. And I think all of us here at Critical Role would love to have a copy of for ourselves. So that's now up in the air. Let's see, a couple other quick announcements. We also have our charity, 826LA. They're a fantastic charity, 826 across the nation, but especially we're donating to 826LA. They have after-school programs and a lot of tutoring for creative writing skills and general literacy skills. I can't talk today. For kids from young to 5 up to late teens. They're a great charity, so check them out. And we really appreciate all your guys' support in that. Also, we will have a 1-week break in Critical Role next week, as both me and Marisha will be out of town doing that thing in the desert. So we'll be gone for a week, but we will return the week after. So that'll be the second week of September to pick up our regular Critical Role schedule from there. So I think that's it and that's all, unless anybody else has any major announcements. Oh, well, Grog's being sweet over there. They'll have some fun things to show when we come back. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get ourselves ready to jump on into our next session of Critical Role. All right, guys, welcome back. So, picking up where we left off, just give you guys a little kind of overview here. The party had put themselves in a situation where they had... Taliesin is currently cleansing the area of Will Wheaton's dice rolls from the previous 2 weeks.
Feel better?
There we go. I think
We'll see. See if I feel better.
I can
No, it does. The energy feels way more positive.
Yeah, no, feeling better.
This feels.
If there's one place to use the flamethrower, I think it's on
I think
that.
it's right there.
Oh, you mean like right
No,
right here?
like or
Salt
not
the
so
earth.
much right there.
No. I was just being facetious. I didn't see it. I'm
Actually,
so
on
comforted
his wrist.
that it's on your wrist right now.
Well, yes.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll look for it later. They're also I think we may be down one Scanlan tonight. Unfortunately, Sam cannot make it, so we'll be missing our gnome bard for the evening. Oh no, he's got family stuff already planned tonight. So family. Oh, Hana means family. In a language that doesn't exist in this world.
Yeah, you That's okay. You seen that?
So, the party had unknowingly broken the law of Vasselheim, and as such, found themselves in a conundrum where they had to choose either to go to the seat of judgment and be judged for breaking the law, or they could join the Slayer's Take, which was a guild of monster hunters in the town, of which they had kind of caused this infraction towards. They agreed to instead join the guild. However, in doing so, they had to undergo a trial. The trial involved the party being split into 2 different groups and set on a journey to hunt a specific creature for each group, along with a couple of newcomers. So we had our couple guest episodes for each group, separate, to do their own little venturing. Everybody survived, which was good.
Not everybody.
Deserves
Yeah.
a round of applause.
Aww. But we'll get to that. However, we will be coming back into the game here in just a moment, real fast. I think Travis, you should show us a really cool little gift that you've.
Right, for my birthday, I got this. It's really great. And it's heavy.
It's really heavy.
If it was sharpened, it would be a functional weapon.
I sleep with it.
It is a function.
Pretty
weapon,
awesome.
not sharp
You
thing.
could still kill someone.
Oh my god.
So between that and Orion's wrist-mounted fireball launcher,
We need puncture damage, acid damage.
yeah,
Well,
we're
we
covering all the
got
bases here.
daggers.
Laura's gotten a bow.
I have.
Yes.
Yep, you've
On the
got.
way to shoot.
We're almost in
Didn't
your.
you guys get
We're just gonna get you
I got a
poisonous
cloak.
plants.
Matt got a cloak.
I did get a cloak. We're slowly being
Poisonous plants.
we're being converted by you guys into our respective
I
roles.
think that the one I'm most nervous about receiving in the mail is necrotic. Somewhere there's a guy working in a morgue going. "Oh,
That's coming to my house.
Yeah.
Going to my house, right there.
All right, so as the party that was sent to hunt down the Rakshasa successfully completed their venture, have been waiting very nervously for a few nerve-wracking days, as they knew it was a 3-day journey. Day 4 crawls around, and the other half of Vox Machina has yet to return. They've been staying within the confines of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall, and you can sense the energy itself is tense in the air. Merton and the Huntmaster have done their best to keep you calm and provide you what you need, and assuring you that this was not a very difficult task they sent them on. But even as the days went on, you can sense that their overwhelming confidence seems to be slowly faltering as well. It's about midday on the 4th day when you hear a few loud thumps from out in the foyer area. You hear some low voices for a while, some conversation, some laughter. One particularly high, screechy voice you're not familiar with, that then slowly disappears. Moments of quiet pass, and then there's a knock at your guy's door on the far side of the guild hall.
Is it, do you want? Who's gonna? Do you want to get it?
I've got it. I've got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
You open the door.
Is it them?
Waiting there, you see Merton standing there in his kind of red, scruffy, scarred-up halfling self with a sly grin as he kind of looks over his shoulder.
Martin.
It's good to see you. I'm pleasure to give you information that the rest of your allies have returned, and you are requested immediately in the foyer area
I just
of the guild
run past
hall.
them.
Really? They're alive.
From what I can tell, at least most of them. I wasn't counting, to be honest, but the rest of you push past, rushing down the remainder of the hallway that opens up into the main foyer area. You can see the hanging iron chandeliers are kind of shifting slightly from the impact of a door slam, and as you immediately peer on the side, you can see before you Vex, Grog, Percy, and Scanlan, all there with a little trinket in the back, looking a little chilled. They look a little worse for wear, but definitely alive, as they've just received their payment for their Slayer's Take. trial contract.
Yeah.
I run up to Vex and I give her a big hug.
I run up to Percy.
Tiberius.
Ow! Ow!
Oh!
Ow! I hold out my arms for Vax.
Oh no!
No, it's very nice to see you too. Ow.
Everybody else is getting a fucking
I'm
hug.
walking very cautiously. Hey, come here, big guy.
Oh, yeah. And I just squeeze it and rub them amongst my breasts.
Why are you glowing?
Smell like.
I don't know.
Never mind, I don't want to know.
Scanlan stands there with his arms open. If only she was here.
I've been drinking a lot of water.
Sorry,
You
buddy.
look good. You look good.
That's all
Whatever
right.
you're
We
doing,
made
keep it
enough
up.
money to make the rest of my evening interesting.
Come here, you. Tussle, tussle,
Healing,
tussle,
how are you?
tussle.
He
I'm
almost
healed,
died.
I'm just
How did you do?
I don't think we almost. Hi.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And then as they're hugging me, I go to Grog. Oh, and they're like, how big are you? I have missed you too.
Oh, you
I have
big
no
fuck.
idea
And I hug
how
Vex.
much I would miss both of you. So much.
I'm so glad you guys are alive.
Where's Percy?
I'm
there he is.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
rather like
Oh,
a
God!
milking.
Ow!
I know.
Oh!
During
Oh!
this extremely awkward massaging, teat milking process,
I was hugging.
No
Percy.
fan art,
What
no fan
happened?
art.
you hear a loud,
I am made of broken
Hobbit's
bones.
really get excited.
a triple hand clap kind of breaks the momentary gushy sharing of positive energy. Looking across the way, you can see sitting on the corner of the main central cleric desk is Huntmaster Vanessa, with her hands in the air. Very well. I'm glad to see that you have all survived, and it is, I cannot say, not heartwarming to see you all enjoying the reunion so well. However, I had a very big breakfast and would prefer if this were to stop immediately. You have all proven to be very worthy of joining this esteemed guild. I am pleased to have such talent amongst our ranks because of it. Now, if you could please follow me, I shall reveal to you one of our great secrets. One you must keep. And with that intensity, you see the kind of the general white color of her eyes kind of flashes yellow for a second. And the time has come to brand you as new members.
Is it what?
The right branding.
Brand?
Pleased to be following me.
Pleased to be following you.
Did she say brand?
She turns around. Merton kind of joins her side, and the two begin walking towards the back side of the foyer, towards the hallway that was kind of on the left-hand side of the back area. You guys continue to follow them down a long hallway that is just door after door after door on both sides, just closed. It seems like almost a good 10 or so doors on each side of this hallway as you progress. You do manage to come across one door that is open and it leads into kind of a darkened training area where you see two Slayer's Take members are currently in the process of training with two training dummies in this kind of dirt sand pit area. And as you guys walk past, they kind of stop and look over their shoulder and kind of give you a nod as you continue past. You get to the very end of this darkened hallway where you see before you a very intimidatingly large solid iron door. No hinges, just a large slab of iron with bolts into it. Flanking it are two very well armed and armored members of the guild. Burly humans with heavily tattooed skin from what you can see. Each one of them, their shoulder exposed, you can see the same kind of marking into it, and the Slayer's Take mark kind of comes across as almost like a scarred brand in that type of a shape and design.
That's cool.
That's kind of cool.
We're gonna have very skilled people branding us.
Right.
Sure.
It
Brandy.
kind of looks over her shoulder. I think you'll be hard-pressed to find someone more skilled.
Does that mean they're not skilled, or is that they're very...
Very.
At this point, the two gentlemen standing outside the door stand up and kind of give a small bow to the Huntmaster. Both
Do we get to choose where we get branded?
Now let's talk about the brand for a second.
At this
I mean,
point,
what does it want to represent?
begin hearing this loud, metallic, tensing sound as the two guys have now grabbed these wheels that are bolted into the sides of the door and winching them down. And as you can see, as they're pulling, you could hear the sound of chains grinding and growing tense. And the iron door slowly raises up, revealing a darkened hallway that descends downstairs, about 15 feet wide.
Perception?
Go for it.
What could go wrong?
Let's use this one.
First one. First one.
Oh, that's great.
Does everybody
No,
realize
it's
they're
probably
going to
pretty
burn
low.
things
I'm
into
gonna
us?
think I'm adding a 9 to that.
We've done worse things to each other.
Yeah. Oh, no, less. It's a 9 total.
9 total. Good to know. That stairway looks pretty sturdy.
Yeah.
That darkness looks pretty dark, even with your dark vision.
20.
Can I use my passive perception?
Well, keeping that in mind, as you look inside, you can see there are torches bolted into the wall that have very low kind of ember light, and they are spaced out about every 20 feet or so. So there is a light source.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. As you cast the light, and it kind of brightens up the room for a second, the two guards kind of wince to the side, and Vanessa spins around and says,
Fool, put that out this instant.
But it's brighter. Oh, okay, sorry.
It's technically true.
He had a point.
Not wrong.
she kind of her intense demeanor softens from it, and she goes,
There is a process to this. I appreciate your patience.
We must be branded in the dark, Targaryens.
she turns around and continues down the stairs. You guys follow below?
I'm last.
Come this
All right.
Sure.
I put Percy in front of me.
I saunter in.
Okay. What's the walking order in this?
Oh no!
What's the order?
Yeah, what is the order?
I
Who's anxious?
I'm in
you
front.
seem jazzed.
I'm in front.
All right, fine. I'm behind him.
All right.
I'll be right after Vex.
I'll be after Tiberius.
I'm the caboose.
All
Next.
right.
I'm walking.
True. I don't think the caboose makes that sound.
Grog doesn't know that.
There we go. And Percy, you're where?
Grog says I'm right in front of him, so apparently I'm.
I'm more like
So you're
I'm
walking
more like
alongside
14.
Scanlan.
You're being,
Yeah.
you're
You're
being
staying near
pushed.
Grog to hide behind. Alrighty. So as you guys descend down these stairs, the first thing that catches you is the air itself has a very, very old smell to it. Almost like the interior of a dust-covered antique store or a long forgotten and untouched tomb. It just has that smell of ancient sediment to it. You continue down the stairs until eventually it opens into a large, darkened chamber. The ground itself has a soft, almost sandy bottom. Turn that shit off.
That wasn't me?
That was.
It might have been me.
It's all good. Check your phones. No worries.
It might have been me.
That's all good. As you step into the chamber, what little bit of light there is begins to brighten as you enter the main area, and you can see before you what looks like a beautiful stone sanctuary in the center of this chamber, built of white limestone with gold inlaid trim and designs. Strange sandstone, almost obelisks, that frame a large ziggurat-like platform that rises in the center of this chamber, just standing there in the stillness. These little torches kind of placed amongst the entire thing kind of brighten as you step forward and kind of frame the visual of this structure, this strange ancient structure.
I thought. Pardon me, Vanessa. I thought you were just a band of hunters.
Do you trust me?
No.
Really? No.
Not really. I would agree with the group. But you are nicer, which is different.
And we're locked in, so.
So let's see.
Well, either you follow or you leave, and we leave you to the machinations of the Seat of Judgment, and you can deal with the law of Vasselheim, which I might say
Let's
is...
do it!
We're here. We're with you. Let's
Ah.
Yeah, we're on board.
All of
I don't
Vasselheim?
trust.
For not getting branded?
All right.
All right.
Then follow me.
It's fine.
And she steps towards the front of this ziggurat-type structure, which has a staircase that is very wide at the bottom that slowly pinches as it reaches the top of the structure, about 25 feet up. As you begin walking up the stairs, I believe you have the highest passive perception, you notice there are small symbols carved in various ways throughout the entirety of this structure's design. Very, very faintly along the trim of the bottom of some of the stonework, also largely placed in the top of these obelisks on different sides. It resembles like an eye placed within a sickle.
What are you looking at?
There's some weird stuff up high. There's some weird shit up high.
Like spider webs?
No, like eyeballs.
Is it like eyeballs?
It's a single eye that's placed within like a sickle-like curvature that has like a handle to it, almost like that.
Actual eye.
Is it moving?
No, it's just a carving in the stonework that
okay.
resembles an eye.
Okay.
I don't see an eye.
No, look, it's that carving right there. It looks like an eye.
Who has knowledge?
Does anybody know
carving.
anything about anything that looks like eyes?
That's creepy.
This would be more of a religion
I see
check
what
for
you're
anybody
Religion
who has
check?
religion.
Can I try? I mean, I got.
You can if you're welcome to make
I
a.
saw it.
Okay,
Natural
17.
20!
There you go.
There we go. Started off. The sage worked. Looking at it, you immediately get the thought that this symbol represents Ayun, which is the goddess of knowledge, prophecy, and skill. Not one of the heavily worshipped, or really you haven't seen any bastion of worship of Ayun within this city yet. It's always been those main 5. So this is the first temple to Ayun you've seen since you've been here, and it's evidently been under here for quite some time. As you guys get to the very top of the structure, you can now see before you the top of the ziggurat-like platform is about 50 feet across on each side. In the center, there is a small raised platform of about 5 feet high, 4 feet high, almost like a table or altar of some kind that is circular in its shape. And partially embedded in this is a large glass, solid glass, globe-like sphere that's probably a good 3 feet in diameter.
Does it look like anything we've seen before?
Not anything you've seen before, per se. It's perfectly clear, and it just sits there at rest.
Is this where the burning happens?
Vanessa seems to have not paid attention to your phrase and just shouts up into the darkness and goes, Osisa! Osisa, come! We have fresh blood for you! At which point a loud roar breaks through the darkness, shaking the interior of the chamber where dust and sand begins to settle from the ceiling, which had been waiting there for quite some time.
Was this in the fine print?
I wonder if it's.
I'm sorry.
Guys, I'm thinking this might be like a cult.
That was a really high
That was a really high squeak. I'm a little nervous.
At this point, suddenly there's a shift in movement from the shadows behind the ziggurat, and leaping up onto the platform before you guys, you see movement and fur
right
and
now.
rippling muscle. What you see before you looks to be a giant lion-like body steps onto the top of the ziggurat. These giant griffin-like wings flare out, and as the light kind of cascades up, you can see now atop of this lion body is a female-like human face, wreathed with like a mane of ashy blonde hair, jewelry wrapped around the neck and the shoulders. You see as it looks down, the eyes kind of peering across all of you, no pupils, just a glowing, straight sky blue color.
Are you the one that's going to be doing the branding?
There's a little kind of growl chuckle to it. A feminine smile comes to its lips as it kind of bends down and looks over the rest of you.
I have watched from afar. Hunters, I sensed your arrival, and the spark of darkness you carried. I saw your fate bend towards ours and cross. At this intersection, I greet you and welcome you, proven ones, to our family.
And she kind of bows and closes her eyes ever so slightly.
We returned the bow. I returned the bow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I look at Grog like, ooh, I feel like that's a
Fucking
safe
lion
thing.
with wings.
I'll do the draconic trick. So the
You saw Harry Potter, the hippogriff will jack you up. Bow back.
I nod.
She kind of acknowledges everyone's existence, and you see now the Huntmaster Vanessa is also in a very, very deep bow and stands to her full, kind of giving you all this look of like, don't do anything stupid.
I have been keeper of this temple for hundreds of years.
don't
Building-
look a day over 20.
Smooth.
There's a brief moment where she kind of just gives you this keen look, her head to the side, like a curious creature.
Interesting. Humor does not find its way to my chambers often enough these days.
That's unfortunate.
I appreciate your candor, Dragonborn.
Oh, nice.
She likes jokes.
Now we've built this into a tradition that you have all now come into. And at this moment, you will come to bear the mark and be known as our allies.
Her eyes suddenly flare up with an intense blue flame for a second. All of you simultaneously, at that moment, feel this sharp, sudden burning sensation in your right shoulder. You instinctively reach over and grab towards it.
Like that.
You reach over and pull it, and there's no heat on the arm, but there is that burning pain. You go and you look under, kind of pulling your armor to the side best you can look.
Wasn't ready.
And there, over your right shoulder, you can see this same brand that you saw during the shoulder of Vanessa when she exposed it earlier, as well as the two guards at the gate.
Can you hold it up again?
Yes,
I want to draw it so bad.
It is now raised upon your skin, seemingly already healed, like a long healed burn or brand mark. And the pain slowly subsides into like a dull sensation, but it is not a fresh burn. There is not any peeled skin. It looks like it maybe it happened a few months ago, and yet there it is.
Not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool.
The design is nice.
It's nice.
Like some warming.
Join a few more clubs, are going to be all sleeved up.
Now, I have been here building this place and this guild for some time, with the intent of helping rid the landscape of dangerous prey, and helping those who are also aligned with the good of the realm to bring their more powerful enchantments and uses to light.
Can we insight check and see if she's telling? 24.
24. It would have been good if I had remembered to bring my dice out earlier.
Oh,
It's been a rushed. Yeah. She appears to be forthright and honest. There is a force of personality to her that speaks beyond any sort of moral you've encountered, and even the kind of extraplanar entities that you've discussed with. There seems to be a forthrightness in her speech. You don't feel there's any layer of deceit involved. She glances down at the glass sphere that's embedded in the altar. Now she looks down. What was once clear glass slowly begins to glow with the same light blue light as her eyes.
It is here through this heart glass that Ayun herself extends my vision to watch the world from here. I can see where our quarry lies and lays rest when contracts are brought to our attention. I can see if they can or cannot be hunted. I can see where the worlds flow between. I can watch over my mate, wherever far he may be. This gift came at a price to me, but the good I can do, that we can do, is far more important than my
How far
sacrifice.
does your vision fall?
The limits fall to where will would be bent against what wishes to be seen. In person, I can peer through many veils, but the further I tread with my sight, the more barriers of those who wish not to be followed can keep me at bay. I've only tried to pierce to the abyss once. That was a dire mistake. However, you have come to understand one of our great secrets. Keep this with you. Carry those brands on your shoulders with pride, for you are now considered chosen of Ayun and myself. Welcome to the Slayer's Take.
I take this with great honor. Thank you.
She gives a nod to all of you. She now stands back up. The orb goes back to a dull, clear glass. Turns around. Tail whoosh, swishing over your heads for a moment. The wings expand, and with a great leap, the creature disappears into the darkness. If you want to make an Arcana check.
Has the glass totally faded at this
The
point?
glass has changed, yes.
I'll take that. 24.
24. You've heard of entities like this. This is a sphinx entity, specifically referred to as a Gynosphinx.
What?
Gynosphinx?
Gynosphinx.
Gynosphinx.
Highly erotic.
You hear a snarl from the distant shed.
Yeah.
No,
I'm still trying to figure out his sexuality. I have no idea about his sexuality.
You didn't check for the bits?
I still don't know how.
a Gynosphinx is a feminine sphinx entity that specializes in being able to peer past lies, to peer past magical veils, and you can see how this altar, this sphere, is an extension of that power, though even that has its limits.
We didn't try to lie.
At which point Vanessa turns around to the rest of you. Well then, I think that went rather well, yes?
Yes, yeah, sure.
A little warning next time, Vanessa. Maybe.
I like the element of surprise.
So, question. The little blue flashy things that happens with the eyes, is that going to happen with us now, too? Is that
Can
like
she see through our eyes now?
Of course you can.
She kind of gives you a curious look. I do not know.
She's not going to be happy with what she sees through Scanlan's.
The Scanlan's behind you going,
Oh, I think she is.
Yeah, we're making you very happy.
Oh, very happy.
Scanlan is the Cinemax of this group.
Scanlan says, well, if she's been in here for 200 years and able to leave, she's going to be really happy. So we're not gonna offer.
Peer into the scatological.
It's a whole array of experiences that I provide. As he puts on his mustache. Vanessa then turns around and begins to step down the ziggurat. Well then, shall I lead you back to the Guildhall proper? You are welcome to do as you wish. You have been released, and I believe we have some funds to give to you, as you are now officially part of the Hydra contract you originally
Yay!
So,
Good, yeah.
I like the way you talk, Vanessa.
I have some questions, though. What is this relationship, you and us now? Are we obligated?
I think it's platonic.
she as you guys are walking back towards, out of the chamber towards the stairway, she goes, there is no requirement for you. You are but a member of the Slayer's Stake. If you wish to come by, we have contracts available, and you can look about those who you wish to take up. If you feel you are capable of doing it, let us know. You will then be bound to that contract to complete it. But there is no requirement. There have only been a few occasions that we've called our members to arms outside of contract, and that is usually when there has been some sort of an outside, for lack of a better term, a force that wishes ill to our business, in which case we protect our own. But that's only happened twice since the inception of this guild in itself, so I would not worry. But yes, we have work for you should you need it. We have a place to stay, and beyond that, you are welcome to travel as you see fit.
What are your allegiances? To yourselves, to the guild, or to Vasselheim itself?
We have many allegiances. Whatever makes for the best business, to be honest. It's to tell you this, we like to make money.
I respect that.
We like to make sure that the city is protected from entities, creatures, beings that would threaten the otherwise defenseless members of this fine city.
Very noble.
And we like to make money.
About that money, you said you owed us some.
Yes. And as you guys are ascending the stairs now, Merton is a little bit ahead, and he kind of knocks on the outside of the iron door. Ting, ting, ting. You hear it lift again. The rest of you kind of make your way ducking underneath the iron doors. It's lifted up, and you make your way back into the guild hallway. And she leads you back to the foyer area. And she says, yes. So, really it's money, to be honest. But the money we make generally for noble causes. They do not harm people, and nothing terrible has come of it yet. Yet.
Oh.
And she laughs to
What's wrong
herself
with this tattoo?
as she walks on and begins pulling from underneath the main clerk desk again, pulling up a few pouches and kind of tosses them amongst you. There's 3 of them. She goes, spread as you see fit, based on the Hydra contract. She kind of tosses them amongst a random couple of you guys.
Mage hand.
I thought I caught all 3.
You
Really
caught 2, and Tiberius drifted one down.
How much is in that one?
I don't know.
As you take a moment to count them all, each pouch breaks down to roughly 630 gold each. it divided amongst the 7.
All right, we'll divide it evenly.
Fast counter.
630
I am
each. Someone note 630 for Scanlan, by the way,
All right.
Oh, right.
630 each, 630 for
I
Scanlan.
should have counted it.
because he is not here to do that. So.
One.
Why, yes, Scanlan, I will take your share, thank you.
One.
Or lots of what?
I noticed Vanessa has some cookies on her desk. Would somebody hand me one of Vanessa's cookies?
They're delicious.
Thank you.
These cookies were sent to me as a fine gift from a friend of the guild, Sir Darren Dupal of Vasselheim's finest performance troupe.
Whoa.
You've set my nerves at rest.
Thank you, DePaul.
So, we have a home here. I mean, we have rooms here. We don't have to pay for...
Correct.
Lodging.
Just stay wherever you like. Mind you, there are probably more comfortable lodging, but you do not have to pay to stay here.
We're staying here.
All right.
Are we free to go?
Of course, I have no business at the moment.
You guys, we killed a dragon.
You got a what? Yes,
Yeah,
we were
They told
very
okay,
worried.
so oh my god, we have so much to tell you guys.
We killed a Rakshasa.
A what?
What's that?
I
That's
don't know.
what I said.
Wait, what's it called?
It's a Rakshasa.
It's not as difficult
What?
to kill as
Does
a
it
dragon.
do
is all I
dances?
know.
I'm confused.
It has backward hands, so I
Raks-
do that every
Rakshasa.
time because it's weird.
Well, it's just very.
Yes.
Saying his name is very.
Rakshasa.
Oh, so you killed something that was human-sized then?
He
Because we killed a dragon.
Yes, but he had
a big
a
white
dragon-sized
tiger
dragon.
head.
He had
All
a
right.
tiger head.
Yes, and he was an infernal demon.
Yes.
And was going to threaten all of our lives.
It wasn't a guy with a cat hat.
Yes, he was
It
like
was a demon.
Oh, okay. We thought
A dragon
shifting-
is
and
terrible
also
as well.
giant.
No, that's impressive
giants.
too.
Giant, big giants.
Giants and dragons.
Yes, we fought them both.
There's some messed up shit out here.
We
Where
went
was
to a
At
really
a mountain?
high-end club, and Vax and I pretended to be married.
Oh, you did?
Oh shit.
Yes.
You did?
Pretending.
We went undercover.
Girls like me? That's not hard to believe.
No.
I can sell that, right?
We went undercover.
First of all, back me up,
You
please.
definitely my brother.
You strike me as married, yes?
I turned into a half elf as well. I was very attractive.
Oh,
you
really?
you did what? Really?
I've always liked your human form, Tiberius. I thought it was very attractive.
It's very opposite of how I look.
I noticed, first of all,
Yes.
your coat is all frayed and fucked up. What happened to your coat?
Well, I may have.
Almost died. Percy, be honest.
You
Almost
tried to
died.
high five a
Did
dragon.
the dragon breathed its fire on you?
Well, not
Ice. It was
fire
ice
actually,
dragon. It was
but
an
ice.
ice dragon.
It was an
Again?
ice dragon.
Yeah.
Another ice dragon.
Yeah, Scanlan took a little beating as well, didn't you,
Did
Scanlan?
you guys have a healer with you?
Which he nods to you and goes, and on that note, you're welcome to stay here. I'm going to go ahead and use my earnings to soothe this pained, bruised pelvic region.
So tell them I'll be along shortly for therapy
Of
as well.
You're more married than him.
Scanlan, lift from the legs.
I shall. And he scurries out to the front door of the guild hall.
Did any of you take a beating, or was it just us?
Oh, I was fine.
We actually had a cleric with us.
Oh,
Yes.
you did?
That's useful.
Yes.
You did?
We did not.
Uh-huh.
A
What was he like?
A rather noble cleric.
He? I'm assuming it was a he.
Yes, he goes by the name of Kasha. He was rather interesting
Kashu.
fellow. Yes, and a surly dwarf, of course, because they are surly.
I've never met a dwarf that wasn't surly.
I like dwarfs. Did he have an axe?
He did. He was a noble fellow.
Couldn't use it
kind
as
of
well
having
as
a
you
bad
probably.
day.
Having a bad day.
Yeah. The cleric was nice. He planted one on Keyleth.
Planted one what? Like a tree?
You want to explain it, Druid?
Are you blushing?
She's blushing.
Keyleth. What? Lady Keyleth.
You just got
Oh,
mad
Your
at me
Majesty.
for pretend marrying your brother. So.
Well, now that I know you're interested in some cleric, I don't care.
I'm not interested.
Do you have a crush on Cashew?
No.
Gesundheit.
See, how it worked is that he thought that she was really annoying, but really, he was like kind of attracted to her, but didn't say anything.
Well,
to
who
very
wouldn't be, Keyleth? You are
Whoa.
gorgeous.
That's
He was
complicated.
very nice.
Well,
Well, I'm glad we're all
I'm kind
in
of
one
bummed we
piece.
had 2 ladies with us.
Oh, really?
Did you guys get any
Where they at?
anything I should put in the bag of holding? Like any cool trinkets and
Oh
bits?
yeah, in fact, we should probably take the carpet back now that Grog has.
Yeah, it was a shame we didn't have it. It would have come in such
And we
such
need
handy for
adventure.
us.
Vax, you should tell your sister.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it should
We
come from
did have
you.
one. It's a funny story. It's really funny.
Yeah, looking
We-
back,
we-
it
Is it
is.
really?
Yeah.
It is.
I'm
You know
looking
what?
forward to a
Actually,
funny
hang
story.
on, hang on.
I love
First,
funny
wait,
stories.
stop. Do we have any ale on us? We should have a drink real fast.
We always have a. I
we
pull out the
tell this-
cash
I
and I'll
agree.
pass
So
around little.
excited.
It's gonna make it
Top it off,
so
top it off.
much funnier. Yes.
All right, go. What is it?
Okay.
Well,
Shots, everybody.
there's this acid bit, right?
Yeah.
And we all got on top of the carpet
Yeah.
like we do.
Right, because we were like,
ride
fire
it,
over
right?
the acid
Yeah,
pit.
it's
Super useful.
perfectly
We were like,
And there were
bam,
these
done.
giant magical sigils
Yeah.
that kind of balked the carpet, which was fine. Which is fine because the thing started to go down.
Right,
but
and then you pulled
And
up,
then you disabled the
jumped,
sigils
you-
and
Listen to me.
kept going.
I grabbed the carpet and
Yeah.
I jumped and put my own body up to my fucking head into the acid. It
Don't look.
burned. Yeah, you
don't
see
look-
this? You see this little bit of frayed?
But yeah, it is.
Yeah.
There's armor on. Which
So I
helps.
held the carpet up.
Yeah.
And I
and then it's
flew
funny.
over.
We both sank together,
Uh-huh.
and then the carpet went in the acid.
Yeah.
But it was still okay. It wasn't all completely destroyed.
No, I'm
It was
sorry,
fine.
you said it went in the acid.
But then
Well,
you
just
saved
a little-
it.
you
and
know
you
how-
that it was fine.
Just
You
a
know
little
when you have a
bit, but only
towel
completely.
that
And
dips
then
in the
can we-
toilet a little?
It's,
You know,
This
kind
this
of like
this
that.
story would be great if we could see the carpet. I think.
Just pull it
We'd
out.
really
Yeah.
pull it out.
We'll see.
Here it
We
is.
can
I'll
sew
pull
up
out
the-
my bag of holding.
I-
See, so of course I mended it.
Well, you cleaned it,
It
and
looks
that's
beautiful.
nice. You
Yeah,
cleaned it. It
looks
looks good.
fine.
It looks a little less
It's just it's not.
blowy though.
It
There's a
doesn't.
bit.
It doesn't fry anymore.
I'm sorry, it doesn't
It,
fry
it doesn't
anymore.
fry things.
it doesn't. It's very comfortable to step upon, but it doesn't fly.
It's gonna make a gorgeous tapestry.
We need to re-enchant it. Is what's going on.
You lost the carpet.
We, you know, the carpet we stole.
I drank
to
a
be
little
fair.
more.
That carpet.
It's okay. I'm again. It's not a big deal. We just have to re-enchant it, or find somebody who's powerful enough to.
But it's
do
okay.
so. Like
It's
our
okay. We'll just pull
Sphinx
our
friend.
funds together. You guys didn't spend any money during your mission, right? We can pull our funds together and maybe find somebody. You didn't spend any money.
No, we
Right.
spent a.
I mean, no,
The news is we're still alive.
we're good.
No, we spent.
I have a plan though, Vex.
What you-
that
what?
Might help.
We slept in a tent.
Look,
We
were freezing.
We slept in a tent in the woods
We fell into acid.
with the loudest librarian on God's green earth.
we had a dwarf.
Should have kissed her, Percy. Everything was.
She talked in her sleep.
Yeah, you got a kiss. I didn't get a kiss.
We had
Hey,
a,
I've never been kissed before, okay?
In our defense,
What the fuck just happened?
What just happened?
Yeah.
This is what happens when you de-enchant the carpet.
At which point, there's a knock at the front of the guild hall.
God, time
is
is.
there a tavern anywhere nearby?
Merton walks over, kind of opens up and goes, "All right, not the problem." Opens the door. Peeking from around the doorway, you see meekly a familiar female form, short, white hair, gently silver and blue armor, small in stature. There stands a meek and smiling Pike.
How did you do that? Your ways are mysterious,
How have you
DM.
been? Tell us everything. Oh my god, I think we've only been away for like a week, but it feels like a year.
Oh, you know. Oh, you know. Here we are. Oh, boy.
It feels
It's
like
so
forever.
good to see you guys. You know, I've just been working on the temple, and you know, some people are great there and some aren't. But you know, it's just been
Such is
it's
life.
been great. You know, so
Oh,
I'm just so glad to be back. I got a couple days off, so I just figured I needed to, come hang out with the group.
How did you find us here? How did
So
you know
here's-
to find us here?
Here's the circumstance with you, Pike. So they reached a certain point in getting a lot of the temple kind of most of it uncovered. Still, not quite the level you want it to be, and it'll take a few months to get it to its full restoration. However, there is definitely a curse placed on the tower that was once built over the temple, which is why most people kind of avoided it for so long and didn't realize there was something beneath it. And as the more you guys worked, the more and more you saw the curse was essentially undoing and corroding a lot of the work you guys are doing to restore it. So the group had to pool their funds to hire a high priest of the Raven Queen to come in for the next week and cleanse the landscape of the curse that's basically preventing you guys from progressing and restoring the temple. So you have about a week to yourself.
Mystical
Here
asbestos.
for about a week.
That's awesome.
What should we do?
Let's go to Craghammer.
I just needed to get ready.
Yeah, we have to get the money from Craghammer, right?
Okay. I mean,
Pike, by the way, while you was there, did you notice any blue shit around your?
did you find any random piles of shit in your?
I was
Like holy shit, like
I-
long,
Yeah,
long
that's holy
holy
shit. Did you walk around going, oh, holy shit?
I'm blue.
I was. We were doing a lot of dusting. You know, you have your little brush and and I came across some blue shit. And I was wondering what it was, so I just kept it there.
You just kept the shit.
I didn't clean it because I just didn't know.
pick up blue shit.
I just left it. I just thought it was so fascinating. I just had to.
Did
leave
you look
there.
at it? I mean, did you get close to
Apparently,
it?
it
does
said
that?
that
Who would do
blue
that?
shit is charmed in these lands.
It's
So
apparently
it's a
That's
good
what
thing.
I've
very
heard. So
a
I
good
left it.
blessing wherever it lands.
Well, I left. I picked it up. I picked it up. And I put it aside
With
in
your
a
hands?
corner just in case.
I'm sure she had gloves on. You had gloves on.
I had some gloves.
Okay,
just
that's
in
Yeah,
case.
because when you do the brushing, you wear the gloves.
Yeah, you wear
A
gloves, you
blessing
wear
from
them.
Sarenrae.
That's what I thought.
Right.
Well, what should we do?
Well, once again, I don't want to leave because I'm assuming we'll lose access. We don't have access to the airship for forever.
It's true. We should probably go see your family
Yeah, I need to go to the. I need
before we go back
stop
to
by.
Craghammer.
Yes, I do.
Wait a minute. Craghammer is just getting our money and leaving, right?
Yeah.
Seems your family is. Is that closer?
It's
Yeah,
like
it's
Yes.
much closer.
around the corner.
Okay.
Should we
we
visit
should
a
probably
shop
do
and
that.
get some
Flew
potions?
like 3 days to a new
Oh my
continent.
gosh, do we need potions?
Yes, we need to item up.
Just go and buy some potions.
Now,
All right.
Wait, does the Slayer's Take have a nice stock of potions?
Ah, hello.
Or an employee discount.
You inquire with Merton, and Merton kind of gives a moment of thought and goes, "Well, to be honest, I'm pretty sure that we gave our current stock to a couple of teams throughout, including the one that went and fought the dragon.
Oh, yes. Funny thing, we used them because it was a dragon.
Good.
Do you have
I'm
any
glad to
more?
hear this. At the moment, no. We have a few that are on order. It should be here in the next 2-3 days.
All right.
So there's that. But,
a bazaar with many shops we can go to.
I mean, there is the bazaar north of the guild. You're welcome to check in that area. But, I mean, most of our enchanted potions are exported. It's one of the many things that the city makes its money on. And to be perfectly honest, most of what you've seen throughout the world, probably in some way, shape, or form, came from Vasselheim. We take a lot of pride in that. But you're welcome to ask around. Very good to hear this.
As we're dating items and stuff, I would like to stop at a blacksmith's shop.
Okay.
Did
Before we
go
leave,
to a tavern too. What time is it?
By the time this team has arrived, I'd say it's close to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Shop then tavern.
is Zara still in the Slayer's Take or she left?
No, Zara has left already.
You guys really needed to meet her. Tiberius,
she
you
was
would have liked her a lot.
She had a tail.
She was red.
I love tails. Ooh, and that's my favorite color. Mm-hmm. That's fun. What magic did she use?
Very powerful magic.
Moonbeam staff.
A warlock. Interesting.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, well, you knew.
Quite charming.
She had horns
Yeah.
2 of them.
Oh.
and teeth.
More than 2.
And eyes.
It's good.
Definitely.
Maybe we should go buy some potions.
Let's do.
Where did you guys get these cookies?
They're very
Oh,
good.
they were
Ask Merkin.
Mer-
He can tell you.
Merkin.
this guy.
Oh, hi.
The halfling who's now standing there, the one who kind of let you in that you didn't pay much attention to because you were more focused on seeing your friends.
Sorry, I'm so rude. I'm Pike.
Pike, it's a pleasure to meet you.
That's
the,
Merkin.
the name is Merton.
Merton.
T.
Merkin.
That's what I say.
Merkin.
Martin.
Merkin.
Merton.
I can take these cookies back.
No, please.
I told a lot of people we're assholes.
But yes, no, the cookies were provided by a friend of the guild.
Okay.
Feel free to. If you're a friend of them, you are a friend of the guild.
Look at these badass.
Yeah, Pike, look.
Yeah, look at that.
It didn't hurt at all.
Oh, actually, have
Right there.
What is it?
It's a brand that we got from a giant sphincter.
No, Sphinx. Sphinx.
Wait. Oh,
A
Sphinx?
sphincter is your butthole.
like a,
Like not how we fight, but like where you go.
So what should we do? You go find a blacksmith. We get some potions.
Welcome to the Critical Role Comedy Hour, folks.
So, Pike,
Make sure you hit the 2-drink
you
minimum before you leave.
Tip your
do you
waitress.
think maybe that you could maybe start out on a journey with us and then just kind of head back if you need to get back to
yeah.
the temple?
I have some time. I have some time, and I think we should just hang out like old times just for a little bit.
I love it.
Yes, Keyleth will
let's
fly
do
you
it.
back lickety split, just like
and
that.
you
Yeah.
know
we
what?
just
Take the
Should we
carpet.
take the carpet?
Oh.
Yes.
Right. About that.
What? We should go to a tavern
Vex
and
kind
get
of
Pike a
broke
few
the carpet.
drinks.
She had it.
Did not. How
She would never do such a thing.
I wouldn't.
She wouldn't do it.
She
You're lying.
wouldn't.
This
I
time.
tried to save
Is
it.
it now just a rug?
We tried so
is.
hard. It's
Right.
now. It's a very pretty
Pike!
rug.
It's fine. We just have to re-enchant
Can you?
it.
Do you want to?
Nobody
keep it
understands
at the
magic here. It's okay though.
No, we're gonna get it re-enchanted.
You get it re-enchanted.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure
There are
it's
several ways to
very
do it.
expensive to do enchantments.
Oh, with
I
the
wonder if I could
others.
re-enchant it with the poo.
I don't know.
Rub poo all over.
I was
Stop rub
actually,
poo on the carpet.
I don't know what it is.
actually, Pike. Now that you mention it, perhaps before we
try.
leave, you could ask some maybe divine blessing from Sarah. On the
Ooh,
carpet.
yeah, maybe
Maybe
Sarah can
make
bless
a
it.
holy carpet instead, as opposed to.
You have been working at it.
Oh right, don't you have an
That's true.
ability?
You have some sort of thing where
You
don't
can do it
have,
like
a
once a
spell where
day.
you can ask her to help us.
You have like a
do.
10% chance of success.
Oh, yeah, that
but it's
ridiculous
awesome
one.
when it
You
happens.
should do it.
Do you?
Yes, why not?
Yeah, roll that
You
stick.
know?
Here, let's. We take the carpet out and.
Let's just
Come
see.
on, Sharon Ray.
Okay. I
used to be
I
so
don't have any dice.
vibrant.
Oh, look at all these.
So if you're wishing to use your divine intervention, you roll 2d10s. You get like percentile dice. You usually have one that has 2 digits and one that has 1 digit. Roll those together, and you're trying to roll under your level. So you try and roll an 11 or lower.
Combined of the two.
Meaning, well,
11%.
First
roll
one is
one
the
at a
first
time.
number.
You-
The
you-
second
Oh, the
yeah.
first one.
The first one is
6.
so it'd be a 60. Yeah. So as you roll out the carpet, you take a moment to hold on to your holy symbol. You sense that Saren Ray's there, but divine magic versus the initial arcane-based enchantment here is a little out of her realm, and her focus is kind of scattered at the moment. And
I'm sorry. I'm just a little too excited.
It was
to
a
do
lot
this
to
right
ask
now.
of you right away,
Coming
Mike.
from work.
Next time,
You
yeah,
were
I'm just coming from
working,
work,
you just,
tired.
Happens to
The
all
time
of us.
I'm
change.
sure you're dealing a lot with Saren Ray.
Okay, we'll
very
try again
stressful.
later, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we go get some
You can-
potions so we can heal
you
up?
can attempt it once a day.
Oh, good. Oh, good. We can try
Okay.
it every day.
We can
Well,
try it
you're
again.
with us for a week. That's
Okay.
7 times.
Oh, that's great.
And you don't quite know how the divine intervention is going to work, but you know that she may come and help you in some way.
So what are we doing? We're gonna go shopping for potions, and
Let's
then
just go buy up some potions.
then we're gonna go see Kiki's family. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kiki.
All right.
I like you
Why-
called her and choose your wife.
All right. So
What time is it, did we say?
it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now.
No beer check.
Do it. Try it.
Okay, it's not the new day.
Well, you guys, it took you a few days of travel. Coming
It's
back.
a new
Go
day!
ahead and do
Is there a little scruff there?
I have the tiniest
He's got
little.
like fishing wires.
You
coming
can't
out.
see it, but if you rub your hand on his chin, you can feel it a little bit.
96.
What do you?
There's no additional growth. One actually goes "Ping," and it kind of shoots off.
I thought I was gonna get like one little catfish one.
it.
You should keep that in
I
the
caught
locket.
it. No, don't blow it away.
Oh, make a wish.
No, keep it, Pike.
Make a wish.
It'll be with you always. Okay.
Wish on the carpet. Oh. Oh.
It's going in a 7 ray. You watch it, motherfucker.
As you guys step
Someday
out
he'll
into
be
the
able to
thoroughfare of the quad roads, it is beginning to rain a little bit, and you could already hear the people moving through the city. You make your way towards the central portion of the quad roads where the large bazaar is set up. There are a number of tents and small shacks set up permanently. Some are temporary and move in and out, but everyone seems to have their various tarps up and things to help protect kind of overhangs from any prospective customers from getting rained on too heavily. However, the floor of the city, which is already pretty dusty and dirty in its own right, has now become sludge like mud, and there's this kind of like constant as you're walking through the city. It's easy enough for you, Tiberius, to go ahead and find a blacksmith. Generally, there aren't too many in this area. A lot of those tend to be pushed up more towards the Braving Grounds, but so it's easier to find the 1 or 2 plumes of black smoke.
I could send him to the blacksmith I went to.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So fair enough.
Along the way, I would also like to be looking out for any animal shopkeepers.
Animal?
Like yeah.
Like a pet stall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Make a perception check.
I'm sorry.
Are you shopping for a little buddy?
I am. No. I think that was 9.
So as you're walking along, nothing's really catching your eye. You do manage to go to the blacksmith that Percy already sent you to. What are you seeking in particular?
A pet, dragonite, raven, any kind of
Blacksmith?
Blacksmith.
No. Oh, the blacksmith. Oh, I think I can only do like short swords and what can and a crossbow.
You know how to use a blade, Tiberius.
I do. Oh, a quarterstaff. I think that's what I'm proficient in. So I'm on a crossbow, quarterstaff, and some darts.
Okay. We'll say the nearest blacksmithy is more for construction. The blacksmith there says, "Well, I mean, I can certainly make some for you, but there's already plenty of ready-made ones over at the general store across the way." And he points to a smaller building that has this already.
I would like a quarterstaff, though, with bladed ends. This is why I came to you, sir.
All right. And they kind of scruffy-chinned human kind of rubs his half beard and kind of thinks, I can probably fashion something. I can't tell you how wieldy it'll be, but we can certainly try.
Thank you.
Give me about already some 4 hours probably with the ready-made quarterstaff.
Wonderful.
All right. For the custom and the blades there, put you back about say 80 gold for the custom job.
Wonderful.
You wanted a crossbow, you said. Do you want a heavy crossbow or a...
I don't know. What do you prefer? I'm a sorcerer, so I gotta keep it light.
And we're probably gonna go with the regular hand crossbow. Go and talk to that general store over there, and he sends you across the way. You head over to the general store. You purchase for base price for a regular hand crossbow 75 gold pieces. Mark that off.
I'm walking over just to watch.
All right.
Yes.
And short sword is easy enough to purchase. That is 10 gold pieces.
Cool. 10 gold pieces.
You got a taste for knocking about fighting that thing, didn't you?
I don't like being unarmed anymore.
And darts.
Well, we also have to manage to get your ammunition as well. For the hand.
Oh, yeah, I need bolts.
Yes, you do.
Sweet. Bolts.
If you buy a lot, you can put them in your bag of holding. That's what I do.
I know. I'm put all that stuff in my...
Speaking of, how's my supply in there? Is it pretty good stuff?
Supply of what?
Of my arrows in the bag of holding.
Oh, yeah, they're all over that fucking place.
You can't put your hand in there.
How much for
comes
like
out with a
40
whole-
Splinters.
40 bolts, I'd say I put those... I'd say for 40, I put it at 2 gold.
2 gold?
Sure. Bolts aren't too expensive.
Okay,
It's
cool.
a bulk bit, and you know...
Then
I slapped
100.
down the gold for it.
There are only currently 80 available.
I'll buy the whole lot.
I bought them for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
While they're shopping, I just want to drill Keyleth a little bit more about her smooch that she got.
That's more interesting than
I mean, thank you. I'm done.
So wait, so he kissed you or you kissed him?
No, he kissed me.
He kissed you.
You were kissed?
A cleric. A
Apparently.
cleric kissed her. Okay. Do you know who his deity was? Maybe Pike knows him.
Oh, his name was Kasha. Brother Kasha, he was a cleric. Wow. But he wasn't a cleric to Saren Ray. He was actually a cleric to this kind of, like, demon goddess named Vesh.
Vesh.
Oh,
You've never heard of Vesh?
I don't know who that is. I thought I did for just 2 seconds, and then I was like, oh wait, no I don't.
It was interesting.
Does Vesh have a lot of followers?
It's an old god. You've probably never heard of it.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes. No, yeah, apparently he's the only one, and he's also married to her.
Married?
And he kissed you?
Well, it's a complicated relationship with them.
Wait. A guy that's married to a god kissed you.
She's more of like a...
Oh, I see how this could work out poorly.
What if she gets mad?
I've thought about that a little bit, and then tried not to think about that a lot of it. So, yes.
You know what? Tell her to get in line.
I don't like that face.
What? Just enjoying some water.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
I shouldn't have even said anything.
No.
It was kind of awesome, though. Then he just kind of walked off into the sunset. It was like, yeah.
Was it good?
I mean, yeah, I
It was a
guess.
good kiss.
I've never been kissed before, so I don't know. So that was really good.
Oh,
That's
wow.
kind of tingly inside.
Oh, that's a great feeling.
Yeah. Very nice.
So while this is happening,
Oh God.
He's not listening. We're girl powwowing.
I know.
right
I'm still
now.
asking what they're doing.
Girl time.
Girl time.
We're shopping.
We're shopping
tips.
for
I'm getting him
potions. I
armed to
want
the teeth. What else do you need?
Investigation check.
It's all on me.
Thank you.
In
If
Basildon,
you
do
hadn't
they
have stopped that
potion shops
that
and
shithead
magic
from
accessories?
leaving, I wouldn't have put a dagger to the back of his
13.
head,
13.
and we would have been looking over
it
our
sounds-
shoulders for who knows how long. So everything's on me. Whatever you want, it's on me.
Thank you.
Not a carpet. I can't afford that. But
There are no real potion shops. The construction of potions is not like a ready thing. People don't just manufacture it like left and right. It's a time-consuming process, and a lot of them are exported. So finding them here is a little difficult, and usually part of other stores that sell it as part of their stock. You guys, before you journeyed out last time, cleaned out the hag.
The hag?
Oh,
remember the
that's right. That's something else I had to tell you guys.
I don't know that.
Can I look around the street and see if there are any like shady types lurking
Make an
about?
investigation check. Yeah, you asking around, looking around. No one seems to be particularly helpful.
Excuse me, I'm looking for like potions of. Can I get some service?
Some individuals kind of push you aside.
I
17.
pull Percy
It's
aside
very
and be like,
rude.
no. Remember this town? They don't like magic and stuff, and they get weird about potions.
Oh.
And all the all the like, what are they called? The
Bastions.
The bastions all control the trade of potions, so people get weird if you're like, it's kind of weird and illegal.
Grog, you come up to a gentleman who he's dressed in like a fine velvet, kind of bright red maroon tunic, and he's carrying a small satchel on his side, and he's sitting outside of a small tent, and he's like, "Anyone, come forth! I carry oddities of all kinds. Wish to see what I have for sale? I'll be happy to sell them." Turns and sees you. "Oh, you sir, you look like you're in an inquiring mood."
What'd you call me?
Sir, it's a respectful term.
It's like...
What were you saying? Inquire...
I should probably go.
No, wait. You said you have oddities.
Yeah, yes, strange things from around the land.
Like
I have
what?
sent in from all over the continent.
Go on then. Like what?
Like, and he reaches into his pouch and pulls out this small jar that contains a liquid, and you can see something kind of floating in this liquid. It's a little cloudy. This is the eye of a basilisk I found procured from the distant north of Taldore.
We've already got one.
I think we have two.
Good on those.
Now then, what are you looking for?
Only thing, I like to work out a lot, and I like to go lift boulders in the forest sometimes. So, would you have anything that might give me a temporary increase to my already magnificent strength?
Let me see. And he kind of rummages through the small tent on the side, and you see it's more of a storage tent slash bedroom slash whatever it takes to set up shop really quickly. This guy's definitely like a traveling solo merchant.
In the beginning of Aladdin.
Kind of a little bit. I just did a few throws.
Come close. Oh, too close. A little too close.
That with a little more of a fake upper crust, Renaissance man visualization. He reaches back and comes through, and you hear him rummaging through some glassware, and he comes out and says, "I actually have a few potions at my disposal here. If he's please," and he kind of dips under one of the nearby tents that has an overhang to get out of the rain.
Can we hear this at all, or is this just?
You guys are having girl talk right now. This is a little ways out of the way.
Welcome to Agrabah.
I happen to have one such potion that I have on good authority restore some of your own damaged internals should you find yourself in a dangerous situation.
No, I like the scars that my damaged situations leave behind. I'm not quite as interested in that. What else you got?
All right. You guys are off shopping elsewhere.
Oh, he's doing his thing? Oh.
You guys are probably together, though.
Oh, how much was that?
This one would run you a 500 gold pieces.
Is it a superior healing potion?
No, this one is a greater.
I'm not spending 500 gold on a greater healing potion.
Come on, pull it back. Let's get that number down.
Very well. We get it. For you, sir, I perhaps have this. And he pulls out a vial that has a kind of gray, sparkling, almost like it has like an iron filing sediment inside this thick, syrupy-like liquid. It looks like it would taste awful.
Ironschlager.
Kind of. Yes. Yes, it is.
Why did they not make that? I'm really
because it would have
genuinely
had iron in it.
Some people need iron.
That's true.
Yes.
More than gold.
This, I have been told, has been crafted from and distilled from the blood of many a tyrant like stone giants in the far-off mountains of the Conterlands. This, when swallowed, should imbibe you with the strength of 1,000 men.
1,000? That's just above, 4?
Sort of.
How much?
For this one, this, I say, will run you a simple, 6,000 gold pieces.
Not that I'm not a man of incredible wealth. Would you be interested in anything besides coin?
Speaking of which, do you offer?
Well, I have this fancy bag myself. I happen to have parts of an Umber Hulk, pieces of dragon, if you would be interested in that. I also have jewels and fancy robes, if, you need a change.
My robes are quite fancy enough, but thank you.
Right. I'm an orc head, and I reach the bag of holding. I pull out
No, you
an
can
orc
put that
head,
won't
and
be
the tongue's
necessary.
like,
Put that away, please. Not that's getting spraying on the front of my breast. Go ahead and make a perception roll.
6,000 gold. We don't even have that.
Sorry, not perception.
Zero.
Persuasion.
Oh, persuasion.
Persuasion.
Did I reroll?
Sorry.
No,
Perception.
I'll stop
That's
it. Oh,
the
that's
P's.
actually +1 with persuasion, so 13.
13. All right. Pieces of dragon, you say?
Yeah, we do. We have 14 dragon teeth. We have.
Don't tell him all the numbers.
You're not there. 4 cups of blood. It's probably more like a gel right now. Several pounds of scales and maybe a few claws. I'd have to look. There's so many.
How about this? For direct trade, no coin exchange necessary. All 14 of your dragon's teeth. And perhaps 2 of those blood vials.
What would Vex do?
How about?
Thank you.
all of the dragon's teeth and 3 of the vials of blood.
What?
Done.
He accepts all the dragon's teeth, 3 of the 4 vials of blood. You can mark those off the bag of holding.
We're getting you a leash.
Mark those off the
Rex
bag of
will be so proud of me. Goodbye.
But you currently now have in your possession 1 potion of stone giant strength.
Stone giant strength.
You drive a hard bargain.
Can I find that in here?
Oh, stay.
No. When imbibed, you essentially your strength becomes the equivalent of 23.
One time. One
use.
big time.
One use of, or is it
Or 1
multiple?
1 hour, so my strength becomes 20.
What happens
Does
if
he
like
can
But
he
we're
get
imbibes it, the
multiple
strength-
drinks out of it, or is
No,
it?
it's one use.
What happens if I were to just pinky in and, you know,
Give it a little number.
give it a little
Your gums will get a little
taste?
tingly for a while. Probably be a
Would
little
there
hyper.
You'd be able to
there
chew
be any-
3 times the normal
any
strength
result?
of a
Yeah.
human being.
I don't know, do you want to try?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and try it.
Does that change my modifier at all when it goes up that much?
Oh yeah. Your modifier would become
I had a 19
plus
and it's 4.
6. Is what it would be. Plus 6 modifier.
So,
Cool.
Money well spent.
As you take it and you kind of shake it around, you can see on the inside of like that kind of like sparkling, metallic. There's a small object floating around, and looking inside, it looks like it's a clipping of a fingernail or a toenail of whatever giant the potion was brewed from. Like a tequila bottle.
That's
worm.
the part everybody wants.
So I've just been sitting here watching this shocked.
Yes.
Look what I got.
That had better be one.
Let's go join the others.
Alright.
Thank you for your patronage. Enjoy the rest of your stay here in Vasselheim. I hope to do business again with you in the near future. He turns around and closes the thing. He takes his satchel and he starts closing down his tent and like putting things away.
He's making out like a bandit.
Track him
You've got
down.
no idea. You've got no
Closes
idea.
everything down.
Do we see him?
Close
Can
the
are we
tent.
walking
Is that
up? Can I walk up? Can we walk up as it's happening?
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As she walks up, I grab Vex and I go, "You would be so proud.
What'd you
I'll
do?
just haggle down this guy so
What
well."
guy?
You turn, as you point back and look, you can see now a cart is being wheeled away.
I hunter's mark him.
Shit.
Okay.
Why? You don't know why would you hunters mark him?
What level?
What level? What?
What level hunter's mark? Just basic level?
We are in the middle of a city where people might not take unwarranted aggression well.
Level 3 hunter's mark.
Level 3 hunter's mark. He kind of stops in his tracks and kind of feels the rain that's falling in his palm now. It's like soaking a little bit. He has a bit of a cloth over his head. He kind of puts his hand out and feels the rain for a strange temperature change and continues pushing the cart and pushes it through the mud, rolling up the rest of the thoroughfare and disappears into the city. But you have a pretty good idea of where he's going.
So anyway, I was working with him, and you always try and get more for our money, and I definitely got more for gave more money.
What did
I
you
think-
do? See.
What?
I'm glad I hunter's marked him. What'd you trade? What'd you get?
Oh,
What'd you
I
buy?
gave him
What did he buy?
tiny bits of dragon for this amazing
It happened
flask
so
of
fast.
stone
I
giant
couldn't-
strength.
What is wrong with all of you?
I was upset about the carpet, and I wasn't. What? He's huge. What was I going to say?
Yeah, Percy got a vial of greater healing.
Oh, I didn't. He was expensive, and oh god.
Oh god.
I need a drink.
I didn't.
I need a drink.
To the tavern?
To the tavern.
All right, you guys eventually catch up. You acquire your staff over the next few hours or so as people are kind of resting and having drinks and such. It acts as a regular quarterstaff, except you can choose whether you want it to do bludgeoning or slashing damage.
Okay, cool.
I fall in step next to Vex and look at her for a second.
I'm drunk.
What's burning your ass?
Everybody's breaking things. Everybody's spending all our money.
We have 30,000 gold pieces waiting for us.
We don't have it now.
She's rug burn.
Let's go spend a little more at the tavern.
For
Come on.
where?
From when we were in Craghammer, that we never collected before
Oh,
we
you
left.
didn't collect them yet.
Yes.
So it's credit. There's credit.
Yeah, it's just waiting for us. I mean, we're basically the richest people ever.
Well,
we still have a keep.
We do. We have a keep.
We're very
We have a
fancy.
beautiful keep with furniture and servants.
Yes. There's
As soon as you say servants, the barmaid is coming over and filling up your drink. Goes, we prefer barmaid, but thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, could you? We have a goblet of your strongest stank for this one.
Kind of looks over her.
She started before we got here. Just keep it coming. Thank you.
All right, all right.
How much are they?
Oh, for your strongest, per glass. I'll put that.
Don't tell him the price of anything.
Very well.
I lift up the cup and just keep putting it in and say a round of the strongest on me. I've got that as well.
Yeah,
Drink up,
I'll
everyone.
have.
I will take a water.
All
Round
right,
of the
you see
strongest.
water. You all managed to get your drinks a very, very thick, almost like a syrupy mead type alcohol. All together for those drinks, Vax, it comes comes down to 15 gold for alcohol, which is expensive for a round, but this is very fine.
Where the shit
Should
are
have let me
you?
haggle that down. I would have got it to 19 gold.
You're thinking about it the wrong way, Grog. It's the other way. You want to go down. Not
I love you guys.
I
love you too.
Oh, I love you too.
I missed you all so much.
Pike, so if we were to just be rounding about and
Hi, Vex.
we're going to mill about today, is that what you wish, Pike? After our tavern, what would you care to do?
Staycation.
Well, wait. Where's Scanlon?
He went to the park.
You know, he needed a little. It was a really rough going, from what I hear anyway, and he needed a little
time on the playground.
Therapy?
Oh,
Really?
he needed a massage.
I thought he was going to the house where they.
Lady fingers.
Oh,
I get it.
Well, if you, we could do whatever you wish. If you care to wish the keep, let us go back to the keep.
Oh, gosh.
We could easily get there and take an airship back here if we choose to.
That would be complicated.
We were also talking about visiting Keyleth's family. Can
Yeah,
you
do
get
you-
away long enough to?
Maybe start the trip with us?
I think I can, and then if I have to leave, at least I can could maybe meet your family for a little bit.
yeah, never been kissed. How's that sound?
I mean, are they your family technically, or are they like?
They're like our sister tribe.
Yeah.
So, because we all separated.
Tell us again. Sorry, explain it again.
So, essentially about, 900 years ago or so, roughly, 1,000 years ago, we were kind of a nomadic people. And then there was some sort of great sundering. We're actually still not 100% sure. A lot of information was lost. And the elemental planes kind of started bleeding with this plane. And, Vex is falling.
Oh, hey, Stubby, wake up.
Anyway, long story short, we separated into 4 separate tribes to protect the places where the elemental planes bleed into this realm. So once every generation, someone is nominated to go out and make contact with the sister tribes in order to establish further communication, check in, learn about each other's cultures. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of we're from the same people, but we each have our own individual cultures because we've been separated for so long at this point.
So these ones are fire.
These ones are fire.
And
they protect so they're
She's
located in, it's kind of a volcanic region, and you can start to feel like this energy from where the planes start to shift, and it gets a little unbalanced.
Sounds exciting.
So that's where we each live, and I'm from the ones we protect the air portals.
Lady Keyleth, you just say where the planes shift. Is this
Because we all the planes sort of almost like a Venn diagram, if you want to think about it.
when
Like a
who is this? Who is Van Diagram?
Well, he was a great philosopher, one of our peoples. But he kind of described it as being these overlapping circles.
Yashari,
What's that?
He was one of the Ashari.
He was.
Van Diagram was the
Van
Ashari,
Diagram.
yes.
Oscar Van Diagram.
There's,
Very great man.
Sounds like an elven name.
Sounds like a great one.
a quick question about the planes. When we travel there, is there any way to perhaps get to the Feywood through these planes?
We don't necessarily overlap with the Fae. We protect where it overlaps. You could get to the fire elemental plane easier from this
I
place.
see.
In my town, you can get to the air, the plane of air easier. That's a good one, Grok.
Nope, not me.
That was Vex.
Not me.
That was a good one.
It's nappy's time.
She's communing with the air elements
Come
right there.
here,
Are you
nappies.
feeling okay?
Just give her an hour, she'll be
She
fine.
just needs some time. It's
Side
fine.
note, I'm 2 inches taller and I've always called you Stubby.
Oh.
Yeah. Give me Stubby.
But anyway, the last person to go on the Aramente was my mother, and she never returned. So we haven't really had contact with the fire
I remember you saying
for a
that.
while.
So you're pretty anxious to go then, yeah?
I have no idea what they're going to be like.
But do you know, and you know about where they are, right?
I've gotten rough directions. We'll have to probably figure it out along the way.
Are we hoofing it? Are we flying?
Pike, we could do whatever you wish, Grog. Do you have a particular ability called magic weapon?
Well, I have a spiritual weapon, so I guess yes.
I think they're different things.
What do you want? What are you looking for?
I wanted you to bless my
What do you
quarterstaff and
What do you need?
make it
What do
magical.
you need? You want?
I need my staff enchanted. I'd like you to enchant my staff, Pike.
Whoa.
Hey now.
I know what that means.
Fill it in
I've
for
been around
Scanlan?
scamming long enough.
Yeah, I know.
No, not like that at all.
Holy symbol goes.
No. I mean it in a strictly platonic, arcanic sense.
What little knowledge you have of enchanting items from your experience, and you have this a little bit as well from your own enchanting, the process of enchanting a weapon to be considered a magical weapon is a weeks-long process.
Okay, cool.
It's doable, definitely, but it's one of those things where you would have to have somebody sit down with it over a period of time and daily instill it with that magical energy until it finds its permanence within the object.
Is there anybody in town I could leave that with and pay to do that?
Probably.
Like a mage?
Maybe
Maybe not so much. There are other clerics and other,
It'd be expensive though. It's somebody's time for a week.
It also seems like this is one of those towns where things are expensive.
Yeah,
Things are
that's a good.
expensive.
That's a good point.
Not if you know how to handle
We
it.
have
Right.
a home. Yes, there's a reason I'm not making
I'll lay it off. Of
Yes. Sick
But
problem.
it is totally doable.
Here's what I think.
Is it something I can like start to do like per hour, like for a long time, like
If you want it to yourself, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start that process right now.
Here's what I think. Lady Keyleth has been talking about this for a long time.
I think we should do it.
It's calling to her, and we're a family now, and it's her moment. We're here. They're right nearby. There's no use putting it off. Let's go to the
Oh,
family.
let's
I'm
go
so
right now.
nervous,
Let's
you
fire
guys.
it
I'm
up,
so
Your Highness.
scared.
Let's go. Should we go in the morning, or should we go now? Let's go now.
We'll go in the morning.
No,
We'll
let's
go
sleep
in
it
the
off.
morning. We'll
Let's
sleep.
We'll sleep
It'll
it
be
off.
good.
Vex,
We'll take
what's
just a
your
small
best?
nap.
All right, small nap, and then first thing in the
I
morning.
walk up
That's-
behind
Small nap.
Vex and I tap on her
Small nap.
opposite shoulder and then pull my hand away.
Who's that?
Come on, one more.
Hi.
One more.
I'm so glad you're here.
Could she have one more? You need one more, Stubby.
one
then
more.
We go to bed.
Nightcap.
One
Then
more.
we go to bed.
At which point, the bartender at the tavern goes, "Are you sure about that?"
Yeah, one more.
All right.
One more water,
I
please.
miss you guys so much.
I miss
You're
you
cleaning my
guys.
floor. And he goes and fills everyone's drink.
I tip him 5 gold and I give him away.
He happily takes it, and the wink is a strong wink. He smiles back, but also gives you the look of like, time for bed. You all eventually finish your drinks, find your way back to your respective rooms for the evening, and have a good night's rest. And on that note, we're gonna go and take a 5-minute restroom break on our end. We'll be back here about 5 minutes or so don't go too far, and we'll
Hi-yo.
kick back in the following morning for what appears to be a journey towards the Pyro tribe of the Ashari.
You're
gonna do great.
I'm so nervous.
See you guys in a minute.
I don't like all this.
Hi guys, I'm Hector Navarro.
And I'm Erica Ishii.
And we're the hosts of the brand new show here on Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel. It's called
Group Hug,
where we recreate famous comic book battles using HeroClix, the very popular and fun and exciting tabletop miniatures game. And tomorrow, we have an awesome show for you. Who's our special guest, Erica?
Our special guest tomorrow is Miss Jennifer Hale. She is the most prolific female voice actor in the business, and you know her from literally everything you love.
Yes.
And she's going to be playing an unannounced character on the Marvel Heroes game.
It's so exciting. Marvel Heroes 2015, she's voicing a character that hasn't been announced yet.
But we will announce it here tomorrow at 4 p.m. on Group Hug.
And she's also going to be playing as that character in our game, ripped from the current comic book pages of the Marvel event, Secret Wars. The wall has been breached. The Marvel zombies, the Annihilation Wave, and Ultron's army has busted through. Who will God Doom send to stop this evil incursion? Find out tomorrow. It's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. Guys, it's going to be...
Hey, what's up everybody? It's your friendly neighborhood overlord here, and just want to give you a couple quick updates on what's going on this week. First of which is that we are very close to 7,000 subscribers. If we get there by this Friday, we've got a couple things in store for you. Number one, we will get that weird Pikachu costume that you guys saw tweeted about over on Geek and Sundry's Twitter, and someone will show up on stream wearing it in the near future. Two, some stupid weird body pillow thing the mods can tell you about. I have nothing to do with this and I don't support it. Three, we will throw you a crazy party on Friday night with some of your favorite musical acts and comedians that have come through since the channel started. So let's get to 7,000 subscribers by Friday. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Jess, check it out. Hey, everybody. I'm Orion Acalba.
I'm holding a French bulldog.
This is Jessica Marzipan, actually. And,
We have a show called Crowd Control every Monday, 7 to 10 p.m. here on Geek and Sundry, where we play MMOs, and right now, we're playing Final Fantasy 14 with you guys!
You guys. Yeah, and you can come and join our free company, Crowd Control, that's what it's called, because that's the name of our show. Again, 7 to 10 on Mondays on Geek and Sundry.
It's a lovely, beautiful game where you slaughter adorable animals.
And ugly ones, too. They're not all, I mean, a lot of them are ugly.
But a lot of them are cuties like this French bulldog. So watch our show.
Yeah, check us out.
See ya.
I'm going on a book tour to Jersey and New York, Boston and Toronto, Phoenix, Austin, to Portland and Seattle, San Fran, Los Angeles, and in Santa Cruz I just might meet a dolphin. So many places I will see. Come by my book and you'll meet me as I say these words to each city. I can't wait to be in you. No, I can't wait to be in you. I can't wait to be in you. No, I can't wait inside you.
Hey guys, welcome back. You've had a break. So as the party comes to consciousness the following morning, a very heavy hangover coming from Vex for the evening of lamenting the loss of a number of financial things.
Yes.
I kind of whip her up a little herbal tonic.
Oh yeah.
Here.
17
Drink this.
perception.
I'm taking Trinket for a walk.
Here we go.
For dookies.
All right. Go ahead and make your beard roll.
Come on, you
How you feeling, Vex?
I feel.
Yes. 22.
22. As you come to consciousness, Grog kind of wakes up and shakes his head for a minute, and you look, and there's a good solid, like, 2-inch beard where was once the somewhat clear, stringy, kind of, fishing line type scruff. You're starting to see a little bit of color coming through. This, like, thick black root is now starting to appear at the base of the beard.
Oh, I feel so happy. So happy.
It is like horsehair bristles. Like, it's very thick, and you could probably clean dishes against it.
Is it like the Abe Lincoln beard, or do I also have a mustache?
Actually, for you, it's only coming in as like a chin strap beard for the moment.
Oh, wow.
Don't judge.
I see Vex's condition, and I'm gonna run out to get her coffee.
All right.
In the bazaar.
Coffee?
And then do
Coffee.
my perception check on the thing.
Yeah, correct.
You, as you're glancing around and getting coffee for her, you manage to see a cart that's just setting up this early in the morning in the bazaar. You hear some like squeaking and growling and a couple of like bird chirps. You look over to the side, and there is one small setup that has a number of creatures and small animals and stuff set up in cages. And one person's currently running the.
As I'm running by, because the coffee's hot. Excuse me, would you happen to have any particular dragonites for sale? Male, preferably, but I will take a female if you have one.
The woman looks over her.
I'm just making it hotter when I blow on it.
Let's see here.
That's funny. It took a second. Oh. Yeah.
What are dragonite?
The little baby dragon.
Little tiny dragon?
Like a pseudo dragon.
You gonna have a little pet too?
Dragon.
Okay. She kind of glances at the coffee in your hand and kind of awkwardly. Well, I mean, we've got two. They're a bit sickly, but they're for purchase if you like.
I would love one. Give me your, whichever is the least sickly of the two.
They're both green. It's hard to tell.
Oh, I'll take the darker green one.
Okay. That one's probably more sick, but I'll take it. It takes the cage down, and you can see there is this kind of lethargic-looking tiny dragonite that's kind of curled up on the small perch, and as she lifts it off, it goes and kind of like scoffs at the cage, and she. That would be 200 gold pieces.
Oh, very well. Very good.
No, don't pay full price for a sick dragon.
There you are, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Any particular tips for food-wise?
Don't let it die.
Okay.
Feed it.
Okay.
Give it water.
Oh, very good.
Good day, sir.
Okay, so I run back, and I was like, here you go.
Thank you. Who's that?
What is that?
I think I'm going to name him Lockheed.
Trinket looks very interested in Lockheed.
You see,
He looks a little. Oh.
Trinket's nose goes up to the cage.
Trinket is very interested.
Is he sick?
yes,
I don't think he's supposed to make that noise.
By the way,
He looks.
Trinket.
do you want to do something?
I'll do just a small healing.
Medicine check? Okay, go for it.
Your bear shat in the
medicine
fountain.
check. Yeah, 'cause I might
Wasn't
have to do
solid.
it.
I don't know
Yeah.
what you were feeding them. It was a little runny. Sorry. Roughage. You need roughage.
Trinket, get some vegetables in your diet. He likes meat.
Wait, what was I rolling for?
You're checking about the health of
Missed
the.
Pike.
Checking about the health. I rolled a 7.
He doesn't look the healthiest. Oh. You haven't seen many tiny
He looks
dragons.
really sick. Can you hear it?
Can I check him out? Is he considered an animal?
No.
Oh.
Can I check him out?
Oh, but he's a little cutie, isn't he? Look
He's
at
a little
him.
cutie. What was his name? Logstack?
I like it. I put my finger in the cage.
Lockheed.
Put your
I
finger
put my
in the
finger in the cage to go, hello, Lockheed.
As soon as your finger gets to the edge,
L-O-C-K.
it just bites in the finger.
Common speak.
Lockheed.
He's a real peach.
Yes, I
You take a
just
point of
met.
damage.
Son of a bitch.
Maybe you should name him Lockheed Peach.
Lockheed Peach. I think Lockheed is good enough.
Okay.
Can I do
His
a check
teeth
on
work.
him and
How do
see
we
if
know
I
it's
make
a
him
boy,
feel better?
though?
Make a medicine check.
Medicine check. Oh, that's not bad. 19 total.
You gather this may be some sort of a general illness that lingers for a couple weeks. Properly fed and taken care of, we'll probably be able to get it through its system.
Oh.
It's
And I
not
reach in my pouch and I pull out a few good berries.
okay.
Feed
Feed
me
it through the cage.
I'm sure he hates the bad berries.
Reluctant to eat the first piece, eventually takes a bite and then begins to eat the rest through the cage as you continue through.
Can you
breakfast.
speak with animals, Keyleth?
I can, but he's not an animal.
He's a
Oh.
He's a dragon guy. He's not.
Is he starting to look any better? Could I try healing him a little bit?
Don't
You can
worry.
try and heal. It's more of a disease-based.
He'll be fine.
Just feed him lots of water.
It's the flu.
I have some dry food rations if you want to give him a nibble.
I gave him some good berries. I'll make up some more good berries.
We have a bunch of food and stuff. We'll be fine. We can move on with the journey. I'll take care of him.
Yeah, well,
It's groggy, but we decided to go see your family, right?
We were that
Like
drunk,
right
yes.
now.
I mean, I don't want to inconvenience.
We're
him.
going.
No, we're going.
No, we're doing it.
going.
There's fire.
I've
There
always
you go.
wanted to see a volcano anyway.
Yeah, I think it sounds lovely.
I'm sure they're all as charming as you are.
You'll be
Yeah, you'll
fine.
win him over.
You'll be fine.
Thank you.
What's the worst that could happen?
Well,
Oh, never mind. That was rhetorical.
oh,
Don't actually
don't
want to
need
know
to
what
know.
the worst that could
I
happen
have
would
to
be.
kind of do like a trial and meet their headmaster and
Royal stuff.
yeah. Yeah.
Keyleth, I saw you pile drive a beholder. I'm pretty sure you're going to be all right.
That's true.
Plus,
Yeah, you're gonna do.
we thought
Well, it's not even that. It's sometimes learning about your past can be equally as terrifying. I don't know what I'm gonna find.
well, let's go discover it.
Trial then.
All right.
Well, from what I heard, we head south towards Sunder Peak, towards the southwest. It's volcanic territory.
Shall we mount up?
Should we ask how far it is?
Maybe. I only got vague directions.
Can we see Sunder Peak from here?
The landscape is very heavily wooded, and the canopy of the forest tends to rise and lower about the height of the wall itself. You can't really see anything beyond the wall of the city of Vasselheim anyway.
So
What do
remember,
you-
that way is we found a Hydra, so we just might come across some terrible things.
When you wordsmiths go talk to somebody and ask directions?
I flagged down an ears.
Go ahead and make an investigate check.
It's happening. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
So close. Investigation?
Oh, race inevitable.
15.
Asking around and gathering a few folks and asking them questions, eventually you flag down one guy on the far end of the tavern who, he's a kind of an amateur cartographer. He's in the middle of kind of sketching out
Oh, he's a
areas in the
fantastic.
area. He talks to you for a bit, and you mention the Sunder Peak Mountains, and he goes, "Oh, yeah, yes, no, Sunder Peak. It's not too far from Vasselheim. It's about 2 days' travel on horseback southwest. The Sunder Peak Mountains themselves, be careful. They're pretty steep. I haven't actually gone within the mountain range myself, but I've been within a few miles of it just to make sure that I can mark it with on my map. But yeah, it should be fine.
So,
Stay on the road.
okay, stay on the road.
Stay on the
Do
road.
you
Do you
actually
actually have a map that we could use?
This is not done,
No?
and I need to finish it
Okay.
before I can give it to a printer to make more.
Sure.
Right.
What's your girlfriend's name?
Do you? What?
I should go. And he folds up
No,
his
wait,
map.
wait,
and
Hold on. Do you have
We'll
any
be
other
on the
maps for
lookout
sale?
for key things in the landscape to maybe give you information for your maps.
Well, that would be very helpful.
What's your name?
Tyriok.
Tyriok.
I'm not.
Matthew, we've been doing this for 3 years and you still fucking blow me away. Game after game.
But yeah,
I'm sorry, Tyriak, I meant to say.
Anything you come across, please do take note of it. If you require a small piece of parchment, I can perhaps provide that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what happens if you don't stay on the road?
Well, forests tend to.
I mean, I have an idea, but
There are things that live there that are generally pretty dangerous. They've had people who've traveled on these routes, and at some point they've been attacked, or worse, never came back.
wow. Do you know what they've been attacked by?
Hydra.
I haven't.
You don't know. Hydra.
Hydra.
Hydra?
We fought a Hydra pipe.
Not as in the...
No.
I understand.
Like 5 heads.
It's just back over at Grog's kind of ominous stare towards him again. I should be leaving.
Parchment.
Oh yeah, yes. Hands you this kind of rolled up piece, relatively well made.
We will use this to make notes.
Thank you.
I appreciate that
You
greatly.
wouldn't happen to have a compass, would you?
No.
It's okay,
Not that
I've
I
got
can
an
lend
excellent
out.
sense of direction. Don't
Okay,
You
good.
could make a
worry
compass
about
if you
it.
really
You can
needed
make
one.
a-
It's not hard to make a compass.
Anyway, I'm usually here in the morning, just doing about my business. So if ever you need to find me,
Tyriak.
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 Very, very musical today. You are.
All right. He goes and heads off. You guys are welcome to prepare as you wish.
Well, we need horses, right? We don't want to walk.
We need horses.
Don't we have
Takes too
horses
long.
from our previous?
Your team has horses. This team does not. However,
But we have enough horses for us, for all of us, from our previous trip.
We had 2 extra horses.
you did.
Yeah, let's just take those horses. We don't even have to pay for them.
Awesome.
I need a new horse because mine the horse.
Back buckled?
Yeah,
The back
he was
buckled
too tired.
You can ride the bear.
If I remember.
No, he can't.
You can fly on the carpet.
It was pretty rough getting you there. Even as a war horse, you weigh a lot.
So probably a new horse.
Well, there's 2, so that we're
Wait,
adding
you drove
fuel
the
to
horse
Tiberius
into the
time.
ground?
Okay, so we
What
need
are you saying?
a few extra, 2 extra horses.
Do I ride? Oh, we're getting more.
You're supposed to get an oil
That's up to you guys.
Oh, so let's go.
I need an
Bust
extra
up the
one.
last one.
He's just
did.
he's all like this.
Okay. Let's go find a couple
Pretty heavily
horses.
sway back now. Yeah.
Scoliosis.
I'm gonna ride Trinket, so we
Sway
only
back.
need 1 extra horse.
But they have
A
that
war
problem
horse for
with
Grog.
200.
Yes?
Correct.
Yes. I go get a horse for Grog.
Okay. The cost of the war horse. Initially, when you get there, the stable hand who you talked to originally says, "Oh well, you've gone already through it. I can offer you another war horse. We're starting to run a little low if you keep tearing through them at this rate."
Oh, well, he'll recover though.
Oh, that's 400 gold to purchase yourself a war horse.
Darling, remember who we are.
Yes.
We gave you excellent business before. I have no idea what I'm saying.
Don't look at me. I
This
don't
is
know
your
what you're
thing.
saying.
Come on.
I think, as a return customer, you can offer us a little more of a deal than that.
Make a persuasion check.
Come on.
Come on, baby. Give us the horse.
It's verified.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a 20.
free.
That's a 20.
He goes,
Gift horse.
Gift horse.
here, how about this? I will, based on your previous patronage, and if you can ensure that she would continue to send business my way, I'll be happy to give it to you at half price.
Half price.
Want to go?
Very
Yeah, let's do it.
fair
We'll take 2.
deal. Grog, pay the man.
No, well, I mean.
Fine. Right. Would you be interested in
dragon
negotiating?
No.
About 200 gold. Sorry.
Mark off 200 gold.
500.
For 2
You'll make the hang off.
Horses?
No more, no less.
Oh, there's a war horse for him, and then you guys, there's 2 amongst you. I don't know if you wanted to become a horse and run, or you guys could.
I was
do
gonna
it.
ride Trinket so that they could have. There were 3 for them.
You can take the busted up horse. You just can't carry me anymore.
Trinket could take Pike too with you.
Yeah, me and Pike will ride
Yeah,
on
we'll
Trinket.
ride Trinket.
Okay, well then you're fine.
We're good.
Can we get the? Is there another war horse for sale for that price? Can we get the 2 for 400?
If you ask about this, he's like, well, that wasn't part of the deal. If you want another war horse, That's a different transaction entirely.
I'll take one. Full price. I won't argue.
How much money does?
Well, that's a
100
horse
gold.
of a different
Wait,
color.
where do you put Lockheed Peach?
Well, that's covered me for the.
All right. Well, that I'm afraid we're fresh out of war horses going forward. We'll have to make sure the our tamer goes out, and probably be a few months before we get another load. So take care of what you have.
How much extra for some side saddles for?
Side saddles for that? I'd throw those in for free for a full price
wonderful.
purchase. Certainly.
Thank you.
Some side saddle bags for your war horse.
Tiberius, I want it to be known that if you
really?
keep asking me for party funds, I will not be so...
This is not my personal. Of course. I would not want to upset you again, milady Vex. I have missed your company.
You're so charming today.
Charmer.
He called you a lady.
He did. Let's go see your family.
All right.
And if we get just outside of the, oh wait.
Yeah. You guys gather your horses, fresh war horse and saddlebags upon yours as well, Tiberius.
Great.
Fine, sturdy steeds. This one looks to be a little more physically built than the previous one you purchased. Hopefully she'll last you a little longer. Hopefully. You make your way towards the southern gate of Vasselheim. The Bastions open it for you and lead you out to the front road that exits the south side of the city. Slowly, it begins to divide into a southeast and southwest direction. You guys, using the directions that you acquired previously, begin pushing yourself in the southwestern direction of the path, leading you deep into the Vesper Timberlands. You notice the canopy of the forest itself is so thick and high that it is not so much an open pathway more than it is an open archway, a tunnel that has been carved through the forest for this path. So it is a very dense, very dark, even in the midday sun, pathway. And it progresses this way for miles and miles. You can hear birds and wildlife just living loudly and out in the open amongst this forest. There are certain portions of the trail that you do see are being encroached upon by the forest and trees themselves. There are roots and vines that begin to stretch and try and reclaim the road. And you get the sensation that people that traverse here a lot have to perpetually keep it cleared. There's something about this forest that in itself is its own breathing entity beyond what a normal forest would be. It seems to grow at a much faster pace, and even your previous experience in the deep portions of this forest, it almost has its own omnipresent kind of malicious presence. Continuing down for the rest of the day, eventually the sun comes to set, and what little bit of moonlight that would find its way through the canopy is entirely cut off by the thickness of the leaves and boughs of the trees. You can continue to go through the night if you wish to, or would you wish to set camp?
Oh.
Okay. Big beacon of light blasts out, kind of continuing pushing forward on this pathway. It's about 9:30 p.m. and you have pretty good visual in front of you based on the light source that is Tiberius. Do you guys, how long do you wish to push on for?
But the path is pretty overgrown, you said?
I'm a little concerned, Tiberius, just...
You still might
I'm
over.
afraid that some creatures might be attracted to that light source. It might actually be best to...
Darkness once again takes the pathway.
Is there any moonlight?
No.
You
That's
gather,
why I cast it.
glancing up, there are fractions and little pieces that give you the sense that some of the clouds have parted, and moonlight would be visible if you weren't underneath such a thick canopy of
So
brush.
barely anything.
Yeah, it's if not for your dark vision and a little bit of light in there, you'd have no visual.
I mean, I could try. Can I?
Does it end of your
I take off my.
I'm gonna cast light under one of the flaps of my robe.
Tibbs.
Well,
I pull off and hand him my cloak of elven kind, which is one of the reasons I'm so hard to see. Maybe we could just use that as a shroud for it, just for tonight.
So I'll cast it.
Tiberius.
I'll cast it under that.
Okay. As you do so, it becomes, instead of like a giant,
and you could be the source of light.
instead of a beaming beacon of bright light, it has now become essentially a hood lantern.
There you go.
That you're now directionally focusing.
Now you look really cool.
That's fucking.
Do we want to push on or do we want to rest? We should push on, yeah.
I mean, we're all right?
We're all rested.
We're all right.
We're on a path.
At 9 o'clock at night, you said?
It's 9 o'clock at night, yeah.
I think it's time to bed down. I mean, we're not in Los Angeles. So,
How far?
there's all kinds of creepy crawlers.
How far did
out
we
there.
make it?
I'd say from when you left, it's probably been about 6 hours of travel, approximately, to where you are now.
On
a fair truck.
Time to rest now.
It's not like we don't have to sleep eventually.
Do we want to take watches like we
I'll
normally
take
do?
the first watch.
I'll do my anti-life shell for the first hour. That way we all get an hour of good sleep.
Okay, cool.
Can I trace back 100 yards and dust of tracelessness from where we came?
The hunter's mark that I
Anti-life
cast on
shell?
that merchant, did he stay in town or is he out and about? Can I sense that?
At this distance, let me see what
6 measly little hours of travel. No, I can track it.
Are you haggling with the fabric of time and space?
No, I'm just seeing if I can track the dude that I put a hunter's mark on, is all.
Mm-hmm.
She went back to the 30s.
See?
Right about that, Max Mark. That was
here.
I would say,
meanwhile,
at this distance that you traveled, you've lost contact with him.
Okay.
However, on the way out, you got the sensation that he was still in the city.
Okay. All right.
Just not in the thoroughfare that he was originally spotted in.
All right.
Morning, getting negotiate. So,
all right. So
I'm gonna roll real quick. So I don't have a. I was doing animal handling because I have to roll animal handling every day so I can like train it to do stuff.
Yeah.
So I did gain a point today. And I take out the decanter of Venice water. I was like, water, anybody? And I'm feeding Lockheed some before.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and cast some more ammunition since I'm out in the.
Okay.
I pulled out my little book of druid spells and history, and I start freshening up on some fire spells.
Alrighty.
I try to get Trinket some meat to eat some vegetables.
All right.
I
Trinket.
passed the fuck out.
Yeah. You conk out. Trinket takes to a couple, but
Give me
seems to be
one
reluctant,
stop
as it's not what it's used to. It's a good start, but Trinket still likes the comfort of
Trinket.
fresh meat.
Your uncle said your poo is runny. You need to eat some veggies.
Trinket nuzzles the nose and pushes it out of your hand onto the ground.
if I have the first watch, I have dark vision, and I take out my firebrand warhammer as I begin my watch.
Okay. It burns like a torch in your hand.
No fire.
No fire. Okay. Because this only supplies you have to craft this ammunition without having an actual smithy at your disposal, it is possible. It's just difficult. So go ahead and take your Tinker's Tool check with disadvantage.
God damn it.
Oh, wah, wah.
14.
14.
Second rolls in there.
You use the remainder of your supplies that are currently on you. You manage to construct 12 rounds of ammunition for your pepper box, but you are currently out after that, and you were down to about 3 pieces left.
I was getting a little iffy.
Do you need more metal?
So I'd put you at a total of 15 bullets for your pepper box.
15 bullets.
Can you use bullet armor to make more bullets?
I can use metal. I can use any They're basically made of iron ore.
We have
I
two
just
more
need iron
pieces.
ore.
We have 2 more pieces of broken up armor and a lantern. And manacles.
And you're on watch, right?
Yeah.
Before I passed out, I handed him my cloak all wadded up in a ball around it and handed it to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to repurpose anything metal without an actual smelt. Any sort of without the proper materials. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to use
I knew I would just get a little bit on the road right now.
Yeah.
So.
We can check with the bad news ammunition. You should be about 5 shots left.
5 shots. That sounded
better.
better.
So to take a long rest, I can take 1 hour or 2 hours to still have a long rest and do stuff.
Long rest is 8 hours.
Okay. Cool. So an hour before that, while we're doing, I'm starting to enchant the staff.
Now, enchanting for a staff is like a day focus.
Oh, okay.
So like you can do it slowly over time to help offset that, but it'll take you a lot longer to do it on the road. It's more of like when you get back and you want to focus on enchanting and get it done.
Yeah. Board.
Cool. You go over your spells. You have that crafted. Got your torch. Anything else before you guys go to bed?
Do I get an up to my hit points at my level 11? Do I get to roll more hit points at level 11?
Yes. Have you not done that yet?
I haven't done that. I haven't done anything other than just take my new abilities.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that right now.
Roll a d10.
D10 plus your Constitution modifier. Percy is now level 11.
Yeah, that happened.
Welcome.
Yay, Percy!
That's 10. I'm up 10 points. Points? No, hit points.
Oh, that was your roll?
I rolled an 8, and my Constitution modifier is 2. So
Right, 10 more hit points. Pop it on.
Nice. Oh, and actually, you know what? Before we go to sleep, or actually first thing in the morning before I learn my new
You're also
spells.
3 attacks per round now, which is
Yes,
awesome.
I am.
Oh. Type.
I'm also gonna go ahead and be like, hey guys, I made breakfast, and make a hero's feast.
Another hero's feast?
Is it
at night or in the
Or
morning?
actually, at night.
Wait,
at
but-
night, because I had it learned. So before we go to bed, I make a hero's feast.
Everyone's going to eat a hero's feast before bed? Okay.
Yeah.
Vegan again?
Nightcap!
Wait, how long does it last us?
Like 24 hours?
Yeah, it was 24 hours.
Okay, so until we go to bed tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's good.
All right.
Because I'm learning new spells in the morning.
What do we get?
As you pull out
Okay.
a second gem-encrusted bowl that you've prepared, you purchased in the bazaar earlier, you mark off another 1,000 gold pieces from your personal fund. And as you guys watch, Keyleth all of a sudden puts her hands out in front of her, and from the very earth itself around your campsite springs forth this long table of just cornucopias and fruits and fine meats. The smell permeates the air like the best eating hall you've ever been to.
Oh, get a second
Bananas!
Oh, no.
I thought of you.
Thank you.
I thought of you.
This is amazing, kid.
Very square.
Oh, man.
You guys
I'll
get
pick up Keyleth, I'll give her a big squeeze. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna try the carpet again.
Okay, so as you're eating and chopping, you step away from the table, you set the carpet down, and you grab your holy symbol, and you close your eyes, praying up to Saren Ray to hopefully, in some way, shape, or form, be of an aid in restoring this once enchanted ally.
A 0 or a 1.
No, what is it?
2.
2.
That's not good to roll a 2?
She has
Close.
to 11 or just to get lower.
Oh.
You sense that once again the attention of Saren Ray is scattered, and at this moment in time you feel like there is little attention towards this small arcane artifact that was lost, not of your own hand.
I know. I'm sorry, sir.
You're a helpful one.
I'm just
Very mindful.
So
of
at the
your
top of the morning, as part of the hero's feast, everyone gets 2d12 additional.
2d10.
2d10.
2d10 additional hit points
Everybody's
to your
hit
maximum.
points is temporarily.
And then you heal that as well.
For a day?
For a day.
We roll that right now.
And you also
Right now.
fill up that as well.
Yay! That's amazing.
That's tight right there.
Tat, 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 tat.
Yes, thank you for introducing that to Liam's vocabulary.
Also, everyone now has advantage on their wisdom saving throws
Okay.
Just for the day, right?
for 24 hours. So for
You're immune to poison, immune to diseases, immune to being frightened, and all wisdom saving throws have advantage.
immune to being frightened.
Yes.
All of us.
All you guys, after eating this meal, it instills you with an extremely powerful nature-based enchantment. You feel your physical form given unnatural hardiness, and the confidence kind of instills your entire body. And so you're immune to poison, immune to disease, immune to frightened, and you get advantage on your saving throws.
You ain't afraid of no
Your
ghosts.
wisdom saving throws for the next 24
It's the
hours.
tryptophan.
I'm
That's
afraid.
that.
The opposite of tryptophan.
take a nap.
Very fine, a very expensive meal. All right, you guys eventually find yourself
I'm so
getting to
appreciative.
rest.
I do feel really good.
All right.
And those bananas came right after.
It's like a hug.
There's that face.
That's what I said.
Through the evening's rest, Grog keeping watch.
Yes.
Eventually, the weight of the meal comes to your form, and you begin to fall asleep. You all wake up in the morning, untouched, unscathed, but all asleep.
You fell asleep.
No. It was just so calm that once the sun came up, I heard you. I fell asleep.
You've got a lot of drool in your beard.
All right.
In your beard.
I'll take the first watch next time. Everything's good. No use crying over spilt milk. Let's keep going.
Where's your
Good to have a good night's sleep, though.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yoink!
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. 0.
Oh, well,
0.
100. That's No progression on your beard.
Oh, I thought it was like the lowest roll you could ever do.
Very
in character.
0
Grog.
means 10. That's 100.
Yeah.
That's
can't
really
get
awesome.
lower than
That's like
10.
the best you can
The
do.
lowest you can get is 10. Shit. Or 11, really.
It's all right, but you still have your fancy little linking going
They
on.
call me Honest Grog. It's like Lincoln.
No, I was there. I was with you.
Yeah, I'm usually
Biscuit.
I'm a low roller. So, yeah.
0, 0. 100. Fuck.
All right.
Yeah. Back on the horse.
All right.
Let's go.
You're right up again. You get yourself back on the path, and you progress up the pathway. You continue to ride for the next 6, 7 or so hours, stopping briefly to eat lunch and kind of just get your energy up.
Feed Lockheed.
Feed Lockheed.
Leftover from the big feast.
Uh, There's been no change in Lockheed's health visually yet, but you continue the process. You can push forward for the remainder of the day, eventually getting to the end of your second day of travel. As the sun is beginning to slowly set, you watch the direction it's passing, and you can see now in the distance what appears to be a large mountain range beginning to appear above the breaks in the canopy, where you can see part of the trees begin to part. There are aspects of the sky visible. You can see the clouds have regathered. There's a little bit of sunlight that breaks through every now and then. You can see just the general glow of the sky as it pushes over. But you do see the edge of a mountain range in the distance, probably no more than a couple hours of travel to get to the actual base of.
Oh.
You're good, Pike. You're
That
good.
wasn't a word.
You're good, Keelan.
Is that an Ashari song?
We're just, you know,
Cast
it's
Xanax.
just a lot of pressure.
Yes.
It's good.
So how do we? How should we approach?
We'll just approach like one would approach.
You hear a sudden clap of thunder. It's rumbling through the sky, and you can see above the mountain range the clouds that are gathering are very dark, and a roiling thunderstorm is starting to break over the mountain range. You see flashes of light from within, and a few other claps of thunder
Does it
rolling
look
over the
natural?
mountain range. I mean, it looks like a thunderstorm. It's not like ominously dark more than what you're used to, but it looks like there is a thunderstorm blowing through.
Can I do a nature check, see how long it's gonna hang out?
Go make a nature check.
Ooh, 17 plus 27.
You take a moment and watch it. It is stationary.
Looks inviting.
Taking a very close look, it doesn't appear to be pouring any rain. It's just a thick gathering of black thunderclouds that has yet to release its watery payload.
I don't know why I thought
I
that was
was
so
there with
funny.
you.
No, that was.
What do you think, Keelan?
Yes,
Does it look safe to traverse?
Why did it just formed, right? We like watched it happen.
As you approached and noticed, you could see like that storm is there.
Oh, okay. So it's
Apparently, your
not.
people have a taste for the theatrics.
Do you think that's where they are?
Assuming.
I drop to my knees, and I do commune with nature.
Okay. As you spend a little time kind of focusing on the landscape around you, and what's the range on that?
It's big. 5th level sparrow.
Come
Hang on, I bet I can beat you. I can beat you.
There we go, got it.
Damn it.
Alright, so 3 miles of you. It's a little bit beyond 3 miles. But you gather, at least within the distance that you're there, nothing immediately visible, but the temperature you can gather gets slightly warmer as you approach the mountain range. That's the most you can gather from this distance.
Yeah, it looks like that's the way.
Is it safe to just approach? Is there
And
any sort of...
that's what I did with the Earth Ashari. But I mean, they were welcoming and kind, and
Well, maybe they will be too. You know, maybe they just like being warm. I
They have a
understand that.
reputation of being.
we haven't made contact with them in almost 2 generations. I don't know.
Oh.
Last time we made contact with them, it was fine and everyone was good, but who knows? It's been a while because my mother didn't come back.
And
so.
this is maybe awkward, but you and we share something in common. Our past is awkward. I get the sense that yours is not as much. Your people, are they a mix of many kind, or?
How we came to be, once again, roughly 1,000 years ago, certain people possessed natural abilities. We assumed we were blessed by the gods of nature. And when we realized we had these abilities and then the sundering happened, that's when we banded together. But it could have been anyone between humans, elves, there were a few dwarves, gnomes, mainly humans and elves. So we're primarily, I guess you could say mutts, primarily half-elven. But we separated off into our own separate tribes. So we each kind of developed our own individual cultures, even though we came from the same root.
But predominantly a melding of humans and elves.
And elves. But we're accepting of all races. At least the air and the Earth Ashari are.
And I assume that they are steeped in tradition as well, such as our own people.
Yes, absolutely. And each tribe has its own tradition that it's had a lot of time to develop.
Oh, I see. I'm gonna reach in my Dust of Illusion and...
Oh no!
Friendly fire, friendly fire!
Okay, then break.
That was the day that Orion set himself on fire.
That's fine.
Dust of Illusion.
Right here on camera.
We just hit 7,000 subs with Orion set himself on fire.
It happens all the time when you bend it. Not loose like that. It's fine. We're all okay.
It touched my ass. It hit me in the ass.
That was...
There's like 5 jokes I'm not making.
And I just sprinkle some on myself, and I turn my scale silver.
Okay.
I hate whoever bought that for you.
All of your scales shift into a glistening silver color, that of the same scales that the followers of Bahamut had adorned their armor with when you went to that section of
But this is the color my brother Faerun is.
It looks good on you.
Yes. So you're just a silver-colored dragonborn.
If they are steeped in tradition, the metallic dragon kin are more welcome in societies more than the chromatic.
Yes.
As we've seen.
Judging books by their cover, yes.
Right.
Especially shiny metallic color.
I ride my horse around in a circle just to face everybody and say, everyone, maybe go a bit back, go behind Keyleth. Maybe Vixalia and I will trail just behind.
I will
as
stay to
your
her right.
As your guard.
Yes.
Sure.
Is there anything we can do to help? Or just make you feel a little bit more at ease?
I don't know what to expect.
I have this long bottom herb that you can smoke before we go.
Oh, wait.
We need her clear.
Yeah.
Tiberius.
I'm just saying it. I'm
See, what I'm most nervous about is when I went to the Earth Tribe, they said that my mother had passed through.
So.
And went through her training and her Ulore trip, and she was fine, and then continued on.
Maybe your mother's still here.
Another lightning clap.
Let's get a move on, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Keyleth, we're all here behind you. You've got this.
We'll pretend to be your small army. You
Entourage.
are our leader.
And please, don't mention anything about us being called the shits when we first got started.
Vox Machina.
Vox Machina is all it is.
Good.
Wait, is that Kashaw? Made you look. Break the tension!
Good job, bro.
Never mind, you've got it.
You continue riding towards the mountain range at the base of the Thunder Peak Mountains. Eventually, the forest begins to give way as the ground itself becomes less and less hospitable to vegetation. There's a certain smell to the air that seems to come through the wind that buffets the bottom of the mountain range itself.
It's not me.
It smells like a distant forest fire. Like you can hear, you can smell almost like burnt cedar, a little bit of ash to the air.
Shaking. Trying to write
Smells like
notes on shaking.
California.
You make your way to the base. Have a one-roll perception check.
You're right. 15.
17.
Nervous?
14.
17.
15.
8.
13.
14.
Okay.
Not good on
Percy, everyone else, you kind of look about this mountain range, and it's just a sheer edge. Like there's no real sign outside from climbing it up how you managed to find
Is
a
it
way.
favorite terrain?
Yes.
Is mountainous part of your favorite
Oh, is
terrain?
it still mountains?
There's some mountains. You glance up though. You do notice that there is apparently two paths that diverge at the very base. They're very steep, kind of back and forth, switchback, winding paths that lead up the front of the mountain. It's hard to see exactly where they lead because once they reach a certain point, the rest of the mountain cliff just seems to blend into itself. But you do notice there are two, maybe like 4 to 5 foot wide, very, very thin switchback paths that lead up the side of the mountain.
Oh look, we have two options for our ways up.
2 paths, Percy.
2 paths? Is there a way? I want to examine the path to see if there's one that's been more trod.
We choose the one less traveled, don't we?
That won't make much of a difference.
We were cultured.
Investigation?
I went to Jesuit high school.
14.
14. Glancing at the two sides, the left path appears to be far more worn. The right path is largely untouched with a thin layer of ash coating it, so you get the feeling that one hasn't seen use in quite some time.
Are the prints going both directions, or is the majority going
On the
one
left
way or the other?
side, they seem to go both ways, but even those prints are fairly old. At least a week or two has seen any sort of traction on that.
Footprints, horse prints, both?
Footprints.
No horse prints.
Correct.
What do you see, Percival?
I see the path is probably too treacherous to bring the horses. We might want to leave them here. One path has barely been touched, and the other one has been pretty well ridden through. I say we take the more common path.
Yes.
All right.
So you leave your
Tie up the
horses
horse.
behind? Okay.
Are there
Yeah, we're
trees
not-
to tie
we're
them
not
up?
doing the less traveled.
There are some trees towards the edge here.
We have nothing
Wait,
to hide.
why are we taking the more traveled one? Do you think your family is more of reclusive, or do you think?
Oh, I mean,
How wide is the path?
our tribe, we
4 to
generally
5
can
feet.
still make contact and trade with
Small
nearby
path.
towns.
Small
Generally.
path.
So
Single
there
file
are the more
up the side
traveled
of the
ones.
But
Once
when the
they're on
Keyleth's
shore.
people or her cousins, whoever they are, have been taken here distant.
Yeah, but let's try the path more traveled first.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys leave your horses behind.
tie them
You
up.
you tie them up to one of the nearby trees, one that's kind of off to the side. Leave a little bit of feed
Hide
for
them. We tied them.
Okay.
With big bows.
You make your way up the switchback path, the side of the mountain, and it is relatively steep. It continues up at about a 40-degree incline, and there are certain moments where it tends to pinch to about a 3 to even 2 foot wide path, and you kind of have to comfortably put your back to the side of the mountain to get through those passes. You're about, I'd say about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, the sun has officially set, and what little bit of moonlight would be brought forth is currently encased by the thunderstorm ahead, and you do still hear the occasional clap of thunder and see the occasional flash. The most of it seems to be happening above the range, out of visual sight.
I think we need lights so we don't go over the edge.
Sure. Tiberius creates a beacon of light at the edge of his staff, and being centrally located to the team is a fairly good source of visual light to the pathway you guys continue to go up the side. I'm going to go ahead and have everybody do a Constitution saving throw here.
Druid dice. Ooh, not good.
18.
13.
9.
17.
18.
Nice, Mike.
It's really cold over
All
there.
right. It's actually, this isn't a chill-based thing. This is the The air itself, the wind that's blowing down, is filled with this thick ash-type dust that's coming through, and you're finding yourself coughing, just getting into your lungs a little bit. And
Oh, Mike, I've got a mask for this. I'm going to put on a mask.
Okay.
Pull my hood up,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Pull my scarf around my...
No immediate effects, but you find yourself unable to suppress an occasional cough. You continue up the side of the mountain as you guys pull your cloth up over your faces. You make your way. Probably you're pushing almost midnight at this point in time, and you're getting tired. Your legs are growing sore from the constant, perpetual walk upwards at an angle. The path begins to become less of a switchback, and you can see it's beginning to pull inwards towards what looks like a ravine in the mountain range. There's an area where the actual mountain kind of carves inward and leads into the mountain range proper. During that time, Vex, as you guys are making your way up to this slight inward pathway that starts pushing into the mountain range, it's less dangerous and a little less pressed against the mountain as you were previously. You notice up at the top there are a few shadowed figures just out of your visual range that you can just make out over the backlight of the clouds in the sky.
Do they look...
Make a perception check.
I chose poorly. That's terrible. Yeah.
What are you flipping pages
8.
for? Was it 2?
8.
Shut.
At this distance, it's hard to really make out any sort of visual on their form, their size, but you just see there's a handful of them. It looks like 3 figures that are moving in unison along the ridge a little ways up ahead of you guys. I can go ahead and get a stealth check from the group with disadvantage on the ones that failed their Constitution saves.
How do we know?
What is a fail?
The fail is the 9 or below, or yeah.
If we roll a 9, and below.
No. Yeah, I'll let you know if it's a fail or not. But you guys, everyone has to make a stealth check, and the ones who failed, ones who are currently at the coughs, have disadvantage on the roll.
Who has the coughs? How do you know?
You're clicking on. I didn't do that.
Oh.
Did I fail with a 9?
With a 9, yes, you did. You're also coughing. Yeah, I got +2.
Oh my god. I have to sacrifice it. Okay.
22.
Okay.
11.
14.
14.
21.
Whoa.
19.
No.
Whoa!
I have been oiling my armor.
She didn't have disadvantage. She rolled a 17 on her Constitution.
Right, so you were fine.
Yeah.
How did Trinket do?
15. Trinket, I did not roll for Trinket
you
for
rolled
either
Trinket.
of those things.
Trinket, we'll just go ahead and roll stealth on
He's a
Trinket.
bear.
Mighty 2.
Should be here anyway.
A mighty 2.
Yeah.
Stealth. You're so annoying with the
Disadvantage
coughing.
on 2 and roll twice. Roll 2.
You know you don't have to breathe all
On
of it
stealth?
in every
Oh.
time.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Oh, no, that's
They're
a bad okay.
15. Sorry, 15.
Okay.
For stealth, right?
For stealth.
Yeah.
As you guys make your way into the path, and she points this out, there's a couple people that kind of, there's a quiet silence, and then a couple of coughs coming through, shush the best as you can, and you can see the figures kind of shift, and then vanish from sight.
Should we hurry?
I
What do you
really
think?
have to cough.
Well.
We should move along.
Can I just kind of do a perception check and see if I can see any sign
Can.
of like a village or a town or my people? 23.
Looking around, the pathway still continues upward, and like I said, it kind of continues and then disappears over a ridge where the mountains kind of come inward to the closest portion where the mountain range tends to break. You can't see anything beyond that because it's still too far away from you.
Knowing my people and my tribe, would I know if these were like centurions?
You have no idea. You haven't been to this territory. You know that centurions usually are sent out and people that keep watch on the
Right.
landscape around, but you have no idea.
Because I know the mountains, are we still on that crappy narrow precipices?
It's starting that crappy path is starting to move inward finally towards the actual mountain and starting to crest over into some sort of a top area, where it goes into almost like a ravine where the two walls of the mountain come together to give you a small valley path that leads.
Could I look and see if there were any boulder avalanche type situations that I could see? That
Sure,
might
go ahead and
be
make a perception check.
Can I clarify something?
Never mind.
Am I giving Scanlan a shoulder ride right now, or is he?
Oh, Scanlan's still back.
He's knocking
at the-
boots back in Besselheim.
Yeah.
Couldn't find him.
Yes, Scanlan paid well for enough attention to celebrate his current non-freezing death or smashing by a dragon, and
sense.
is
Deep
still-
tissue.
is still recovering through the positive reinforcement of numerous female workers.
They call it a tiefling trio.
There's going to be art for that.
Now there is.
Say things like that out loud.
You guys continue?
Yeah, I think so.
Continue on.
All right.
I mean, that's
Continue on.
Right.
do it.
You continue pushing in, and this area where the mountain range tends to kind of collide to this pathway that leads onward, and it's slowly winding around and heading upward, closer in towards where the mountain range crests. There's a couple more flashes of lightning, some thunder, and you kind of look around.
I rolled an 18 because I want to do an Arcana check for like anything I can feel from that storm, or like as we're
An
getting
18?
closer.
Okay.
As we're getting closer.
Best you can gather, the storm is localized. It is not moving. And this type of storm seems to be more generated not because there is a gathering of storm activity or any natural rain that falls in this area. In fact, most of the rock and landscape you see here is very dry. This usually accompanies a place of very, very strong power. Natural occurrences where there is just a general a funnel or focus of some sort of unbridled arcane or divine energy tends to call this type of aberrant weather pattern to it.
This would sometimes happen in the Arashari as well. We'd get windstorms occasionally. It happens.
You hear a strange clacking sound, like, and you glance up just in time to see a large boulder
I've seen
down the
that
mountain.
before. Done.
So for this one in particular, this would be forward towards the people that are in the front. That would be Keyleth, Vex, Vax, and Trinket.
Do I have enough time to react?
You guys can go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
How big is the boulder?
It's roughly 6 feet in diameter. It just kind of barrels through the vicinity.
Yeah.
23.
1.
Can I try to do something right now?
Let me do the reaction first.
What was my number? It was 13. 13 for me, and Trinket gets 13 as well.
13 and 13.
Can I try to do something? For Volt?
As soon as I finish their action, like basically just boulder just smack, and they all try to dodge out of the way, and then you can do your action.
I'm gonna try to cast telekinesis and.
Okay. The casting of the spell itself takes a moment. It's one of those things where it's not an instant thing. You have to do the motions for it. It's not so much instant. Just that one. However, as the boulder manages to roll by, all of you except for Vax manage to dodge out of the way in time. So everyone kind of ducks out as the boulder.
What book?
It's past, and
Now both of the elven twins have taken
you take
rock
16 points of bludgeoning damage as the boulder just slams into your side.
Hey guys, look!
16. You immediately glance up at the top, and you can now see 3 figures have gathered at the very top of this ridge, and you can see 2 more are lifting boulders.
Lifting boulders.
It looks like it.
Oh, are they giants? Are they more fucking giants?
Glancing up best you can see, and they're about 45, 50 feet up on this ridgeline. They appear to be larger than normal human. They are humanoid. You, with your highest perception, glance up and you can see each one has 2 heads across one set of shoulders.
Can we get in a place that the boulders won't hit us, like if we get right up against the cliff face?
So now.
Certainly try.
Wait, so now we see that happening?
Yeah.
So we see that
You guys
happening?
all see this happening now.
Cool. So instead, as I see the next one, I cast telekinesis on the one he's about to throw and huck it right back at him.
Okay. So one of the boulders gets loose. Now this one's going towards the bottom group here. As Tiberius, you reach up and do that. Go ahead and roll a strength check with the strength of the boulder, which I believe is... what's the strength check of the telekinesis boulder?
How far away are they roughly?
They're about 45, 50 feet up on the pathway.
We could just bolt.
We could take off running.
We're in the bottom of it.
All right, so you just roll and add 5.
Worst possible.
Roll and add 5 to your d20.
Okay, that was 15.
15. You rolled a 5. Even with his strength bonus, he throws the boulder down. The boulder smacks him right back in the face, and you can see just tips over backward out of visual range. There's now 2 of them currently visible at the top.
Cool.
All right, so go ahead and make your attack. The rest of you guys get around. However, at this point in time, as you guys are preparing, the second boulder comes crashing down towards the second half. I need Percy, Pike, Grog, and Tiberius to make dexterity saving throws.
You guys want to run?
Nope.
This is Dex.
Yeah, solid 5.
Dexterity saving throw. 5.
14 on the first one, which
18.
Okay.
13.
14 is fine.
13.
13? 15? Okay. So you guys, all but Tiberius, you guys dodge out of the way. Tiberius, who's concentrating on the telekinesis, and the secondary boulder unfortunately connects. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Cool. Need you make a concentration check. Roll d20. Add your add 5 to it.
That's 24.
24. Yeah, you maintain concentration. It nearly. The boulder almost knocks you off your side. You manage to maintain your focus on the spell. Your telekinesis is still going.
trying to hit him with an arrow.
Go for it.
16.
16 hits.
Yes.
You loose it. It goes careening up the side into the darkness, and it finds purchase somewhere in the face of the entity. Go ahead and roll damage.
17.
17. Nice.
Was I didn't Hunter's Mark him.
Is the entity still lifting boulders?
There are 2 entities currently that are still up. One you can't see because it got the boulder smashed back in its face and left it.
As much as I love being targets for their lawn bowling, we are kind of in the bottom of a fucking valley.
It's true. Yeah, we're in a death
All right.
man.
Yeah.
Run.
You guys just run?
Yeah.
Okay. You start bolting forward. You can see the 2 entities now reach over and grab rocks and start running
Run zigzags.
alongside.
Zigzags.
Serpentine.
I turn around where they are right in front and throw up a big wall of stone.
They both throw boulders kind of overhead, now arcing, kind of missing the entire ravine, trying to get it downward.
Is my thing still going?
Your telekinesis is still going.
I'm gonna catch one and.
Don't take out my wall of stone!
No, I'm gonna whack the dude.
Okay.
Okay.
One of them rolls down, and it would have impacted, except for the wall of stone. It hits. Let me see the strength of that. Oh, rolled a 1 on its on the strength of the roll. The boulder slams right at the bottom of the ravine. Gets even more speed as it ramps up like a bowling ball and slams into the stone wall. The stone wall heaves and cracks, and portions of it fall and collapse. But it does manage to stop the force of that boulder. The second one comes overhead towards you. Go ahead and make a d20 roll and add 5 to it.
19.
19. Yeah, I rolled an 8. You manage to catch the boulder. It's just on the cusp of the weight limit you would have for telekinesis, but you manage to stop it in midair and catch it, and you're just kind of throwing it off to the side.
I'm gonna huck it right back to the other guy again.
Okay. It's a heavy boulder, and it's a long 50-foot distance away, so I'm gonna go ahead and have you roll another d20 plus 5.
Come on.
That's
Plus 5?
14.
14. You manage to stop it from crushing your party, and you throw it up, and it manages to roll up the side, get partway up, and then continue arcing and rolling down away from you guys safely. Kind of like a skee ball style, you know.
I'm gonna keep running. Tiberius on the back as I kind of pull him along. Run.
All right. You guys keep running. You can notice as you're bolting forward, the 2 entities that are looming reach over and grab boulders.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. As if I see one pick up a ball, I'm gonna stop and take an action if that's okay.
Sure, go for it.
I'm going to swing around. I'm going to pull bad news out as I swing around, back myself down, and I'm going to take a shot at its arm, and I'm taking an aim shot at its arm.
Okay, go for it. So you're spending a grip point.
Hit it.
Spending a grip point. It's been so long. Here we are. Yeah!
19?
Oh, the curse is broken. That's
The sage.
29, 31.
31 definitively hits.
31.
So it has to make a. What does the weapon, the arm shot do? There's no damage, right?
The arm shot is okay. I'm sorry, it's been a while. I've never done this one before. Yeah, no damage, but it drops one item of my choice.
So as it's lifting the boulder, you fire
On top of him?
and it hits the elbow out from under it.
And I use the strength of the shot to pick myself up and keep on running.
Okay. Go make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
So as one of them is lifting a giant boulder, it goes to
23.
chuck it. 23, you're fine. Percy swoops around, fires bad news that echoes through the entire ravine. I think it's the sound focus. You hear it echoing outward from the blast that sends Percy back. Percy turns around, throws his arm down on the ground, and using the momentum from the blast, picks himself up, leaps onto his feet, and continues running in time with the rest of you. A trail of smoke billowing behind him from the barrel of bad news, which you can see is now glowing with a bit of red warmth. The metal itself heated from the sheer force of the blast.
That was awesome.
At this time, you look up and see one of the entities with the two heads is lifting a boulder over its head. One of its elbows out from under it. The boulder flies out of its head, and that one also falls out of view as the other one kind of like looks back and sets the boulder down, shaking its fist at the air.
Rabble.
Yes.
Rabble.
I yell back, fuck you!
In giant.
I don't know if it is a giant, but...
That felt good.
Yeah,
felt really good.
Which
job,
you
good
recognize the echoing voice. Basically says, "Come back here, food!" And you shout that back at it, and it goes, "Hey!" And it's at this point you guys have just charged out. At which point the ravine begins to open into what looks like a. Let me get a little out of this chaos here. The ravine opens up into a valley. It looks like at the top of this mountain range, at the top kind of crested area surrounds this valley that slowly descends into the center of this large mountain. You guys have walked up the outside of it.
Hidden Valley.
Hidden Valley Ranch.
It's about.
Sounds so stupid.
There you go. It's a large. God damn it.
That's what the, yes, Pike.
My favorite ranch.
Yes, Pike. That's what the joke was.
The valley itself is about roughly 3 miles across to the other side of this crested mountain range.
3 miles?
Yeah. You notice this valley is actually a settled-in bowl-like caldera. You realize this particular mountain was once, or possibly still is, an active volcano. As you begin to move in closer, the ground itself becomes more and more jagged with what looks like broken obsidian rock, sharp volcanic stone and glass. It is a very, very warm heat that this area tends to give off, and the temperature is now significantly causing you to sweat, not just from the run, but the severe change in temperature than what you're used to in this area of the continent.
I know. This was great to me.
This change in temperature.
I'm stretching out my scales. Letting the heat in. Oh yeah, it's good.
The air now, the burning wood and ash smell is becoming much, much stronger. And you kind of readjust your cloth to cover your mouth. You also, as you begin to push closer and closer towards the center, you begin to see occasional pools of ashy mud dotting the landscape, where sulfurous gas caused the liquid earth to bubble and fume in certain patches.
Lady, is that you? Oh, it's.
Oh, are we?
Everyone go ahead and roll perception.
I'm gonna, as they're doing this with their nose, I'm gonna open my ball of air right in front of me and just like have it.
Yeah, you do. I just said, like I know.
28.
15.
13. Perception. Yeah.
2. 12, man.
Hold on.
1.
What is our rolls tonight?
Yep, me too.
What are our rolls?
Twinsies rolls.
That is a -2.
Okay.
There. See?
Take that, Nay. Take that.
Far off in the distance, Keyleth, as the rest of you are kind of looking at the landscape, you see what looks like a small forest, a very localized forest right in the center of the valley. You can see a cluster of trees that exist about a mile and a half away from your current position. As you guys continue pushing forward, you start seeing larger stone clusters and formations, almost like very violent activity. We're forcing and jutting up portions of stone out of this caldera at some point.
Can I do a nature check to see if it's natural from like earthquakes or
Sure.
if earthbenders have done
Nice.
it? 25. Nice.
Looking at it, it appears that a lot of it appears to be natural, but there are portions that appear to be sculpted or have sections that are cleaved off or taken by possible tools for use of building or other purposes.
And most of it appears to be like obsidian.
Obsidian, volcanic rock, which is very porous and light and somewhat brittle in places, and occasionally you see sections of glass, like smooth glass that kind of fill pockets across the ground. As you get about a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile into this caldera towards that forest that you were seeing in the distance, there's a loud grinding of stone out of nowhere. This sound. All of you glance around as suddenly a series of stone walls rise out of the ground surrounding you guys, front, back, side to side, and a fifth one closes it off. All of you are now left in complete darkness, imprisoned in what seems to be some sort of a stone cube.
What? God, what is going on here?
Sorry. Really bright in here.
As you look around you, indeed, relatively rough-looking stone walls have completely encapsulated you guys on all 5 sides, and you are all entirely trapped inside the structure. It's about 40 feet high, 40 feet across.
Can we dig? Can we dig down? Can we dig?
I take the
Warhammer.
Fireball can do this. No, I'm just kidding.
I take the Warhammer, I activate it, I run up to one of the walls and I swing as hard as I can into one of the walls.
Okay. Go ahead and if this, go ahead and roll a strength check.
I'll just.
Come on, girl.
Can I assist?
If you want to, you rush up with your mace as well to slam into the side of the wall.
19.
Oh, you don't need assistance.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. We're from Park Anytime.
9.
So the two of you together slam your weapons into the side of the wall. A portion of the stone kind of cracks a little and chips of it fall out, but the stone still stands pretty
Everybody
solid.
stop! Keyleth.
Can I see through it where they chipped away?
No, it's actually where they chipped away. There's still more stone behind you. You're not sure how thick these walls are.
We just wait, or Keyleth talks. Wait.
Oh, right.
About a moment later, you see a small red glow appear from a portion of the wall on the opposite side.
Red?
Red glow.
Like
Looking
lava red?
like a portion of the stone about this wide begins to glow a bright red before dripping off molten, leaving a small slit.
It's them.
You can now see through the slit a few heads kind of appearing as one steps into, eyes kind of shifty looking, peering through the small space. You trespass into our home. I will ask you once your business before we let the mountain's fury take you.
Please. I am Keyleth of the Arashari, and I am here to further my Aramente.
That kind of sits back for a second. Go ahead and make a persuasion roll with advantage.
I kneel down toward Keyleth.
And I vow to lead
we all do
towards her.
it.
No, yeah.
And I look around and I'm like,
So,
persuasion?
with advantage.
Can we assist?
We're doing it.
With persuasion. 10.
Can I get assist you with that too?
Can
I don't bow. I'm still at her side.
Okay. You guys have you have all kneeled around here. There's a moment where they all kind of look about themselves. So, Keyleth of the Arashari, you know of our people. You trek up here with a group of strangers at your sides, welcome weapons at the ready. I ask you for the Aramente. Whom do you call family? Whom gave you to this world?
My father, Corin, and my mother, Vilya. My mother was my predecessor. Wait, no, that's right? Yes, predecessor.
Yes, Your Highness.
She followed in my path I'm following in her path.
The eyes have now moved away from the slot.
Damn it.
Um,
God, I'm so bad at being eloquent.
a moment later, you hear a large
Oh.
large impact sound, and a voice say, "Stand back!"
How?
We all back up.
For what?
You all back up.
We all back up.
As you all back away, the front wall of stone that was put up before you that the eyes were looking through suddenly crumbles into a pile on its own, revealing the caldera before you once again, and there stands about 10 individuals, all dressed in what looks like darkened, dark brown and black hides and leathers with sections of what looks like obsidian-tipped weapons. Certain arrows are cocked and at the ready against the rest of you. And one individual, the one that was speaking to you earlier, comes forward. You see these people, they're from varying races. You see dwarves, halflings, humans, about 3 half-elves among them. When an elven man comes forth, and you recognize through the eyes and the tone of voice, this is the one that spoke to you through the slit in the stone. He has no hair, completely bald of all hair, tattooed darkness around his eyes, and you can see his entire left arm is covered in a long-healed but horrible burn scar. He steps up and gives you a nod of affirmation. Then, you shall tell this to the Flame Speaker. If you are indeed Ashari, he will know what to do with you. Come with us.
And what might I ask is your name?
Kind of glance back over his shoulder. Calhoun. But I'm not the one you wish to speak with.
Hi, I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
He turns around and continues walking back towards the forest.
So maybe let me do all the talking this time.
Would you like us to follow you, Your Majesty?
Yes.
You don't. It's, yes, family. My brothers and sisters.
Got it.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
You guys continue walking alongside Keyleth, and as you do, most of the druids kind of flank you to each side, about 4 of them with arrows still drawn, kind of walking behind you as you progress. They're still armed and keeping a very close eye on you as you travel.
It's really not necessary. We're quite harmless.
Just let him do it.
Calhoun leads the way, and you guys continue traveling for about half an hour or so, until eventually you begin to reach an area where you see more of these rock structures, but many of them have been carved out, or a series of stones have been gathered to build small huts and abodes. You can see this is essentially a village built from all the materials that were scavenged from or brought to this caldera to construct Pyra, the realm of the Fire Ashari. As you move through the town, silence still claims the entirety of the druids that are escorting you. With Calhoun leading the way, you can see other druids begin coming out of their abodes and glancing around and watching you as you approach. No scowls, no smiles, just a general air of indifference amongst them as they carefully watch the strange outsiders stepping through their homestead. You are then led through the village to the outskirts of this forest. Now, the forest you see, as you get closer, all the trees are long dead and petrified. There's not a leaf among them, and most of the wood you see is either gray or black from being charred, burnt, or just dying over time and petrifying. As you head towards the edge of the forest, Calhoun stops and turns around and just crosses his arms and stares at you.
So how...
At which point the ground shudders, and you can see in the distance, from within the forest almost, you see a large spray of molten rock kind of disappear into the loose canopy of the burnt trees before you. Some sort of brief volcanic eruption seemed to have sprayed out from the center of this cluster of dead trees. About 20 seconds later, you see a shape begin to emerge from the dead forest. Stepping out of the shadows, you see a man standing there. Human. A very, very thick, sturdy build. No shirt, brass-colored bracers, long, kind of billowing pants of a deep maroon color with gold trim and designs. His skin is very, very darkened, whether by blood or by sun. He has a very, very dark complexion to him. His hair is long and jet black. You see his jaw is very square, and these coal black eyes show no motion as he ignores the rest of you and steps towards Keyleth. He walks right up to you, and now looking down at you, he's standing probably a good 1.5 feet taller. Once again, no emotion, no expression. You are King of Vilia, are you?
I'm King of Vilia?
King of Vilia.
Oh, King of Vilia. Yes, I am.
I am Serkonos, the Flame Speaker of Pyra, and guardian of this rift. Welcome to Pyra, my child. Now I must ask, why have you come?
I am here to complete my Aramente. I have already been to the Earth Tribe.
Crosses his arms for a moment.
My mother, Vilia, never returned to Zephyra.
For you to be here on the Aramente, it is proof that she did not complete hers, or at least is no longer with us. I am sorry. She was strong of heart.
So she came through here.
She did. She completed the trial, the challenges, and moved on to continue her Aramente. Not but 10 or so years back.
Only 10 years ago. She's been gone for close to 20.
How long was she here?
Yes, how long was she here?
She stayed out but 3-4 days.
Okay.
And not where her journey took her. I'd hoped wherever she was safe.
Check him.
You may.
And see if he signed you.
22.
He seems stern, but honest. His words genuinely come from a place of worry and a tinge of regret at the knowledge that he's just received.
Your mother was strong of heart and was very fierce. She could stir the heart of the mountain themselves with a word. She was very well respected amongst us.
She was better than I am.
I hope not.
And in a moment his face turns a little darker and he says, Corin.
Yes.
I assume he as well?
He is. Stubborn as always.
Well, you come with compatriots. You trust them?
Yes. This is my traveling companions, Vox Machina. They've proven themselves time and time again. We've been together for almost over a year now.
And you trust them?
I do. We actually have a keep now in Mon.
Good. You will need trust. Well, you are here to learn, then, on your Aramente. To be tested, yes?
Correct.
Then speak what you learn to seek, what you wish to learn. What do you lack? What will be your death?
I've actually seen a vision of my death. It's from not having the will to do what is necessary for fear of harming others, instead of protecting myself.
Then the test begins now. Without preparation. Do you also wish to join her on this task? Prove your
Yes.
worth.
Yes.
For the first time you see a smile crawl across his face. And beneath it you can see the gleaming white, toothy grin of a man that acknowledges some sort of honor.
Then the trial shall commence. Come, within Cinder Grove.
And he turns around and heads back into the forest. The rest of the druids have stepped back now, and they've kind of left you to your own devices.
Vision of your death?
Yeah, part of one of the ceremonies that the Earth Tribe gives. It's called the Olori ceremony. It's a tea that they make that is derived from a local plant. That it's essentially a vision quest tea. It gives you visions. Cultural tradition, I guess. I saw two paths. One was an older woman who was wise and hardened and brave. And she had just a line of young Ashari behind her. And I ran away. I realized she was me. And I ran away. And I went down another path. And there was a tree. It was young, but strong. And it had a familiarity. And as I reached out and touched it, my vision was taken through the path of the roots. And I could see the world, and I could see how everything was connected. And it took me to you all. And you were strong, and fighting, and proud. And then Vax yelled out, "This one's for Keyleth. I wasn't with you." And then Grog yelled out, "This is for our princess." And I broke away, and I realized that I was that tree, and it was my death. And as I ran to the other side, I went back to the old woman, and all of my people slowly started fading behind her. And as she looked at me, she said, "Your future is as important as it is fragile. Protect it." And then she too faded away. And I realized she was me. And when I came out of my vision, I talked with the Earth Headmaster, Headmaster Patisse. And she told me that if I was going to survive, I needed to have the will to do what was necessary and the strength. And ever since the child, it's been hard. I was there for a long time, the Earth Tribe, longer than most stay on their Aramente. I couldn't get through the trial. Every time I used natural magic, every time I tried to fight, I just saw flashes of that child's eyes. I was blocked. Normally they save the Olori ceremony for the final testament, but they actually started me with the Olori ceremony in order to help hopefully unlock my spiritual blocking that I was having. But I don't know.
Well. So what now, Your Highness?
Continue on and hope I don't make a fatal mistake. Hope that I can learn.
We won't let that happen.
I hope I don't let you guys down.
We face this together.
There's another shake of the ground as you see another spray of molten rock kind of. And you hear it pattering in the distance of the forest.
We'll do this together.
We're with you to the end.
I love you all.
You all move together into the Cinder Grove forest, pushing through the hardened, blackened tree trunks to the left and the right of you. The actual floor of the forest what appears to be piles and piles of burnt away brush, ash, and whatever else once was considered life amongst the boughs of these trees when they grew there. Eventually, you find your way to the center of the forest, and you can see now the source of these molten rock sprays. There is a large crevasse bisecting the center of the forest, about 35-40 feet across and about 5 feet wide, that is just a pool of slowly roiling lava. You can see the actual air around it is heavily warped by this intense heat that is being released, and all the trees that are immediately around it are all warped and bent and have been burnt to near lack of recognition. Standing there amongst the edge of it is Serkonos, his arms crossed, trained on you, Keyleth. You see occasionally a couple of bubbles, lava behind him. Even his form is shifting from behind as the air itself ripples and changes. He looks at you and says, "Sit, focus, and ask permission."
I do as he says.
Go ahead and make a wisdom check. Roll a d20. Give you wisdom bonus.
Plus 2 is bring it, so it's 13 plus 14, which is 27.
27. As you sit down and close your eyes, you begin to focus your mind towards the center of this mountain, the heart of the fire that gives it its life. And as you all kind of watch, about a minute passes of silence before suddenly the ground shifts again and you can see the lava begin to grow more and more active, sending off little spittles of rock.
Push it out and continue to focus.
You guys begin to see now the lava is shifting and beginning to roil. You're almost afraid it's going to start bubbling over and fill the area, and this nervousness kind of crisps your heart, especially you, Vax, who have previously had some unhappy run-ins with molten rock. It's a genuine fear that you hadn't quite acknowledged since that moment, and you begin to feel really uncomfortable being this close to this opening. As you begin to continue to focus, you hear Serkonos' voice again, it's just calm and methodical. Ask permission. I'd like you to go ahead and roll a nature check. 19. The ground shifts again. You can now watch the lava. Strangely enough, it's beginning to billow upward, but not spill over the edges of the crevasse. It's actually slowly circling. You hear this strange sucking sound, almost like sludge is being pulled through a tube, and the lava is beginning to slowly spin and spin. Serkonos is still, the back of him, you can only imagine, is either burnt to a crisp by the sheer proximity of the heat, but he is unmoved. He just stares
Push it out and continue to focus, and just focus on, I meditate on asking permission.
Keyleth of the Ereshari, ask permission.
Go ahead and roll one more wisdom check. D20 plus 5. This time with advantage.
Oh my god, I rolled the same thing twice. It was 5. 18.
18. At this point, you guys notice one final shift of the ground, and this tree is actually kind of cracking. You see bits of broken branch and tree begin to fall and hit the ground around you. The air is beginning to pick up, and now you can, even though you try and cover your face, the ash is still pushing through, and your eyes are starting to hurt. You feel suddenly this blockage, this tension, like the mountain was fighting you, give way. And in that moment, you breathe in and open your eyes, and you all notice that the lava that has been slowly circling now pulls down into a vortex that disappears into the crevasse, and is now a spinning whirlpool of molten rock in the crevasse. As Serkonos still stands there, Serkonos now steps aside and seems to vanish from your sight in but an instant, his voice lingering in the air, saying, "Now, you may enter." Looking down, you kind of lean over and you can see this slow spiral of molten rock it seems to disappear 15, 20 feet below. You cannot see the bottom of it. And when you try and lean forward, the heat is so intense that you have to close your eyes. You're forced to. There's a leap of faith here.
Before I leaped down, I cast protection from flame on myself. Or protection from energy. And I'm going to use fire.
Which gives you fire resistance?
Gives me fire resistance.
Okay, good to know. And then... Keyleth?
I close my eyes and just let myself fall.
You guys watch as Keyleth steps forward and just tumbles off the edge into the vortex of molten rock. She's gone.
I look to my sister and grab her by the shoulder and squeeze. And then I just dive in.
Oh, shit. Are we doing this?
Go
Is
ahead
this
and make
happening?
a wisdom saving throw, as this is fighting a very strong fear of yours.
Wait, but because we had the hero's feast, are we not frightened?
16.
Oh my god, that's true.
Yeah,
you have advantage on
you
all
have advantage
of our
on
saving
this.
throws.
So, okay.
From the hero's feast.
16.
Okay. You shrug it off, and the thought of your sister, the thought of Keyleth, the thought of the moments of connection you guys have had, you push through that pain and you leap and swan dive into the vortex.
Right.
I cast Stone Skin.
Leap off. Tiberius
Yeah, we're
dives in
doing,
as well.
going in.
All of you guys jump in. You don't need to roll anything. It was only because of his fear you had to.
Fucking okay.
Close
You
my
guys,
eyes and fall in.
the rest of you leap
I did.
into this vortex.
Trinket? Jump. Come. I smack him on the butt and I jump in after him.
I can Trinket. Leaps in, kind of looking over her shoulder. You're like, what have you done?
Very brave.
As you all individually leap through, it's interesting. There's a falling sensation, and then gravity seems to shift. You're facing downward, but you feel gravity begin to pull you to the side, and your feet find purchase on what seems like the lava spiral. But it doesn't burn. You step on it like it's hard rock, shifting slowly beneath your feet, where you have to kind of continuously change your step, like a slowly rotating tunnel you're walking through. And you're walking downward, this way. And you see light before you, very, very bright light, and you move towards it, and your eyes try and focus, and you kind of cover your vision, and eventually you step out of this tunnel, and it takes a moment for your eyes to focus, and looking around you, you see a vast, barren wasteland of black cinders, embers, and ash for miles and miles around you. Thin rivers of lava cut across the plains like blood splatter.
Oh my god, we're in the plane of fire.
The wind blows extremely strongly, and the atmosphere is dry and nearly unbearably hot. Like the hottest desert you've ever imagined. An intolerably blazing sun is coming to rest near a distant mountain range, but your eyes catch an even more distant danger. A black, roiling cinder storm a few miles off, red lightning flashing within its turbulent ash clouds. It looks to be moving away from you, thankfully, but you do indeed find yourself standing in the center of the elemental plane of fire. A voice echoes from behind you, and you look over your shoulder and you can see there is a circular doorway still held aloft there, shifting slowly, the vortex you stepped out of still locked in place. A voice says, "Stay together. Follow the footsteps. When you find the stone spire, there you will find your trial."
Okay.
Just to note, I when I cast Stone Skin, I didn't do the construct. I let go of the Elder Self.
Right.
Actually,
that was illusion dust, so it's
yeah,
fine.
I'm good.
Well, we follow footsteps. I can track footprints.
Okay, sure, yeah. They might mean, he might mean more metaphorically, I'm not sure. It could be either
Can't
or,
track
it's hard
those.
to tell.
How about a general?
Can I sit and take a minute to almost meditate and see if I can connect with my mother and see if I can find some sort of trace, like essence?
Make another wisdom check.
And I want to use primeval awareness and see if I
have
there are-
advantage,
there are
right?
advantage.
15. I'll take
15.
that. 15.
let's make that go away.
Thank you.
There we go.
There's a 1. So that's 28.
Can I use primeval awareness to see if there's any aberrations, celestials, elementals, fiends, undead, fae, any scary things, dragons?
Within quite a distance?
Within 6 miles.
Okay.
No, a mile. This is definitely not.
not removing my mask.
You sense there is a very, very faint comfort in this path. So you know it's been walked before. You're unable to glean anything beyond that. But you know you're on the right path. But your mother's been gone a long time. It's surprising you've even caught wind of this type of an essence lingering.
Any direction of which way the essence might be blowing?
It's hard to tell. Make an investigation check. You sense within the mile, because it's not like blips in a radar, you just kind of generally sense something nearby.
Right.
In 3 different directions, elemental presence.
Makes sense.
Strong elemental presence.
3 different directions, but I don't.
You glance up.
Oh.
A very strong elemental presence. As all of you can see, about a quarter of a mile to half a mile away, you see there's something drifting in the sky that is burning like a beacon.
What?
It's probably not
Fire
good.
elemental.
So, what'd you roll?
16.
16. Glancing about, you trying to gather a sense of direction, you look and notice that there's no footsteps. There's no sign of any sort of stepping. The wind that blows through here, and it's a strong wind, and all of you are having to like keep your eyes closed and arms up to try and block your vision from the wind, and it is a perpetual difficulty to even just breathe here. Every inhale like burns the inside of your lungs. There you go. Terry's a big old bottle in his mouth now.
And I've got
like a magical pacifier, and you've got your mask on.
I've got my mask,
which is
so
helping.
I have eyesight.
It is still very hot here, and under all the armor you're wearing, you're immediately breaking into a very heavy sweat. You notice, though, that through your investigation and the connection with your mother and the kind of the directional sense, while there are no tracks, there are small pools of lava that kind of progress in a pattern, one that would even resemble footsteps of a giant or some sort of large creature.
Go.
Let's head that way.
Okay.
Let's follow this lava trail. Looks
behind,
promising.
We're behind you.
All right, you guys begin pushing forward, blazing sun bearing down on you, heading towards the direction of these pools of lava. And they scatter a bit, but there is a general direction you're able to follow.
There's no way to stealth here, is there? Cover ourselves in ash or something to make us less visible.
How are we doing?
Is it possible to like cover us in ash and try to make us less visible to the elementals?
Certainly try.
Do you have pass without a trace right now? I do have pass without a trace. I can cast that on us.
Okay. So you cast Pass Without a Trace on the group. As you do, the magic pools a bunch of the ashes from the ground that surround each of you, and there's this gentle cloud of ash that just tends to drift off your body and perpetually replace itself from the surrounding terrain. It does offer you some blanket of visual obscuring from any sort of high vantage point or distant vantage point. Up close, not so much. I'll have all of you guys roll a stealth check with a +10 bonus from the spell.
Cloak of Elven Kind is with advantage. Would that
28
take place here?
It would.
25.
17.
19.
Cool. 23.
With the disadvantage?
Good. What's that?
With the disadvantage? Because you have heavy armor on.
Let me do it.
The feast thing? No.
You said with +10?
Natural 20.
But you still get the other one, which is still good.
+10 here?
Ninja.
38.
Ninja.
Oh, I'm such a rogue. What'd you get?
22.
All right.
17.
17. All right. As you guys continue moving forward, the wind's still buffeting you to the side. You hear this.
19.
And you glance in the distance and you can see flying through the sky a very, very large, ancient even, red-scaled dragonine beast. For those who are familiar with the training, the elemental plane of fire does seem to be a very prominent home to such dragons as the Red. You guys notice this and kind of stop in place and keep low. As time passes, eventually it moves past, heading towards the distant mountain range. Thank God you cast that spell. You wait a little while until it's out of sight and beyond your vision. You keep pushing forward. Another 20, 30 minutes or so through this hellish landscape. The heat is starting to get to you guys. I need everyone to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
21.
Do I get anything for having my protection from fire?
Was that plus?
I'll say give you advantage for this.
My mask doesn't give me any advantage, does it?
Is that plus your plus
What? Not for heat. This is the general just atmospheric heat.
11.
11. 13.
20.
13. No, it gives you wisdom. Wisdom saving throws.
Gotcha.
You all are feeling the heat starting to get to you, but currently it doesn't seem to be fully affecting you. You get the feeling that the longer you stay here, the more it's going to have an effect on you. But however, you're still pushing through this without a problem. You push on for another 10 minutes or so before you come across, a few more of these streams of lava, and there, about 20, 30 feet ahead of you, you see a single stone obelisk that rises out of the ground about 15 feet up, and towards the top you see embedded in it a single, mildly glowing, what looks like a fist or heart-sized ruby that is embedded into it like a beacon, or a small fiery lighthouse in the center of this open plain.
That's pretty. It looks like a stone spire to me.
With a shiny.
It's with a shiny, yeah. Let's go there.
All right. As you guys approach, stepping towards the obelisk, around the back of it.
Perception?
Make a perception check.
17.
All right. So. As you begin to step forward, you instinctively stop as you see figures step out from behind the spire. 3 normal humans. In fact, immediately you recognize stepping from behind it is Serkonos. And 2 of the other druids that you had accompany you into this. Serkonos walks towards you, arms still crossed in front of the spire. You can see his wind being blown to the side from the sheer force of the heated winds that are blowing through this barren landscape. He looks about the rest of you. You've done well. But there is not much time. And he looks off to the side, and you can now see the cinder storm that was once heading away has changed course and is now making its way in the direction of you in the spire. You can see it's probably about a half a mile to a quarter mile off, and you can see the red arcing bolts of energy floating through it, and it's starting to darken the landscape beneath it. Show me what it is you've learned. And with that, the form of all 3 druids suddenly burst into flames and grow in size, Serkonos becoming astronomically large for even the elementals you've encountered. Everybody roll initiative.
Even flavored.
Flaven. Oh, Jesus ball sacks. All right. Jesus ball. I can't believe it.
Many?
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
No, Jesus bull sacks who art in heaven.
No, just don't repeat
Here, does this make you feel better?
Pretty much how I remember high school.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So if you...
Poop. What? Yes. What'd you be?
Good.
What?
Like the area is contaminated,
God damn it, Wheaton.
God damn it, Wheaton. Here.
Hey, did you need me to light that on fire again for you? Real quick?
Oh my God, you're
No, it's gone.
No.
Gotta get my dice now.
No.
Oh my God, they're on fire.
They're big.
We have walls!
Hey!
Broken, ruined walls that appear from the landscape. I need some initiative scores from you guys.
Jeez Louise. How?
Who?
Yeah.
All right. So we have 25 to 20.
Oh no.
Crickets have 25 to 20.
20 to 15.
No.
15.
18.
19.
And 19? All right, we have.
It's addictive.
Yeah, it's fun to say. Thanks, Will.
15 to 10.
15.
15 Tiberius. right.
Everybody get super low.
Yep.
10 to 5.
9.
All right.
Hi.
Hello there.
5. 5.
Oh, you're down there. I'm at the bottom.
All right. Who's left?
5.
What the? Oh God.
We're mostly just sitting here going.
All
She
right.
rolled a 1 too.
Is this like a Cirque du Soleil thing?
We're
Is
like,
this, what are we?
Oh, cool.
What are we?
Fire. Just fire.
Fire.
Burning Man.
Burning Man.
Top of the round, Serkonos in his oversized fire elemental form forms, or darts forward towards the center. An unnatural pace of movement as the flames seem to flicker and dart and reform at the foot of the rest of the group. At which point he brings his arms in and releases a torrent of flame that bursts out in a 20-foot radius from him, catching all of you.
We have immunity to what now?
She has immunity.
No.
Poison.
Poison.
Poison, disease, and fright.
Damn it. Okay.
All right, so this brings everyone to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Hey! Internet. There's my natural one.
No.
Hooray!
Suck it, it happens.
Ah, that's better.
Or dexterity. Damn it.
All right.
Doesn't matter.
So, Percy, would you roll?
15.
15.
23. No, 24. 24. Sorry. 24.
Natural 1.
16.
18.
16.
All right. I need everyone who rolled a 16 or higher. Raise your hand. Okay, so only Percy and Tiberius. All of you guys take 13 points of fire damage.
Oh shit.
All of us
rolled
Yeah.
high.
High. 13 points of fire damage from the blast.
You've got
outward.
additional hit points from the feast.
Tiberius
I have
and Percy, you both take 25 points of fire damage.
I have
Which is
resistance.
13
so
for me
I take,
anyway.
Yeah.
I take half, right?
You take half as fire resistance.
20. How many points?
25. And you are both set on fire.
Okay.
As all of a sudden your clothing and armor burst into flames and you're considered burning.
Burning?
Burning.
How do you put yourself? How do you put them out?
You take an action.
I guess it's
put
the
out.
cloth under
Put
your
yourself
clothes.
out.
Stop, drop, and roll, man.
Right.
You have to basically take your action your whole turn trying to put the flames out.
That's
that
new.
ends Serkonos' turn. Vax, you're up.
Keyleth's right up against that elemental in front of her, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna run up right behind
You're
her.
on
I'm
fire.
No, I'm not. I made the throw. I made the save.
Okay.
So I click my boots together and I
Would you
run
roll
up.
for Trinket as well?
Well,
Go ahead and roll Trinket as well. So you move up over here.
That's good. Trinket definitely saved that.
What Trinket make? So, you're behind?
Right. So I'm gonna swing up underneath Keyleth's arm, and then I've already clicked the boot. So dagger.
All right.
I like the comma there. The comma really brought it together.
Trinket takes 13 points of fire damage.
Like a haiku.
Okay.
see
So
that? Trinket
22 on the first.
Okay, 22 in the first, that hits.
That hits. All right. There's the sneak attack right there. This is the keen dagger. Good. 3's 10. Plus. Did he make an attack already? He did, right? When he started? Damn it. 10, 13, 14. Didn't do too well. 14, 15, 20. 20 points of damage on the first strike.
Okay.
Second strike probably misses. 13.
13 misses, yep.
Third strike is a 19.
19 does hit.
Does hit, alright. And that is 9.
9 damage. Okay. As you swing up, you hit him with the first dagger strike, miss with the second and third one, you slam up into its flaming torso, finding some sort of physical purchase and slicing through. However, with each hit, the fire that bursts back burns you. The first hit, you take 3 points of fire damage.
Okay.
The second hit deals 6 points of fire damage to you from just hitting it with a melee
So
attack.
3 plus 6, total of 9?
Total 9 points of fire damage. That ends your turn, Vax. Vax, you're up.
Okay. Can I back away from him, or am I gonna get hit?
From him, no, he does not have that far of a reach.
Okay, so I
you
back
can
up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up against like the wall.
There?
So I can like duck behind it if I need to.
There?
And I call Trinket with me. For sure.
It's behind.
And then I am going to lightning arrow him. I'm a lightning arrow. No. Jesus. A hunter's mark him.
There you go. He is hunter's marked.
Now he is surrounded by all of our friends.
Correct. He has 3 of them currently surrounded.
False. I'm gonna have to hunter's mark one of the little ones then and aim for one of them.
Okay.
And I'm going to hail of thorns them.
Alrighty.
The one closest to me.
Go for it.
15 plus. That's a 25.
25 hits.
All right. Why do I already forget what I'm doing? Normal attack. Okay. 17 for the normal attack.
Plus hunter's mark damage.
Plus hunter's mark damage. 6 for hunter's mark.
Nice.
And then I get 3d10 for the hail of thorns.
Go for it. You did.
Okay.
You
Okay,
did.
that's 10. That's 10. This is a 10. Ah, awesome. 10, 12, 13. 13.
13 points of damage. All right. So as you come around the wall, you turn around, release your arrow. As it goes through the air, you can see the wood splinter into a bunch of thorny wood protrusions. It slams into the elemental, which then bursts on the side. You can see its form kind of open up from the inside, and then reform into an elemental as the rest of the thorns shoot out and hit the side of the stone pillar to the side of it.
And then just one more regular attack.
Okay. So it's a bonus action to do the spell, and then it's first attack to hit, second attack.
20!
Yeah! All right, go ahead.
Hot diggity.
Diggity dow. So dice times 2.
Dice. Oh, that's it?
Oh.
Yep.
I know.
Oh,
one. Oh, so 2 damage plus your bonus plus your hunter's mark. Plus hunter's mark's once per turn. Sure.
14 for the second.
Yep.
That's a lame critical. No.
No, it was fantastic.
14 total? Alrighty. That ends your turn. Tiberius, you're up.
Fire with an arrow.
Beginning of your turn, you take 5 points. Or actually, no, you take 8 points of fire damage, reduced by that it's 4.
Cool.
From being on fire.
I'm like, I don't expend an action to do that, and instead I look at the main dude, and I'm going to be like, here's something she taught me, and I use a scroll, and I'm going to cast Blight on him.
I did teach him that.
I have 2 Blight scrolls.
It's reading super fast. It's like a cattle auctioneer. 25,
What?
It's okay. I have something else that's effective.
Okay.
That's why it's draconic.
All right, so.
Thematic, I appreciate it.
All right, so you took your 4 damage.
Yes.
From the fire. All right,
Oh
you
my
ready to
gosh.
pull out the scroll. First, you need to roll to see if you can do the scroll properly. So go ahead and roll a d20 and add your +5.
That's 22.
22, yeah, not a problem.
Yeah.
You take the spell, you pull out the scroll, read it. The scroll itself, you can see, is starting to burn on its own, just being pulled out in the heated atmosphere that is this plane of fire. But before it can burn entirely, you finish the spell, it disappears in a flash of light and ash, and then blight goes and takes effect.
As I'm going to do that, I'm going to heighten it and spend 3 sorcerer points, so it gives him disadvantage.
I will say, because the blight spell is a scroll, you cannot use meta magic. It's magic from your bloodstream is what kind of gives you that ability. So
Fair enough.
However, what's the DC on that?
17.
17. It's Constitution. Rolled a 16. So no, does not make it.
Sweet. So, but what I can do is I can, if I can't heighten an initial spell, I can empower a spell that's already been cast. With my sorcerer point, right? I can empower a spell.
True.
After.
But still spells that you
From-
cast
from
from
myself?
yourself.
Okay, that's fine.
The idea is the meta magic is how you enhance it as you cast it out of yourself. If it's from a scroll, it's like a 4 on outside.
5, 10, 15, so that's 16, 20, 23, 25, 25 damage. 25 damage.
Not damage, good enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Boom. You can see as you finish the scroll read, its form begins to some of the flames seem to die down, and part of its physical form tries a hard time keeping itself in one solid place. Parts of it flicker, and then it angrily kind of pushes through.
Where am I relative to everybody else?
You're right here.
Okay, cool. What I will do, because I can do this, is I will quicken spell, and I will spend 2 sorcery points to Misty Step behind where Vex is.
Over there?
Yep.
Alrighty.
And in view of everybody else, where I can still cast stuff. Just
there?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to these guys' turn. Right there. It's going to move up towards Percy. Coming on the side. It's going to make 2 touch attacks against you, Percy. That is a 13.
That misses.
And that is a 25 and a 19.
25 definitely hits.
Definitely hits. Okay. You take 13 points of fire damage. And you are still on fire, so it does not reignite you. You are just on fire in general. That ends its turn. The other one, however, rushes up, and it's doing a touch attack against Keyleth and Vex.
Vex or Vax?
Vax, I mean, sorry. Versus Keyleth, that is a 16 versus armor class.
Miss.
Nice.
17.
Oof. That's going to be a 20 versus you.
That hits.
All right. Vax, you take 12 points of fire damage, and your cloak bursts into flame.
Oh, fuck a duck!
As you're like,
my God,
shit,
we're
now the
destroying
fire's
gear
crawling
left
up
and
around
right.
you. That brings us to
all
Percy
around.
and Pike's turn.
Oh my God. Stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll. Go.
Percy, what are you doing?
You want to go?
I am on fire, aren't I?
Beginning of your turn, you take 10 points of fire damage.
God damn it. And it takes an entire action to put myself
Entire
out?
action to put the fire out, yeah.
Can I run, or am I gonna? Is he gonna get an attack of opportunity on me?
He would get an attack opportunity on you if you ran, yeah. But also, range attacks at point blank are a disadvantage too. So
Yeah, I know. Fuck it, I'm gonna run first and then put myself out.
Okay, so you're running which way?
I'm running towards the wall. I'm getting some distance.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Over here?
Yeah, and I'm doing a stop, drop, and roll on my way to put myself out.
Okay.
Fire safety, kids.
The elemental reaches and strikes. That is a 21.
Damn it!
Probably
Okay.
shouldn't wear a weapon through
You take 12 points of fire damage.
That's on.
As it just swings out, hits you in the back, and you feel the flames now licking beneath your armor. You're sweating profusely. You feel the
damn it.
burn marks as the skin begins to boil and crack beneath the armor.
Oh my god. And you moved me as far that direction as I can go, right?
That would be like over here then.
Yeah,
I would up there actually. Be the farthest.
I'm also gonna spend my bonus action for second wind. Cause fuck. So that's 19 points that I gain back.
Cool.
Sweet.
Then it's Percy's turn. Pike, what you got?
Yes, Pike!
Okay.
Keyleth, you're on deck.
I have the Frostbrand sword,
You
so
do.
I'm resistant to fire damage.
Oh,
if I'm holding it.
Yeah.
Half damage from fire.
But I would like to use a guiding bolt because it's a little bit more damage.
Alrighty. So go ahead and roll your guiding bolt attack against which guy?
The guy.
Have these 3 here visible.
Okay, let's do the guy right there.
The big one.
The big guy.
Big guy right there. Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack. So you add your spell attack modifier to it.
15.
All right. 15 does hit. Yeah.
Yay! Okay.
That's 4d6 radiant damage. The next attack against it has advantage.
Nice. 11.
11 points of damage already. Good to know. Well done. That's your turn. Do you wish to move anywhere? Or are you going to stay where you are, Pike?
You know what? So sorry. I was casting that at a 3. Or no.
As level 3?
Yeah.
So add an additional 2d6
yeah,
to it.
Sorry. Okay. 18.
18 in addition?
Total. 80 total. 18 total.
Cool, gotcha. Cool. All right. You want to move? Or can you stay where you are, Pike?
Where am I at?
You're right here.
You know what? I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay,
Roger
so
on deck.
I look at Zirconis and I just give him a nod. And I say, okay. And I concentrate and my entire form goes water and I turn into a water elemental.
Nice.
Skadoosh.
Badass.
Nice.
Alrighty.
And then I immediately rush into Zirconis' space and do Whelm.
Okay.
Well,
nice.
So he has to do a DC 15 saving throw.
Alrighty. Dex?
Strength.
We all look great and lose 5 pounds.
I got rid of this one.
Everybody's glistening.
Pours better than they ever have.
Sweat it out, guys. Sweat it out.
The toxins up.
All right. He rolls a 3. So
So he does 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage. I'm also a water elemental, so I believe he has water susceptibility, correct?
Correct.
So I don't know what that does, but he's got it. So if it's a large or smaller creature or thing, or large or smaller, it is also grappled.
All right. Let's go ahead and roll damage.
2d8. Not bad. 12 plus 4, 16.
16 damage, nice. And he is grappled currently as you are swirling around him as this vortex of water. As you hit for the attack, you do take 6 points of fire damage from just being in the midst of that flame.
Does he take extra damage because I'm water? Does he has water susceptibility?
Water susceptibility, essentially, he takes 1 point of cold damage on top of that.
Okay.
And if he tries to move away from you, he's moves
He takes
slower.
another
away from
damage,
you.
right? Okay.
You're swirling water around him right now?
It's water versus fire elemental right now.
However,
we're like in the same
However,
space.
because it is a fire elemental, it is immune to being grappled.
Oh, pooper.
Because it is just fire, you can't really grab around it, but you are just.
Well, I just football tackle him. Water
It is
right
now
through
fire
his
on
form.
water, this giant elemental duel going on.
Steam rolls off of me.
It is. It is uncomfortable being in this plane as a water elemental, but you're pushing through
I
eventually.
take how much? 4 damage?
That would be 6 damage.
Okay.
It should be halved because you have the resistance still on you. So
Yay.
that's 3 damage to you.
We're already at 30?
All right. You also entered its space, so you also are on fire. Strangely enough, you are a water elemental that has caught fire.
What's that?
Damn it, DuPont.
It's strange, like the water
Someone
itself
would
is
laugh.
steaming and there's flames having a hard time rolling. I'm gonna say it's gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna say you can't. That's stupid. Water elemental is not gonna catch fire. That makes no sense. I'm gonna say for the sake of this battle, you are immune to being set on fire.
Right.
Fucking water elemental. All right, that ends your turn. Grog, you're up.
I look over and I see as Vag starts slashing into the fire beastie. I know this is gonna hurt. And I go into a rage.
Alright.
And I know I'm gonna burn, but I take my 3 giant swings with my battle axe at giant flame.
Alright, so you're going into full frenzy rage.
Frenzy rage, pardon me.
Alright.
Frenzy rage, if you don't mind.
Certainly. 3 strikes at him.
24.
24 hits.
19.
Hits.
And 24.
Hits. Damage on all 3.
11.
11 damage.
19.
19 damage.
And 12.
12 damage. Great. You strike into the axe, swinging through. It's interesting because you're not hitting physical matter. You're actually swings through, but you can feel the resistance as it's carving through whatever magical essence is holding this elemental together. Each hit, though, the flames shoot out of where you wound it and blast across your arm and your hand, burning you. You take 10 damage from the first strike, 8 damage, and because this is magical, it's not reduced. So it's 18 Plus another 10, 28 total points of fire damage.
That was part of the.
You're just striking at it. All right. That ends your turn, Grog. Up to the top of the round. That's now come to Serkonos. Serkonos is going to stay right where it is. It's going to go ahead and make 3 melee touch attacks. It's going to be. It's probably going to be 2 against. 1 against each of you, actually. So against Keyleth, that is a 24 to hit.
Hit.
All right. So that will be 12 points of fire damage, reduced to 6 because of your spell, but you're not ignited.
Against everyone near him?
It's doing an attack against each of you. It's
okay.
Reaching out against cock dice. That is a 18 against you.
Hell yeah, that hits.
All right. You take 9 points of fire damage.
Good.
And against Grog, that is a natural 20.
Oh no.
That is.
Is that a crit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great hit. So on that is
18. There goes that beard.
Oh, shut up!
Oh,
Tell him that!
22 points of fire damage, and you
Smells
are
like
set
burnt
on
hair.
fire.
So not cool. So not
The beard
cool.
is okay, right?
Currently, but the flames are licking up the sides of your shoulder.
Oh, come on, man. Have you noticed?
Oh, come on, man. I made a stupid pun and you tripped me and made me eat shit.
That's
Enjoy.
Serkonos is going to stay there, just kind of taking you all on at once. That brings us to Vex.
Okay, I'm going to use
Start
my...
of your turn. Take 9 points of fire damage.
Excellent, that's excellent news.
Can you put yourself out?
Yes, I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage. I've got 3 things I can do here because of the Boots of Haste. So, use bonus action to disengage.
Okay.
I'm going to use 1 action to run like fuck over to that wall and just jump to the side, if you'll let me.
Well, it's not an attack. You have a bonus action and an action.
Okay.
So you can disengage and then move. Then you have your action.
Oh, good. See? So you're good.
So I can move, but I can still move my normal speed,
Correct,
right?
yes.
All right, so then I'm going to run as far as I can towards that wall.
Okay.
The other wall.
Oh,
Or
this
that
wall?
No, that wall.
Oh, okay.
4, 5, 6. That'll put you right
And
there.
then I'm going to roll on the ground and put out the...
Okay, use your action to put out the flame.
It's okay, right?
Yep.
The cloak's
you,
okay?
Cloak's fine.
I take it off and put it in my
little
pocket.
burnt, but it's okay.
Okay.
The flames are gone now. You're no longer taking fire damage.
That's my whoopee.
That's your turn. Vex, you're up.
Hey now. Not cool.
All right, I'm gonna lightning arrow. Is that gonna do anything to fire? The lightning
It'll
arrow.
just-
The
Lightning
one
him.
that I've hunter's marked.
Alrighty.
Let's go for it.
So that is 19.
Alrighty. Is that one right there?
Yeah.
Alright, that hits.
Okay. So, do I do my regular attack on that as well, or do I just do the damage from the lightning?
No, it takes the arrow is no longer there. It is now just a bolt of lightning halfway
Okay.
through the arc. So it just
Right.
takes the
4d8.
48 damage.
So nerve-wracking.
That's okay. 15, 16.
Yeah.
25
25 damage?
on a lightning arrow.
Alrighty. Grog, go and make a dexterity saving throw.
18.
18?
Do I get advantage on that?
No, what's your spell DC?
Oh, 14?
Okay, yeah, so he makes the save. Go ahead and roll 2d8, and he takes half damage.
Oh, I didn't realize you were there, Grog. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I couldn't see. I was.
Within 10 feet of it. Everything creature within 10 feet.
I didn't think that was 10 feet. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, good. That's nothing.
Two.
2. Alright, you take.
Total of 4 and 2.
You take 2 points of lightning damage as part of the lightning arrow arcs off and kind of tickles your shoulder. You barely even notice. You're raged out. And
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, with the being on fire, it's really not that bad.
Yeah. Alright, you have your.
Do another attack.
Go for it.
Out of the blood-seeking bow.
Alright.
That's a 27.
That hits. It's against the same one you have Hunter's Mark. Did Hunter's Mark damage in the last one, right?
Yes. 16 with blood sinking.
Nice. So it's now bleeding.
He's a bleeding fire ball.
Interesting about this, it is. I will consider bleeding as part of its conditional immunities because it does not have blood. It is a flaming elemental.
Gotta fight it out. It's good. It's fine.
Waste.
But it still took damage. You can see now the flames of this are starting to flicker a little bit. It's having a hard time keeping itself cohesive.
On the smaller
Nice.
one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Right there.
Yeah, you guys handle the little guys.
That ends your turn. Do you want to move anywhere? Or are you staying there?
I mean, as far as I know, I'm gonna go around the back of the wall
Okay.
with Trinket. Oh no! I knocked it down on myself.
Oh god, she's dead.
And I'm gonna. Can I get around to the other side and just kind of like?
That's as far as you can get with your run right now.
Okay, that's
unfortunately. Okay, that ends your turn. Tiberius, you're up.
Okay.
Don't worry about hurting me if that's what you're afraid of.
Okay. Okay.
I can take
I'm gonna
it.
scooch my booch closer to the wall to get quarter cover. I think that will put me in about where I need to be to see all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that draconic?
Scooch
my booch.
Scooch my scooch my boocher.
Yeah.
And
I don't
I'm
have a booch, I'm human.
2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm gonna cast 2, 4, 6. I'm gonna cast Glacial Blast in the arc to hit all three of them.
Hit all three of these guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arc on that one?
30 feet.
30 foot arc. Okay, you can get these two.
If I have to move, can I move closer to hit the? How like I need to move like?
You would
10
have to get into melee with this to hit all three. Which would be disadvantage if it's an attack roll. But
just take the two.
Take the two.
I'll take the two.
Come
Let's do that.
on, Tibbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm going to spend the 3 points to heighten the spell, and that gives them disadvantage on the saving throw. And then yeah, so I'm gonna do that right now.
All right, great. What's the saving throw? Dex?
17.
17 dex. Okay, go ahead and roll damage. It's half damage for that, right?
Yeah, if they
save from it.
If they save, yeah. What's that?
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
10, 18, what's that? 30, 35, 35.
35?
Mhm.
Okay. Keyleth and Grog also make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
2 fails on Sarkonos.
17.
That is a natural 17 for the fire elemental, though. It takes half damage there. So what's the total in there?
Cooper.
35, you said?
And that was at disadvantage?
A disadvantage. Natural 20.
Oh, well, all right, fine.
Sorry. Well, it's okay. It takes half damage, so
Done
that'd
good,
be...
done good. You burned a 20 there, that's good.
Okay. This elemental, you notice its form suddenly freeze into ice and then shatter. Below it, you see standing in its place the druid that was once there drops down on its knees and just kind of looks up at you with a nod.
Bye.
Coming back. We're coming back.
Did you roll? Disadvantage on the saving throw, guys, by the way.
Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's worse. 14.
4.
Both of you guys take 35 points of cold damage.
Ugh.
Sarkonos also takes 35 points of cold damage.
Oh no, I can't do that. You're good. My turn.
I'm alright.
All right, cool. It's Tiberius' turn. This druid.
Where you're at.
It's gonna go ahead and. It's going to transform into an eagle and head back in the path from where you guys came from.
Cool.
Thanks, brah.
This guy.
Brother.
Yeah, come on.
It's going to move in there and is going to make 2 strikes against you, Pike. Natural 20.
No! Right?
And it's a natural 18.
Come
plus
on,
6
man.
is 24. Welcome back.
My armor class is 20, so the what?
They both hit you.
They both hit me.
It was a
which
natural 18 plus 6 on top of that.
Point taken.
Sorry. So that's 7 times 2, it's 14 plus 3. It takes 17 points of fire damage from the first strike.
Sure, sure.
The second one does 11 plus 3. So 14 from both. So total 28 points of fire damage.
28
And you
points?
are ignited. All of a sudden, your armor begins to heat up, and you see flames begin to lick up through the different sections of the plate, and the fire elemental is just herring right on top of you. Just.
Oh, that girl is smoking on fire.
This girl is on fire. That was dope.
And with that, it is Percy and Pike's turn.
Okay.
You first or me first?
Well, Percy, at the top of
You
your
went
turn.
first last time.
Actually, you both take.
No, I put myself out.
He's done.
That's right.
Ha!
Stop, drop, and roll.
Take that soda can
Oh no, wait.
topper off me.
My Frostbrand sword. I'm resistant to fire damage.
Half that damage.
Okay, so which is
14 points of fire damage.
That's way better.
Way better.
You also take what would be 4 is now 2, so a total of 16 points of fire
16
damage.
points. Okay, wait, I had 68. Okay. Wait, what was it? 16.
Reality is malleable here.
As the actual protective energies of the Frostbrand gives this kind of layer of cold across your armor and reduces the impact. You're still on fire, but the fire is doing less damage to you physically as the cold is counteracting it.
Okay.
Cool. So, Percy, what you doing?
Okay, I'm pulling out the pepper box, and I'm taking an ice shot at the little one attacking Pike.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a sharpshooter. It's the wrong dice to roll. I'm going to take a sharpshooter bonus for it. So that's a miss. That's a 9.
Oh, I thought that was a 12.
Actually, no shit. God damn it, that's a misfire. So I'm going to spend an action to fix that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the check on that if you could.
What is the check on that? That's a 12, so DC is 12, so it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I hit my check.
You just barely make it. So the gun is not broken. As you spin, you go to fire, and something about the trajectory of the bullet is off, and as you release the trigger, all of a sudden the whole front of the barrel encases in ice, and you're like, crap, and you have to like chisel the ice off.
Chisel.
Luckily, it's warm.
Fire again.
Okay, well, it takes an action to try.
No, it takes I looked. It takes it takes an attack.
Then yes, you're able to do it.
Nice.
If it goes, then I'm.
Then it takes an action to fix it.
Double check that I'm right about.
Yeah, it's an action to fix a broken gun.
Yeah, action to fix a broken gun. Let's try it again without the sharpshooter bonus. Better. 20 to hit.
20 does hit, yes.
And I don't get the bonus on that because I suck.
First of all.
7 points of damage.
7 points of damage.
Well, that's okay. Hey, you know what? Hey,
Roll a 1.
You can take it.
Sometimes it works out that way, man. All right.
Pew pew.
And I'm going to back off.
Are you guys pretty low?
I'm good. Don't worry about
Not
me.
used to attacking until an action. It is an action to.
It is an action
repair.
to. I thought it was an action to.
It's an action to repair, and then if it breaks, you cannot use it until you're out of combat.
Did it break?
It did
officially
break.
break? Aww.
It didn't break. It
jammed.
It jammed, and then it managed to.
I would have switched guns anyway.
It's
but,
fine.
But okay, next time. For some reason, I thought it was an attack action for
Yeah, no worries. No,
Alright.
that's the downside of the firearms.
Right.
So no damage. You don't get your second attack off as you take your full action to then try
to fix it. Okay, that's fine. It was shitty damage anyway.
All right.
Hey, nice keep a bullet.
Cool. So that ends Percy's turn. Pike, what are you doing?
Percy, where are you at in terms of hit points?
I'm fine. I'm at 56. So.
Okay, so
I
then.
mean, like, you know. big
Can
guys
I get
don't
over
matter.
to?
He's at
Because
12.
I know he's a 12. Can I get over to Vax?
By that elemental.
You'd not be able to get to him unless
Do you have your speedy boots?
Yeah.
You could with your sprinter's boots.
Sprinter's
Yeah.
boots.
All right. So
Sprinter's boots.
you get by there. The environmental does get attack of opportunity on you.
Burner's bird. Burner's bird.
That is a 17 to hit. Armor class is 20.
20.
So as it reaches towards you, it just streaks off your armor. You hear the flames kind of heat one of the plates below, but you manage to pull out before it can actually find any real aggressive
fastest paladin
attack
alive.
on you.
Nice.
That was like full road runner.
29.
So as Pike rushes up to you and touches you on the side of your waist, as you feel all your wounds and your burn marks tend to subside and heal up instantaneously.
Oh yeah, that's good.
A little bit of something.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'll take
Little
it.
bit something.
That ends Pike's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna do a multi-attack, relying on Sarkonis. So I'm gonna do 2 with my big wavy arms.
All right, go for it.
Sploosh.
Sploosh.
So
Went to the
plus
gym
7 to hit.
once.
So first one, ooh, 18. So that's 20. Okay, okay. And the second one, that's not as good. 19.
18 also hits.
Or sorry, 18.
18 also hits.
Okay. Okay, cool. So that's 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage twice. So that's 5, 6. So that's 10. 9 plus another 13. So 23 points of damage.
23 points of damage. As it is, your attacks in this form are considered magical, correct? Because
yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't do half damage; it's full damage. So normally it would have resistance to bludgeoning.
Right, because
But,
I'm
but
magical.
because you're magical weapons, because you're crazy druid, full 23 points of damage. As you, all of a sudden the elemental form starts slamming it with these giant tidal wave like
plus an
fists.
extra 2 because I'm a water elemental.
There you go. Wham! Wham! You can see like steam is starting to billow off of Serconis' elemental form. They're both in this kind of crazy tidal epic elemental like throwdown. This is WWE style.
Oh no! It must be stopped.
Buddy. Right, and you're gonna stay where you are?
Yeah, I'm on his ass.
All right. That ends Keyleth's turn. Grog, you're up.
Can I move around the backside of him without him getting an attack of opportunity if I stay just as close as I am now?
As soon as you
move,
dart off to the side, he'll get a strike on you.
Son of a bitch.
Can he do like a one space move without an attack?
No, that's not.
I'll allow like a one space.
Just because I'm cooking, fuck it. I'll just keep swinging. I'm in
All
a
right.
frenzied rage.
Go for it. 3 strikes against Serconos.
That's a 20. Yeah.
Natural 20?
Oh no, a total of 20. 19.
Hits.
Nice.
And it's 22.
Hits. All 3 hit.
11. 17.
All right.
And a 19.
19. Whack, whack, whack. Once again, just streaking into a mouth open. Ah! The foam that would normally be gathering at the side of your mouth, though, is just the stride crust on the side because there is just all this. With each yell, as you close your mouth, you can taste the ash that is coalesced on the back of your tongue. It's this terrible smell. It would bother you if you weren't so focused in your furied rage against this entity. However, you do take 3 points of fire damage, 2 points of fire damage, and 10. So a total of 15 points of fire damage from just striking at it with your axe as the fire blows back onto you. Also, at the top of your turn, because you were on fire, you took another 8 points of fire damage from the flames burning and licking up the side of your shoulders. You smell the scent of burning hair reach your nostrils.
No.
It's because we're family.
It could be your pubes. Don't jump to conclusions.
Ends Grog.
I'm hairless. I don't have any pubes.
Is that your turn?
I'm sure he has a mighty push.
The top Serconos is going to angrily now go into 3 more attacks. It's going to be one against Keyleth,
Nothing.
2 against Grog. Grog's starting to look a little rough. The flames are affecting him more than it's affecting Keyleth. He turns to slam you twice. That is a 26.
That'll hit.
9 plus 8. That is a 17.
Misses.
And 19 plus 8. That was a 27.
So, I don't know if that is.
Oh, no, sorry, that was against Keyleth. So 1 hits you, 1 misses,
Oh.
and the last one was 27 versus you.
Yeah.
So you take 11 points of fire damage from the strike. You take 10 points, reduce that to 5. So you take 5 points of fire damage. That is Serconis' turn. That brings us to Vax.
Okay, so he's still busy. Serconis is still busy with Keyleth. So I'm going to just take a split second to inhale, exhale, and then whip, whip, whip right from where I am. Yep.
All right.
So 18.
18 hits.
14.
Hits.
Natural 20 for the
Crit.
Do I get to pick which one is the...
No, first
okay,
one,
so the
sneak
first one
attack.
hit, which is sneak attack. Okay, so that is 4 plus 7 is 11 plus 11, 14, 17, 23, 25, 31 for the first hit.
Nice.
The
All
second one, which was hit, is which part gets doubled?
That'd be just the dice roll.
The dice roll 4 plus 6 is 10.
All right. All right. So You're launching the daggers out, and it's difficult to kind of focus on because there is currently the swirl of water and flame that is going around. As your third dagger hits, you can see the elemental form shrinks, and the water elemental that is Keyleth absorbs what you see now, Serkonos, in human druid form, now kind of floating aloft in the center of Keyleth as an elemental.
Oh! Yeah.
Cool.
Take that, microphone. Sorry, guys. And is that your turn? Alrighty.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
All right,
I'll back up against to the side of that wall that's right there. But that's
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Vex.
I come around the side of the wall. And
hi.
Hi. Oh, hey. And I shoot at the other guy.
Alright, go for it.
Is he within 10 feet of anything?
No.
Then I'm gonna lightning air. I'm gonna hunter's mark him.
Alright.
And then I'm
Hunter's
gonna.
mark is a bonus action.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hail of thorns him.
Okay.
Horn.
Yes. You. 15.
15. That does hit.
Nice. So. Yes. Nice. 17 plus 4. So that's 21 plus 3d10. 14.
Alrighty. As you come around the corner, releasing the arrow, it slams into the side of the elemental, bursts into it. You can see the splinters kind of shooting through its form, sending out all these little fiery sparks as all the thorns burst into flames from contact with the body, which then diminish and burn away into ash in the middle of the air.
Take 2.
All right.
Pew pew. That one doesn't hit though.
What was that?
Wait. 13.
13 just hits.
Whoa.
Oh! Have huge AC.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello, dude.
16. 20.
20, alright. The arrow hits and bursts and kind of gets caught into its form before it eventually gets expelled as this tiny flaming shaft. That ends your turn. Alrighty. That brings us to Tiberius. Top of your turn, you take 10 points of fire damage, reduced to 5 from the flames that are burning on your body.
And I go. I turn to the fire because they're coherent, right? I'm like, "Do you really need me to do this?" I asked it the question.
Currently, the elemental is just in the middle of.
They don't talk. They don't talk.
Yeah, it's flaming mass.
Worth a shot, though.
He's like one of those
Sure.
creatures at a gas station.
Yeah,
Fine, so I just go. Yeah.
Good idea. Now fuck him
Glacial
up.
blast.
Alrighty.
My finger.
Okay.
Hang on, do it.
For the saving throw, that is rolls an 18. What's your DC on that?
17.
Okay, so half damage, but go ahead and roll for the targeted blast.
All of those things so bad. I know, right?
14.
The one that gets nerfed.
14, 17, 18, 6, so it's 24, plus another 8, so it's 32.
32 points of ice damage, reduced in half. Good thing. So it takes 16 points of ice damage and is currently would be grappled if it wasn't immune to being grappled. As the ice encases around it, its fire form kind of flicks out from underneath the ice and keeps itself fluid and moving.
And I will use 2 sorcery points to quicken a spell and use my cantrip control flame to start juggling the flame that I was caught on fire with.
And with that, Tiberius, you gather the fire off of your body.
Vox Machina begins to laugh.
I'll say you are no longer on fire.
Nice.
Yeah!
As your control flame has pulled the fire from your torso, and you're now kind of just tossing it around in the middle of the elemental plane of fire.
Will somebody end this, please?
As the elemental's turn, it turns angrily towards you, trying to shoot it constantly with the ice blast. Rushes forward with immediate speed, darts up in front of you, attacking twice. That is a 2, as that misses. It's a total of 8 and 19.
It's a what? It's a
19.
It's a 19. I'm gonna spend a grit point and say that doesn't hit.
Gunslinger's dodge?
Yep, I'm gonna Gunslinger's dodge.
Alrighty.
Nice.
As it swipes out for you, you spend your grip point to just dodge out of the way. Slow-mo. The giant flaming hand
Matrix.
past you. What bit of scruff you had on your chin is now slowly withered away and burned into evaporated hair. Pretty rough. That ends its turn. Percy and Pike, you immediately have your action.
I'm going to just unload into its body. I know I'm at a disadvantage because I'm that close.
Go for it.
But I'm just going to unload into its
So
body.
three attacks at disadvantage.
3 attacks with disadvantage.
Was that a 20?
That was a 17, but it's okay because I have disadvantage, so that's a 21.
Hits. Second one.
17.
Hits. Third one.
Ooh, that's a good one.
26.
Wow.
So,
Pretty good.
it's,
so three shots against it.
It's 18 plus 18, 23.
I can see it.
26. 26. 35 points of damage.
35 points of damage.
Dope.
First shot?
All three.
As each one blasts through, the elemental form shimmers, and you can see now the druid left there in his face. Kind of lands on his knees, looks up at you, gives you a quick little smile. At this point, you guys hear this rolling, crumbling, angry, fiery sound as you glance over and you can see the Cinderstorm is nearly upon you at this point in time. At this juncture, you guys can continue to fight if you want to, but you can see Sir Konos is looking over and looks at the rest of you and we should go. Now.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you complete the mission? Is the mission complete?
I slowly release him down from my water elemental form.
Okay. As he touches down, he immediately turns into a giant eagle, swoops and grabs you, Pike, and heads towards the exit.
Run. I guess it's time to go.
I think we should go. Yes.
I drop my No, I'm gonna keep in my water elemental form.
Okay. What's the speed on it?
30.
Okay, so the same speed as you normally would
Yep.
be. All right, so as you guys begin charging back in the direction you came from, kind of dodging the lava pools as you come, the Cinderstorm begins rolling in, and you can see it's a full, like, you know that scene in the Mad Max movie with that giant?
Yeah.
It looks kind of like that. It's just pouring into
That
the
is
path
scary.
you guys are running. You get about halfway there, about 10 minutes into this run, before the heat grows so intense that you can feel it now burning at the side of the face.
Okay,
that's
I lied.
nearest
I
to it.
drop my elemental form.
Okay.
I go ahead and I'm gonna cast Gust of Wind to try and ahead of us to try and make like a tunnel and try and air this heat down.
Okay. That helps a little bit and gives you guys a little more leeway as you're pushing forward. The storm blows over you entirely, and now darkness comes in. You can see what little bit. It feels like you're in the center of a cloudy. There is light somewhat, but your vision is obscured about 5 feet ahead of you, and you think you're heading in the right direction towards the portal. You can see roughly as Sir Konos is carrying you through the storm. I need everyone to go ahead and make a Constitution check.
Could I do a mass cure wound before I go? Because I was gonna do that right last minute.
You currently are being held aloft, and you can't see the rest of your party, unfortunately.
Oh,
You can ask him to drop you if you
I'm
want.
reaching out and clasping Vex's hand as we run forward.
What are we rolling for?
Constitution check.
Constitution.
All of us?
Constitution. It's not too bad.
19.
Okay.
All right, so
21.
22.
19.
10.
9.
5.
Brock?
13.
Oh, we were the happy table.
All right. You guys keep pushing forward. For you guys, the sheer amount of heated ash that is starting to pour into your lungs, even though Keyleth is keeping a tunnel ahead of you.
We're a little further behind her.
Yeah.
All of you suffer 10 points of fire damage.
Can I use my stone's endurance?
You can, yes.
Okay. Shit.
Can
I'm
I use
gonna ask him
his
to drop me,
stone's
and I'm gonna do a
endurance?
mass cure wounds.
Okay, you
Oh fuck! How
you
high
shout.
am I?
You don't know.
No.
Don't do it, Pike. Don't do it. Don't do it, Pike. It's fine.
No, I'm okay. I got back 19 points.
Okay. So you shrug off that damage. You don't heal past it. You just shrug off that damage.
Okay, good.
So you take no damage from that.
Oh,
All right.
That's good.
So, as you guys are racing forward, the storm is still blowing, and you can hear Sir Konos shouting as a hawk, so kind of adding in this beacon of noise as you guys are trying to listen to follow suit. Since you're leading the way, Keyleth, I want you to go ahead and make a survival check.
I was gonna say, can I use my Wanderer ability where I think I get like, my survival ability? Just says survival. I think I get like advantage.
I'll give you advantage in the survival
On this
check
one because I have the
you're
Wanderer
out.
ability?
Go for it.
For 100.
Yes.
Please.
Yes!
That's much better. Okay. 14. No, sorry. I rolled a 14. 24.
24.
You said nope.
You're able to keep a focused direction on both where Serkonos is going and keeping a connection to where that portal was you guys stepped through to get to this elemental plane. As you're pushing forward, you find yourself not getting lost in this darkened storm, thankfully. Slowly ahead of you, Keyleth, you begin to see what looks like the slowly rotating portal that you guys stepped through.
We're almost there.
Everyone, once again, make a Constitution
Oh
save.
god. Hold on.
Which one?
I don't know which one.
Yes!
Oh, that's good. That was better.
Yeah.
All right.
21.
13.
14.
14.
18. 8.
19.
All right. Everyone below a 15.
Fuck.
You take 12 points of fire damage as the fumes come into your lungs. The wind tunnel is helping reduce the DC of the roll to a certain extent, but this is a very dangerous storm to be in. Essentially every minute that passes that you're in it.
Can I use a hit dice to heal myself at all?
You need a short rest to get there. You guys just make your way to the outskirts of the portal, and you leap through.
Run!
As one by one you all jump into this portal, the druids falling behind, the sense of falling becomes this jettison motion as you are shoved and thrown into the air out of the portal and landing about 15 feet, 20 feet from the fall. I need all of you guys to make an acrobatics check.
Oh, you bastard.
Well.
Can I use my saving throw reroll that I get once a...
Yes.
It's a skill check.
It's a skill check? Damn it. Okay.
I see that.
So, Grog?
6.
11?
Shit.
Pike, what'd you roll?
16.
1.
25.
1.
19.
12.
All right. Percy, Tiberius, Vax, and Grog,
We didn't like the gravity thing.
You all take 3 points of damage from the fall.
Yes!
You all, whack, you've hit the ground around this open lava crevasse, smacking onto your ground, looking up into the air. Catching your first gasp of relatively clean air comparatively to where you just were. You hear the rumbling sound. The lava spiral begins to close off.
Mass cure wounds. 33.
All right.
What about my
What did-
sister?
what
What
did
about my
everybody-
sister?
what did we
and
take?
Tipsy?
Everybody gets 33
Everybody
You
points.
guys managed
33.
to catch yourself and don't take any damage as you land on your feet. Kind of 3
Because
points.
they rolled a 1.
Oh, you rolled a 1?
1,
Me
1.
and Tiberius
Oh, I
rolled
thought you rolled a
ones?
1. I'm
No.
sorry. So you take the 3 damage.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Turn True Bird.
I'm better.
It's easy to get us confused though, because we look so similar.
It is true.
33 guys, 33.
33.
As the lava vortex closes, you can see the cinder storm that's been billowing out like a giant, just stack of black smoke and burning embers slowly fades away, the portal closing off entirely. As the molten rock pool comes to rest, Serkonos is now standing out, covered in soot like the rest of you. And he steps forward and releases his hand out towards Keyleth as you're sitting on the ground from the fall. Lifts you up to your feet, looks you in the eye.
You have the blessing of the Pyra behind you.
Bravo!
Go forth. Continue your Aramente, knowing we acknowledge your wisdom and ability.
Thank you, Serkonos. Brother.
Reaches his hand out and kind of clasps it. Lifts you to your feet. At this point, he turns and nods to one of the nearby druids. The druid steps forward, presenting a black orb about that big of like blackened rock that has red veins of pulsing energy arcing through it, like a bolt of lightning locked in a single moment in time. This is a spark stone. Rare within the realm you just escaped. We've harvested but a handful over generations, and few have returned with them. This one is yours, Keyleth, to use yourself or bequeath to an ally. When crushed by the hands of one, their fists shall burn with the fury of an Ifrit.
For how long?
As long as you wish.
Forever.
The choice is yours, who this blessing is given.
Thank you. This is a great honor.
Well, you're welcome to stay. As long as you wish, before you must continue on your journey.
I think a rest might be in order.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Do you think they have graham crackers and little bits of chocolate with marshmallow?
So we make s'mores? That's a great idea. That's a good idea.
And also a lot
I love s'mores.
of water.
Yes,
Water would be lovely.
Do you have water, Serkonis?
We can
I have water.
offer some. It is.
At which point, water begins just spewing forth from this
No.
vial that Tiberius has.
We had an endless supply of water.
All the steam is rising up as it hits the ground, the heat from the vicinity.
It's steam aside if you did that.
It's mainly for drinking and such, but. Are we all done?
The other druids kind of step forward, looking a little thirsty themselves. This magical source of water, they have to kind of toil to bring it to their location.
Good.
Yes, I'm bowing
They
to
all
the...
take out their cups
Yes.
and kind of fill from it. You all drink.
Cheers.
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 They take the small like cups they have off to the side. They cheer to you, eventually leading you out of the Cinderglade. You guys break your way towards the druidic village on the outskirts of the forest. Sir Cronos gives a nod and kind of rubs his shoulder. I am to tend to the wounds of my helpers in your test. Do as you see fit. Leave when you feel comfortable. And good luck.
I bow to him and I just salute and I say, Kai Tiake, brother.
Katiake, princess.
He turns around and steps back towards the forest.
Your people are fucking sweet.
Thank you.
Yes, I rather enjoyed that environment myself.
Thank you all
What
so
does
much for coming
Katiake
with me.
mean?
It is sort of our salute. It's it means guardian and brethren. So it's like a high salute.
Kai Tiake.
Kai Tiake.
Kai Tiake.
And
Tiake.
not tomorrow, please, but where do you need to go next for this quest of yours?
Well, my last stop would be to the water Ashari. In Aquas. But they're
Aptly named.
back on another continent. So,
Well, that's good. I don't think we can take another one right now, anyway.
no.
Good. Rest is
I'm doing pretty good, actually. I'm kind of ahead schedule. Doing pretty good.
Wonderful. Let's just take some respite.
Yeah, please.
We'll say for the sake of brevity, as it is getting rather late, which for all of you guys watching, consider this lengthy episode a gift for the fact that we won't be doing this next week, because some of us will be out of town. But you rest for a bit. You eventually find your way back down to the base of the mountain range. Your horses have not been touched, though they are a little hungry. An uneventful journey makes your way back to Vasselheim, where over the past 6 or 7 days of travel, Pike, you come to find that the curse has been lifted from the Temple of Saren Ray, and your followers, as they are now calling themselves, though you had not expected to, becoming this beacon of light to these worshippers who had no central focus or entity to guide them in their worship. You've become a very important figure to them, and they welcome your return to the temple.
What if I just want to stay?
And talk to the producers of Blind
You're an important figure to us as well,
Yes.
Pickles.
Oh, pickles.
Yeah, you've done so much for our lives. Maybe you continue to do good in these lives.
Well, debatable.
But you can leave them at any time, and we'll kick their ass, and you can go for that.
Okay.
You know where home
Any
is.
moment at all.
This was so great being a part of your your journey that you had.
Thank you.
You are always part of our journey, no matter where we go, Pike.
It's true.
Just keep the poo close.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what it does exactly, but
We'll find.
Have a good feeling about it.
Just put your faith in Seren Ray.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'll go. Kai Teyake. Explosions!
Tatonka.
I'm sorry, but Tiberius runs up and squeezes his pig. Which would be
Loves.
You're my favorite gnome.
Oh, thanks. You're my favorite everything, I guess. Dragonborn.
There you go.
Pike turns and returns towards the excavation of the long-lost temple of Seren Ray. You all give her a...
it hurts every time,
I
Pike.
know.
Every time.
We'll see you soon.
Oh, no. Okay.
And Keyleth, you have the boon of the Sparkstone to gift to whoever, whatever you see fit.
Do I know what it does? Can I do like a check on it?
Best you can ascertain looking at it is once the stone is crushed, the hands of whatever creature crushes it become bequeathed with the flame of the elemental plane itself.
Interesting. That would be good for anybody.
Can she use it herself? Oh, well, she already has that.
I'll keep it safe.
For you to keep tabs on. Yeah. It doesn't affect the weapon if you're holding it. It's only like physical attacks, like punches, claws, anything like that are affected by the flame.
Could be cool for Grog.
Ooh.
Boxing.
Would it?
If you had to fight anything without a weapon.
Said claws.
Oh, claws? You said claws?
Yeah. It's like an animal form of yours, trinket.
Animal
Anyone
forms?
like that would have flames on the
Or animal form, you could use it yourself.
Yeah, maybe we'll wait until like something is negated.
Give it some thought.
Yeah.
Sleep on it.
So mark Sparkstone in your inventory.
Let's see what the sheet.
I mean,
on
I
this
wouldn't
first.
be opposed.
And with that, as it is 11:30, we're going to go ahead and bring this bring the session to a close. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you, crew, for your patience. Wanted to give Ashley a proper send-off and bring the conclusion to this chapter of the Aramente for Keyleth.
Yeah.
Well done on your first brief journey to the harsh landscape that is the elemental plane of fire.
Man,
Good
that is
grief.
awful. Thank God that dragon didn't freaking attack.
Oh my
us.
God.
Thank God.
They don't sell any timeshares there, I gather.
I can't talk.
Fun.
Just died. There.
So yeah, just a reminder, guys. Me and Marish will be out of town next week. There will be no Critical Role. We'll have members here that will be still here to stream and play games and hang out and answer questions. All kinds of stuff they'll have planned, I'm sure.
Oh, and if you're in Denver, I will be at is it NondisCon? I'm blanking on what. I'll be in Denver at NondisCon, so you can go see me at
Google it.
Yeah, in Denver at NondisCon.
Awesome. And some of you guys are going to be at San.
We're gonna be at SAC Anime
Anime.
next week. The three of us.
Is.
And we're going to
The
be at
two
Burning
twins
Man.
and the handsome one.
That's weird.
And I'm gonna be at PAX tomorrow and Saturday. So I'm leaving tomorrow morning to head
There
up
you
to
go.
Seattle.
Guys at PAX, go say hi.
Go say hi. We're doing a crowd play of Tales from the Borderlands. What? On Saturday night. You should come.
That's going to be fun.
So tune in next week for Chalk Talk with Tiberius.
Yes.
I can't stay tonight because I have to pack.
I gotta taste it.
Someone
Oh my
maybe.
God. I need some bracelet. Thank you.
Got a leaf on mine.
I did want to say, guys, we don't have time to read through all the donations
Oh
because
my
there
God.
was 6 pages worth.
Oh my goodness.
Which is just, we don't have time, but I can say we raised $2,250 tonight.
That's
guys
amazing.
so much.
Amazing.
That's incredible.
6LA, which is a great charity.
Also, we had someone come to me to gift these pieces of jewelry to some of the folks here. Marisha, if you want to go ahead and pass these out.
Oh, this is awesome.
Fan came to me at a convention a few weeks ago and
Oh, those are
brought
cool
this
jewelry.
this
Wow.
delightful D20 box.
Ooh, neato.
Show off that box.
And I have these dice.
Show
There's
off your
some in my
box,
crate
girl.
for you.
Oh,
There's
God.
a whole bag of them.
This is for Laura, and this is for
Oh.
First show, and
mine.
Ashley, I just wanted to say
Mine.
a quick thank you to the three of you for being such a part of such a wonderful show and helping to show the world that girls can be nerds too.
Yeah, man.
Nerds?
Being
Hell yeah,
close.
this is really
Weird.
beautiful.
I've been a girl for a long time, so I know that.
Yeah, I respect that.
Who are these from?
I know.
Are those there? I don't know.
Well, finish what you're doing.
Yes,
Finish
sir.
what you're reading.
Enclosed gifts are a small token of my appreciation for everything you ladies do with Critical Role and otherwise. I hope they bring you good luck and lots of loot. Happy hunting. Love, Jen. At Highly Amusing.
Highly
Jen, that's
amusing.
awesome.
Thanks, highly amusing.
20 bucks.
Oh, that's so cool.
That box is awesome.
Alrighty, let's see if we can get through.
Thank you for the fist
Good
dice
job.
for
Oh,
if
I
I ever
love
go back in the
this.
Crucible.
You have fist
Hitting
dice?
people with my big ass fists.
That's
From
right.
Danny and Becca. Thank you. Related birthday package.
Oh, yay, that's awesome.
Fist dice.
Oh, what?
Did you just have a
I
little
will
dagger
beat
on
the
yours?
shit out of
It's a
them.
feather.
Oh, I
Here.
love
Like for
this.
this.
We're out
Awesome.
What's
here.
your guys'
From
say?
someone.
What's it say?
What did you get?
Gemstone in your necklace is a combination of pyrite and magnetite, more commonly known as healer's gold.
Oh,
Since all the knuckleheads in your party like to get themselves beat up on a regular basis, I felt like it was an appropriate thing for Pike to have in a pinch.
Blame Matthew.
Knuckleheads. Knuckleheads.
Yeah.
Jared Carew
Thing that is wrapped
sent me this giant bag to put all my other dice bags in.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It's a dice bag bag.
It's a dice bag
It's the
bag.
inception of
That's
role-playing
actually
bags. That's
necessary.
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jared. That's
It
really
actually
sweet.
is.
The card is awesome. Thank you.
This is really cool. This says, this gemstone in your necklace is a purple, copper, turquoise. As opposed to the natural teal turquoise you usually see, the purple color in it comes from higher levels of copper and iron, combining to make this awesome color. Since turquoise is a stone of protection and a talisman of kings and warriors, Vex can use it to keep herself, her party, and especially trinket safe and sound. Yay!
This is awesome. Okay, so mine says, Marisha, the gemstone in your necklace isn't a gem at all. It's a piece of a Campo del Cielo meteorite.
Oh, CCC.
There were a group of meteors that fell 600 plus miles outside of Buenos Aires, Argentina, between 4,000 and 5,000 years ago. Look it up on Wikipedia. It's got a great history behind it. I hope this little piece of the cosmos helps you and Keyleth during your mini travels.
This is so
That's awesome.
These are amazing. Oh, thank you
Really
so
badass.
much. Oh man, I love this.
The person who made the bracelets
Amazing.
also made me a Dungeon Master bracelet. It says Dungeon
Oh, I
Master
love
on it.
Oh,
it.
nice.
Awesome, and I think this answers the question as to who they all came from.
These little critical roll
It's
dice.
come from Vicky. Vicky made the bracelets.
Hello.
Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Vicky.
Vicky put a hammer on mine to rub in Kurt and the hammer kicking my ass, I think.
No, because you have a hammer. Hammer
It's a
time.
constant reminder.
It'll be a token of,
I'll be
of
avenged.
revenge.
That got a cool dragon.
Never forget your failure. Never.
They make you who you are.
Proud of it, man.
Sure, man.
No.
I have
These are
a I have a
amazing,
terrifying
guys.
box. Oh, are you doing a terrifying box?
I'm doing a terrifying
you
box
do a
as well.
terrifying box. I'll wait on my
Terrifying box contains something.
Something
I don't
blue.
know. This is
Something
from
fun. Something new.
Something new.
The Baron. Let's make a nice addition to your storytelling arsenal. Enjoying about the great work. Cheers from Barovia, the Baron. This is from Count Strahd.
From Barovia?
This is from Strahd of Barovia, from Castle Ravenloft. Don't normally accept gifts from vampires, let alone vampires that I've previously sicked on other players in previous campaigns, but I'm excited to see what you've sent wrapped so nicely in styrofoam.
It's
Just
So
knife
nicely in
it.
styrofoam.
A knife.
Knife it.
Knife it. Oh, thank you for the.
Oh, what? What is this?
What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Tell us what it is.
Oh, you
I
guys!
hate it when you giggle.
What is it?
I'll show you.
What is it?
Oh, this is. You have to.
You know how much I love my hourglasses. Sand.
That's dope as shit.
Oh, you guys are gonna go through some time shit.
Oh my god.
That is
I
awesome.
hate time shit.
I love it
stresses
so much.
me out so much.
Thank you so much, Baron
so
Strahd.
Oh.
That's
Strahd Venzorovich, you're an okay guy. You're an okay guy. Jocelyn,
all right,
you're up next.
all right. I'm up next. I've got a mysterious box.
What did you get?
Come on, Percy!
You want to?
Let's go!
Oh, he did.
You got it.
Faster, harder! Get it out of there, damn it! It's not gonna break!
I'm being so gentle. I'm being so gentle.
Bad news.
Oh, that's a better box.
What?
Don't do that, Percy. Not even with a toy.
Is it?
No. This is amazing.
That's awesome.
Holy cow.
Is it heavy?
Feel it, feel it.
Oh, yeah, it's
Got like a
hefty.
little bit of heft to it.
Put him up, you sir. Put him up. Put him up. Huh?
Oh my god, that's
That's so fucking cute.
That's awesome.
Oh man, you
Who is
guys.
that from?
It doesn't say.
What the heck is that?
never
Oh
seen
my
Wait.
gosh.
It just has the markings that they.
Oh wait, there's a little post-it on the.
The poster is just my name. Yeah. Oh god. Do you guys have a?
Whoever sent the gun, you're awesome.
I think
And
I
tell
know who.
us.
I think I know who sent the gun. I'm gonna double check on Twitter later tonight.
Okay.
But
Also, guys, we have from Megan Collins sent this awesome Vox Machina. It's like a cross stitch or something.
Vox
really-
Oh my god!
Machina.
Oh, cool.
Is it serious? It's
Oh,
embroidered.
it says all of our names.
It's not embroidered. Is
Yeah,
it?
it's cross.
Cross stitch all across
All
here.
cross stitch.
Oh, we gotta get a frame
What?
for that.
Yep, we're gonna do that.
Something-
Thank you so
something
much,
else.
Megan.
Oh,
for
something else.
God.
Great.
I'm so excited.
That's
awesome.
amazing.
Once again,
Ridiculous.
all of your notes and letters are gonna be read. We just can't do them all in the air because we need to sleep. But they're gonna be read. Thank you so much, Megan.
Because this.
Okay. This letter didn't survive the opening process apparently, but it's from Scotty Tompkins. Oh, wow. So I hope this finds you well and enjoy it because in my opinion every DM needs a big set of dice and doom. I hope that Orion enjoys his set of dragon dice. Oh, there we go.
do this forever.
Orion. Yes. And I got a big old honkin'
Sheet order.
Oh my god, these dice
Got a
are
nice heft to it
awesome.
as
They
well.
have dragons all around them.
That's amazing.
Oh, those are sick.
Those are very Tiberius.
Thank you so much, Scott. That's awesome. Scott, you're great.
What did you get? What did
We
you
have
get?
the coolest fans.
Oh
Critters
Oh my
are
gosh,
the
you guys.
best.
Oh, Lauren here also sent an amazing letter that I will not read once again. So this is it is an awesome lengthy handwritten letter right to my heart. Oh, thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
I really, really appreciate it, Lauren.
Yeah,
That's
we
really
reread
sweet.
all of our
I'm
letters.
gonna read this when I get home. Thank you. And what else? What?
Yeah.
Ari. From Ari K. And also from Victoria, BC, Canada, British Columbia.
Canada represent.
I sent you a special hat that was made at Easter Seals Camp for young adults with disabilities.
Oh, interesting.
Guys, hear that?
What?
No, Canada.
REK and Victoria from Canada sent a special hat that was made at Easter Seals Camp for young adults with disabilities.
Let's see.
Made it for the first session where they were the DM. I would like you guys to have it because of the joy you've given me. It displays my personal DM catchphrase, so feel free to say it when someone gets a natural 20.
Oh, that's amazing.
For the money.
That is funny.
Amazing.
Done.
Ari and Victoria, that's awesome. Now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Can we wear that whenever we crit?
For the money, yeah. This is the crit hat.
Crit hat for the money. I think
You have to wear that. Oh my
we
god,
should
it
wear
looks
it
so
whenever we
good.
crit, and Sam should wear it just all the time.
Thank you so much, guys.
No matter what.
This is amazing.
That's the coolest hat ever.
Whenever you
pretty
say, "How do you want to do this?" You have to like go over to the person and put
Put it on their head.
How do you,
Like
how do you
a
want to,
sombrero.
hold on, don't move your head. How do you
do this.
How do you want to do it?
Damn it.
It looks so amazing.
So I got a belated birthday gift. It's a metal display case, and the metal reads, "If you had fun, you won. Participation medal."
Oh my god!
Cord strength to Philip the Terrible, aka Philip the Nail. He needs it, Kern. Son of a bitch!
Nicely done.
Like even a suspended supply like.
That's amazing.
Phenomenal.
Let's have it. Let's
That's
put it in
amazing.
there. and
I'm gonna
show
have
you,
to
like,
say,
Amazing.
I'm gonna have to make a DM decision here. That's canon.
That is the most amazing. That's incredible.
That is wrong.
As Rog and his allies find their way back to the Slayer's Take Guildhall, word of your travels have come around to the fact where Kern has sent a gift that awaits you.
David
You had fun.
David
You
Peterson
That's amazing, David.
in Canada.
Peterson.
David, Canada's not far enough away, buddy. I'm coming.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Son of a bitch. It comes with a ribbon. It just keeps stinging.
That's amazing. Stop for a second.
So awful.
All right. Night and Critical Role cast and crew, hope you enjoy and find a use for these miniatures. I'm not the best of painters, but I hope they are okay. Enclosed Trinket, Grog, 7 orcs for GM use, and Candy for the cast and crew. David at XP is overrated.
XP
Thank
is
you, David.
overrated.
Thank you.
Woo!
Got candy for you guys.
Oh my gosh!
Whoa!
Candy.
Awesome,
Oh, wow.
salty looking candy.
Sugar!
Are those sweet?
I'm flying and I'm never coming down.
You can like.
Careful,
Here
gentle,
we have.
gentle.
Oh, got some orcs.
Orcs.
Orcs chilling here.
Back on the menu, boys.
Oh, these are for the orcs. Nice. It's awesome. Oh, I'm gonna make use of these. That's solid metal too. We've got. What is this? Oh, 3 more orcs. Got a whole orc posse here I get to pull from. I'm so excited about that. I'm so excited. That's amazing. Thank you so much, David.
The green gem on the bottom is really kind of rock my world.
Candy.
Oh,
Come
so-
here.
I'm gonna take it off.
There's
Sour
sour balls.
Sour.
There's sour balls. Oh my god, I had these in high school.
Oh, my mouth.
I love these.
Sour balls.
Are they
Man.
chewy or are they?
I don't know. I can't keep it in my mouth.
You got it. It's a challenge. Come on, just do it.
That's too much. It's too much. You try it.
Ooh, the blue one?
Is
Woo!
oh,
I want
the
one.
awesome grog miniature they painted.
Nice.
Oh,
On the count of
intense.
3.
Okay.
That's a big
1,
battle
2,
axe.
3.
Yeah,
I approve.
that is fantastic with blood on the
Oh, wow.
Is it so
Well
strong?
done.
It's like
Take
a
it,
ball.
take
Salt.
it.
Give it, give it. Give it.
What is it?
That's fantastic. Oh,
Don't ask, just try it.
Oh,
What, is it spicy?
No, it's not spicy.
Sour.
Purple one?
it kind of tastes like stomach
and
acid.
Laura.
Oh, it's so
Oh my god! Oh my god, that's amazing!
Armored Trinket.
Oh.
Ready to tear
Wait,
into some
it's like a
food.
joke.
Oh my god, it's so sour! I beat Laura!
What?
Oh my god, it's so sour! I feel like we just got.
Who can keep the balls in the mouth the longest?
And this
Look at this.
What's that
and this
bag?
is for Travis.
What is it over there?
Oh, you look
That's spectacular.
Mega sour
Yeah.
sermon.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much, David, for your awesome minis.
It's amazing!
And way too sour candy that I'm so
Whoever
excited to
sent
see all
this
their
in is
faces.
a twisted individual.
Yes!
Ooh.
It was burning my tongue! It's like a suggestion!
Holy moly.
Take it.
That's so awesome.
Take
Yeah.
it.
We got people who've been on Hot Pepper Gaming, folks.
That's true.
This candy's
This is
too much
sour.
for them.
That's impressive.
Oh. Ooh.
Sour gaming?
Like, after it goes,
Ready,
it
and
goes
from
away.
Michael P.
He's nuts.
Michael P.
So I'll keep this short because I know how pressed for time you are during Christmas at the end of the stream. Thank you. This package contains 12 shot glasses. One for Matt and one for each of the 8 members of Vox Machina. You can use these shot glasses for a toast once Pike returns to the group or whenever you wish.
Tonight.
Tonight! Shots!
One glass is for Zara because she was a complete badass. Did a metric 500 damage to that
Whoa.
dragon and
Nice.
everything blow.
True.
One glass is for Kashaw for planting his kiss on Keyleth.
Nice. Yes.
Awesome. The final glass you can give away to some awesome critters in the chat room as an add-on to a sub giveaway or top donation of the day. That's
Nice.
awesome.
That's so cool.
What are they?
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Michael P. Oh, snap!
What does it say on them?
That's so cool. What's the sound
I
effect?
do this.
Yes! Those are so cool!
Those are so fucking cool.
How do you want to do the shot glasses?
I get one or you
Yeah,
do it?
yeah,
You
That's
do it.
fantastic.
All of us get one.
Yeah, you brought it.
Those are so cool.
Each one.
Thank you.
There's 12.
Oh man, if it wasn't Friday
12 of them?
tomorrow,
I know.
I would
this
fill this right now.
Oh my god, the purple.
We're good.
Oh, wow.
Good on everyone. We're good.
Let these men go
Wait,
home.
I want. I want one. I want a shot glass.
We'll pass it around. Yeah.
Those are awesome.
Oh wait, are we leaving them here? Or do we get to take them home?
If it's anywhere, it's in the chest.
Okay, we'll go through that after the show. Well, guys.
You guys are amazing.
You guys
Oh
are
my
so
God.
awesome.
So much. Again,
Perpetually.
again, again.
I know. Blows my mind every time. Same.
You guys are so rad.
I know.
Well, thank you, Ashley, for being able to pop in to.
Yay,
Ashley!
Thanks, guys.
We missed you, Sam, but I'm sure you were being treated well wherever
In the
you
whorehouse.
were.
Wherever you are.
Whorehouse. And thank all you critters for being as amazing as you are, perpetually humbled and blown away by all the support and joy you guys bring to the community and to us. So thank you. And if you don't have any other parting messages, have a wonderful night.
Love.
Love.
Love you guys.
So much amaze.
2 weeks.
So much
2
amaze.
weeks.
2
We'll
weeks.
be back in 2 weeks.
Yes.
So,
Fireball.
Oh wait, it's backwards.
Fireball.
night, folks.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.